seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
J on 105.3 The Fan.
Wembanyama crossing up lively behind his back. Victor for three. And the foul! Victor Wembanyama stirring the drink that tastes so good here tonight.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ coming at you live here from DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We got the entire morning family with you. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. The number one pick, a lot of hype, much anticipation, and Victor Wembanyama delivered on all of it. 125-92. What a special performance.
He might be a problem. Might be a problem, that guy. He could stay healthy, put on a few more pounds.
Dude.
Might be a problem. Holy cow.
He's pretty incredible. That play we just played, that was like where I was like, they're losing tonight.
And that was right after the block. That was right after he had a block where he like spiked it down like it was a volleyball.
He blocks it, and then he like takes the ball down the court, and he's just, it was lively on him, I think. He's just literally doing like crossover, like dribble between the legs, like just toying with him, and then he hits the step back and gets fouled. And fair. It's just like,
no one's dying.
They shouldn't allow it. He's too tall. You got to pick one. You want to be tall, or do you want to be a guard? You got to pick one.
He treated Anthony Davis and Derek Lively like they were in middle school. You don't see that done to Derek Lively. You don't. A lot of Tolas were saying, do you remember? It was like a little person, Alex. And Tolas were saying, do you remember when Mavs fans were trying to say that Lively had the better debut than Wembanyama? Do you remember that? His rookie year. Lively got like his fifth foul, and I joked on Twitter, he probably did that intentionally to dodge the beating that he was taking. Anthony Davis is an all-world defender. And Victor Wembanyama treated him like Hakeem did David Robinson in the 1995 Western Conference Finals. They look feeble, Choppy.
Yeah.
They look helpless out there.
They do. They look completely helpless because, I mean, we're talking about a guy who does things that nobody does.
I actually thought early in the game, I was like, oh, he's too perimeter oriented. He's shooting too many jumpers. He's letting the Mavericks off the hook. And then it changed.
Yeah, I mean, his first three wasn't until what, his first 3-point attempt wasn't until like the second quarter. Yeah, look, I mean, Anthony Davis is tremendous defensively historically last night, but this is also what Wembanyama does. I mean, this is why he is billed. Was it Woj just said greatest prospect ever?
Yep.
In any sport?
It doesn't look so crazy today.
I know. That's why he was billed like that, because nobody at his height can do what he does. That's also like why LeBron was such a great prospect. Like, nobody at his height at the time could do the things he does.
Only thing that'll stop the league takeover is injuries, right? You look at someone that big and that tall, and you're like...
Every time he falls,
yeah,
I feel like he's going to crack something.
Yeah.
He looks like a giraffe.
He really does.
What is... God, they described Jim Furyk's golf swing as a octopus falling out of a tree. That's kind of what Wembanyama looks like.
And then someone tweeted, and they're exactly right. The scary part is Dallas is tailor-made to contain someone like this. Bobby, you were just talking about it when we were walking up here. The way the Mavericks are built, if Wemby does that to them, what's he going to do to DeAndre Ayton and Rui Hachimura?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the whole idea that. And there were so many people on Twitter last night when I was mocking Nico, who wanted to jump in and go,
hey, he sat in the stands.
Yeah, I saw that. He now thinks that Cooper Flagg has saved him from that. I hope he didn't. I hope everybody was in his ear like he was sitting at a Twin Peaks.
Fortune favors the bold.
I saw someone get escorted out.
This is what I'm sure he just was wearing, like a shirt or something that said, maybe Nico's not the greatest. And they're like, that's super offensive. We got to escort you out of here. But he is... There were so many Mavs fans on Twitter last night. They are back to being the cult. They're back to being the cult that wants to go, what are you supposed to do against Wembanyama? This Wembanyama does this to everybody. First off, no, he doesn't. He doesn't score 40 points every night. He did that like twice last year. And you want to talk about, like, what are you supposed to do? Well, that was the whole idea of what Nico was trying to do. I'm going to get a big athletic front court that can guard these modern NBA stretch players. And they didn't. They were, and take that out of it. They were still getting whooped in transition by the Spurs, like minus Wembanyama. They still can't that offense is going to be painful to watch until Kyrie's back.
I will say the thing about Wemby, it did look like it was one of those games where it was like, oh, he practiced in the offseason.
He hasn't played a game in 8 months.
I know. Like, oh, he put some work in the offseason.
People are like trying to hit up these monks to recruit to have them train people like Elijah does. Whatever he did with the monks, with the haircut and everything,
and also doing some form of a mixed martial art. It looked like he was doing that. I don't know what it was. But, I mean, there's a lot of things that you could do in the offseason. We've seen players try to – Tua was doing jiu-jitsu trying to fall better. You know, we've seen players do all those things.
They did that to the Mavericks without De'Aaron Fox. An absolute beatdown. It started turning end of the second half. The Mavs were like tied or up in the first half, and I was like, it doesn't feel like they should be leading by 2 with the way that Wembanyama is playing. And then San Antonio goes on a run end of second quarter. It was a third quarter meltdown. Effort an issue. Again, it's only game 1, but Jay Billis, I thought, had the perfect microcosm of the night when the Spurs got an offensive rebound and he goes, I'm not seeing the hustle here. That ball actually bounced and the Spurs still were able to get it back. And then the play-by-play guy, Rucco, said that has happened multiple times. Do you know how special of a performance Wembanyama had to have us not talk about Cooper Flagg's debut 6 minutes into the show? That's how he is. That's how much of a story he is dominating night 2 of the NBA.
May say a lot about Cooper Flagg.
Because Flagg was so good. So when he's putting up a performance like that and you don't even mention it a few minutes in, that speaks to Wembanyama's greatness.
Cooper Flagg goes scoreless in the first half. Ooh. He finally hits a jumper around the free throw line.
First play of the second half. That was clear. That was clear. That was a design play.
Jason Kidd told him, shoot. You were texting about it in the first half, Choppy. I think it was clear J. Kidd told him at halftime, you better be aggressive. You better go out here. We're going to run a play for you, and you're going to go ahead and shoot. 10 points for Flagg, 10 rebounds, minus 29 on the night. The word or sentence to describe what you saw in his opener.
Timidness. It was like
that. Is that not a word, Bobby?
No, timidity. I think it's
timidity?
That's what it is.
That's not a word. That's stupid. Okay, that's stupid. That's like the word dumb and then in a B.
It says timidness is a word, Bobby.
Timidity is the lack of courage or confidence.
Timidness is the state of lacking self-assurance and courage, often appearing as shyness, hesitation.
There we go.
And
Hesitation.
Mine's more of an SAT word. His is the 116 word.
I would not get into Tennessee today. Okay, they've raised the SAT score.
Now they let you tailgate with them.
Now I just tailgate with them.
With the communications department. Come on.
Hey, that's the one I got into, right?
Elon.
That's right. He was feeling it out. And it was almost like if they had wanted him to be, I want to go back and look at LeBron's.
You're going to go rewatch the game?
No. LeBron's first game box score and stuff. And was he as,
no,
I know he wasn't, but
no.
He was like,
I know it was against Sacramento. I'll get it.
Did he want to kind of feel it out first or just take charge?
25 points, 9 assists, 6 rebounds, 4 steals on 12 of 20 shooting.
So a
really good performance.
Yeah.
Bobby,
like 40% more shots.
How are you describing it?
Boring. It was just boring. There was nothing about it last night. The other thing about this is how many minutes was it? 32 minutes. He didn't have a single assist in this game either. Empty assists.
The point guard.
Yeah, empty assists in the box score. It looked like, for all the talk of he's so ready, there's nobody more ready, and I'm not giving him any hell. He's still going to be really good. But for all the talk of he looks so ready, he didn't. Yesterday it looked like this is really big, and it felt big to him. And
I know Wemby did.
When
Cooper Flagg was turning around, he was like, "What the hell is this?" And he even kind of said it in the post, like, "I've never seen anything like this in my life on a floor."
I mean, Billis had the line, which we've sort of all inferred already, but Billis had the line where it's like playing against your dad. Like, he's so much bigger than all of you, and so. But that's Flagg yesterday. It just looked like it looked like there's a transition period. There's going to be a transition period for him where he's not going to be just plug in and be the exact player that's going to come in here and save a franchise. He's going to need a little bit of time is what that looks like. So that's just the best way to me to encapsulate everything I saw from the Mavericks last night. It's just boring.
Cooper Flagg with thoughts on his first performance with the parents and Marcus Spears sitting courtside.
Not great. I mean, obviously didn't play incredibly well, but got to move past it. Turn our focus and start getting ready Friday.
Did you feel like you were starting to assert yourself a little bit in the third quarter?
Just trying to be a little bit more aggressive. Trying to assert myself a little bit, but just trying to take what was there. But I got to be a little more aggressive off the rim.
So he's going to be composed. He's going to be under control. You just wonder what he's thinking by putting up maybe a little bit of an emotional front, or there's got to be like a seed of doubt. Maybe not with great players and Kevin Garnett type.
Yeah, it's I think generally in the NBA, if you're open, shoot the basket. Generally that's what it's like. At Duke, it's probably not like that. Not all the time. I mean, it's not. You're not sitting out here Hoosiers 4 passes minimum. But there's a lot more of, you get more time on the shot clock, more set it up. There were some plays, especially in the first half. I mean, he had the ball top of the key. It was like, shoot the ball, man. You're open.
It's also not his game. It's not. He's not a guy who looks for a shot. That's not what, that's not. The discussion around him is how good he is, and he is. But again, we've been talking about this for months leading up to it. Any Mavericks fan who didn't really follow him at Duke and is just hearing about the hype, do not think you're getting the 30-point per game score. That's not what he does. And he doesn't look for a shot like that. But the other thing is, if you're not going to look for your shot, you can't also be 0 assists and 3 turnovers. There's got to be a bigger contribution on the offensive end in some respect.
Jason Kidd on his new point guard's debut.
Yeah, I thought Cooper played within himself. He took what the defense gave him. He was making plays. He's diving on the floor. He's one that's not going to go out here and just shoot every time he touches it. He tries to play the game the right way, and I thought he did that in the first half, and I thought he was comfortable, came out there in the third and started to look to be aggressive, to take some shots that he knocked down. So I thought he played well. Now the stat line is not going to say that, but no one in this room is sitting in his shoes. And so I think he, again, as a rookie, did fine. And he's going to learn from this game. We all will. And we'll be better next time we take the floor.
469 points out, you were the only team in the NBA last night not to score 100 points. In fact, you were the only team in the NBA last night not to score 108. Any team you would have played last night, you would have lost by a minimum of 16.
Well, you do have to factor in who you're facing on the other side.
You do, but like the idea of just
other teams aren't going to have the performance of the night in the NBA.
No, that's true. But again, the second worst offensive performance last night was the Clippers, who scored 16 points more than you. That's just bad.
Yeah, I mean, almost every shot that Klay Thompson took, I hated. I was thinking about DMing his girlfriend to kind of harass her to eventually get to Klay. So that was very frustrating. D'Angelo Russell, I told you yesterday, D'Angelo is going to gun. He is going to shoot, and he is not going to stop. And he's got like a very lackadaisical style that makes you be like, yo, go after it a little bit more. And D'Angelo Russell went 1 for 6. It felt like more attempts, ending up with 6 points on the night. Derek Lively, again, decapitated. PJ gave you a little something, and then I thought you were going to get even more from Nembhard, who had a very nice beginning, 8 points in 16 minutes. And I got a text message from a very emotional Maverick fan, RJ.
Mike Bassick?
It is Mike Bassick.
He's back.
Well, this team sucks. It doesn't make any sense. I don't think I'll be watching a lot of Mavs this year. I turned it off. It's horrible basketball. Wemby was great. Mavs have no offense.
Dwight Powell is a better player.
I said, yeah, but Barkley and Stephen A., they think the Mavs can win the championship. He said the team doesn't make any sense. Trade Kyrie and AD when possible and build around Flagg. This team is going nowhere. By the time Flagg is a star, Kyrie and AD will be finished. I still can't get over how they ran Dirk out of the organization. Mavs are delusional. Flagg is 18. AD is going to get hurt.
The moment I saw AD bringing the ball up, right, running the point.
They wanted to be Sabonis, play
on a
forward.
single play. I said, okay, we're out of ideas. we're out of ideas here. It's week 1.
877-881-1053. So a very disappointing and even ugly start for the Dallas Mavericks. RJ Choppy has come up with a patented study.
Oh, baby.
Do the Cowboys need to wait in order to think about pulling off a trade? And what happens to these teams who give up an in-season first-round pick for that win-now help? Inside the Star with the Loaded Thursday edition, including the payload at 6:40. It's Sean and RJ just getting started on the Fan.
you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
The Raiders are really sucking up to Max Crosby after the Trey Wingo report. Good morning, Metroplex. Inside the Star and your official home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We don't think you will find any better coverage of the Cowboys or the sports world anywhere else. They, of course, met with Max, told him we're not trying to trade you, we're not going to trade you. And then yesterday, the official Raiders X account put out a little hype video titled The Bringer of Chaos.
Oh, yeah.
And people are like, there it is, that's the final sign. That's their goodbye to him. I don't necessarily agree with that. Do you, Bobby?
No, that's their kiss his ass. That's not his goodbye. That's his, we still love you, Max. That's what that is.
Surprised that they're reacting to this degree off of, no offense to Trey Wingo, but like Trey Wingo's tweet went a very, very, very long way. Now it's going to go a ways when you have the Cowboys in a big name, but for the team's official social media account to like respond to it like this, that's I would think that's that's a little bit, it should be beneath them.
I guess there is some level of connection that Wingo does have with the Raiders. And so I think it's enough that if Wingo's talking about something involving the Raiders, there are some people who feel they need to swat it down. Okay.
If you missed Charles Robinson with us yesterday from Yahoo Sports, I do think our fan account mischaracterized it a little bit. Josh Clark was off, so I'm not that surprised. But I feel like Charles came on with us and did not shut it down completely. In fact, G-Bag started the show with Broadus yesterday saying, I don't think this thing is completely dead. And Wolchuk agreed. And I feel like Charles was saying a counter report saying that there's been no talks and the Cowboys have placed no phone calls. He's not necessarily buying into that. And that's not taking away any reporting from Slater or Tom Pelissero. And Charles also suggested that Max Crosby is so tight with Mark Davis, the owner, he thinks that Max could go to Mark and say, it's time, I want a chance in a real situation, and Mark may oblige. Those are the two big takeaways I had from Charles Robinson.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the exact summary of what it is. It doesn't sound like anything's going to happen right now, but it also doesn't sound like if something goes horribly awry in the next few weeks for the Raiders that it couldn't get blown up.
I wanted to ask you guys if you felt like the Cowboys needed to wait. I asked Nick Eatman yesterday, and he said no, but let's just say you lose the next two games. Then the trade deadline comes. You're at Denver, and you have the Arizona Cardinals, a team we think you should beat, but the Cardinals have had your number. So I ask you guys.
They both have.
Does the timeline in this matter at all to you in terms of what happens over the next 2 weeks? Are you giving away too much for a rental if it's Trey Hendrickson for a 3-5-1 football team and the harder part of your schedule coming up? Or do you need to be 5-3-1 and say, okay, now it's time? Or do you cost yourself waiting if someone else comes in and makes a move before you?
3-5-1 is a...
Yeah, there's nothing to trade for that.
No,
so I would want to see it.
The question is, do you sell at 3-5-1? That's the question. Not buy. I can. You buy at 3-5-1. I mean, in order to make the playoffs, you basically got to go and lose one game the rest of the year, maybe two.
Because right after the bye, you get the Raiders, as people have pointed out. That would be really funny. Then Eagles, Chiefs, Lions, Vikings, Chargers, Commanders.
Sounds like 3 losses in that. 2-3 losses.
Now, if you wait, Bobby, maybe Howie Roseman strikes. Maybe another team that's looking to add strikes. So you still willing to do that versus maybe buying a little bit early? It's like when you got that great thing on sale, you don't really need it for probably another 6 months or a year, but I got a little space in the garage. even though I may not be able to afford it right now.
Yeah, I need
stow it away.
I need to see. I need to see them win the next two, and then they can look at the bye week and then go, okay, is this worth investing in? Because I think the offense is. But if you're losing games to the Broncos and Cardinals,
what if they split?
No, probably not.
Yeah, because look, I mean, you're in a situation. I don't think,
or I should say, what happens in the rest of the division? Do the Eagles drop their next two like mysteriously, and all of a sudden it's like, well, even though you've split, you've made up another game on the Eagles, and you've got them in 2 weeks. But I don't see that happening, that they just lose their next two.
You can't lose more than 3 games the rest of the way.
The rest of what way?
The season. And make the playoffs.
You can't lose more than three.
Why?
Well, because if you lose more than 3, the best you could do is 9-7-1. Right?
Okay.
9-8 isn't making the playoffs. So you're going to lose all the tiebreakers to 10-7. 10-7 is better than 9-7-1. Right? You win all the tiebreakers to 9-8 teams because of the tie. So you need to have no more than 6. But even 6, so you beat out a 10-7 team. Now you lose to the 11-6 teams, but you beat out a 10-6 or 10-7 team. So yeah, I don't think you can lose more than 3. You can't lose more than 6 games total for the year because of the tie.
Which they've got. Let me look here.
The Rams last year made the postseason with 7 losses. They actually won the division. Tampa Bay won the division with 7 losses.
Right. Yeah. You can. But the Cowboys, they would lose the tiebreaker to those teams if they have 7 losses.
As it stands right now,
because of the tie, they would be 9-6-1.
As it stands right now, they're. And I'm not saying I would favor them in these games, but I'm saying definite losses on their schedule. I see 2. Kansas City and Detroit are definite losses to me right now. But outside of that, Denver, Arizona, Raiders, Eagles at home, Vikings, Chargers, Commanders, Giants. I don't think those are definite losses.
No. RJ Choppy with a patented research study on the home of the Cowboys.
Okay, so Bobby brought up the other day that he thought you could get into the 20 to 24 range defensively and still consider yourselves a contender. So I was like, all right, I wanted to see, just a little bit more about those teams that were in that range. So back to 2000. Now, there was a period where it was like defense, right? So from 2000 to 2005, the defensive rank for the eventual Super Bowl champ was 1-6-1-1-2-4.
In points or yards?
This was, I believe, points.
Cowboys right now are 3rd worst in terms of points allowed, dead last in yards allowed.
Okay. And then you went into a kind of a mishmash era of like 6 to 8 years where you had 22, 17, number 1, 20, number 2, 24, 12. Okay? Those were the defensive ranks in that kind of era. And then it stabilized itself. 1, 8, 4, 1, 4, 7, 7, 8. So we've kind of gone into cyclical motion in terms of where you had to be. The teams that were, bottom half, and there were total 7 teams in double digits in the rank. 17 finished in the top 8 since 2000. So right off the bat, 17 have finished in the top 8. 7 were double digits, 4 were bottom half. But here's what it took. The bottom half teams, they all had, without questions, 0 conversation in the Hall of Fame meeting room players. You had Mahomes, Breeze, and Peyton. Like, that's what it took for those 4. Or you had a Giants team that had a guy like Strahan or an all-time great pass rush that could not be stopped in the postseason. Or you had a year with the Ravens one where Joe Flacco did not have a single turnover in 4 playoff games. And they won a game when they were down 7 with 30 seconds to go on a Hail Mary.
Denver,
where they eventually tied it and won it in like double or triple overtime. Or you're the Rams in 22, where, you had Green Bay lose earlier in the postseason to San Fran, so you didn't have to go there, so you got the NFC Championship game at home, and then you had a safety drop a game-ending interception that was right in his hands.
Yeah, but I mean, I can say that literally.
That happens every day.
I can say that with the teams that finished first in offense and defense and won Super Bowls.
No doubt.
They had a moment along the way that was like that.
No doubt. So short of having one of the 10 best quarterbacks ever, which is what Mahomes and Breeze and Manning, you're really needing a whole lot of good fortune. Doesn't mean that you shouldn't try, because every team needs good fortune to get there. The Giants had some elite defensive line players. We don't have that. We would have to look more at the Rams season or the Ravens one, where they didn't commit any turnovers in the playoffs.
The comparison's the 09 Saints.
Yeah.
They finished 20th in points. They finished 25th in yards. But their offense is nearly identical to what Dallas is doing right now. That Saints team for the year averaged 31.9. Dallas is averaging 31.7. They averaged 404 yards per game. Dallas is averaging 391. That's the team that you got to be like. But if you're talking about the Giants, you say they have an all-time pass rusher. Well, like, that's the discussion then. Can you go trade for an all-time pass rusher? Or somebody who's going, if Hendrickson's going to be a 17 sack player, go get a Hendrickson or go get a Crosby or something like that. But I also don't think a pass rusher alone changes things. Somebody in the secondary who can make you really versatile and cover a bunch of different things for you, like Minka, like we've talked about, that's the kind of guy that I think starts making a bigger difference for you.
The 09 Saints forced 39 turnovers that year. Number 2 in the league. The high was 40. 26 interceptions. That was the turnover differential was like plus 11, which was actually not that high, because that's when you force that many turnovers, you would think it'd be much higher than that. But so you got to have an opportunistic defense. Because the Giants' defensive line had OC on it as well. It had
Tuck.
Yep, and then it had obviously Strahan. Canny was there, later on. I guess on the 11 team. I don't think he was in the 07.
So summarize it.
It's like
sentence.
It doesn't mean that you should not make a move, but understand that you are looking at a once in a generational type title, because we don't have Drew Brees. Even though as great as Dak is, we don't have him.
He's playing at that level that Brees was.
Yes, he is. Yeah, he is.
Overshown was practicing yesterday, said his knee is stronger, faster, can jump higher, more explosive, you name it. I'm all of it. My game is not going to slow down. I know how to play one way, and that is full speed. That is what you are going to see. He said the knee brace is a luxury, not a necessity. Shoddy on what he's seen from Overshown over the spring.
Just saw a guy that every day attacked the day, worked his butt off. And they were doing something simple last week with Britt, where they were doing like single leg jumps, man. And this guy was, well, number one, the zero looked sweet, but he had the headband around his neck. That looked cool. But honestly, the explosive power that he can generate, and where he's at, I just love the kid, man. His mindset, he's never had a bad day. He's been dialed in on getting back. He's had a vision of what it's going to look like, and he's just that much closer to getting back out there and playing in games. But we'll see, how he does today, and there'll be a ramp-up period. But like I said, I'll keep saying we're getting close.
Savone Ravel took part in his first NFL practice as well. Diggs was at the Star, but still in concussion protocol. There you go, inside the Star on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. It's DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. How do you get your kids not to copy their favorite athletes? Peyton has it as part of the payload every Thursday at 6:40. Next.
After we get...
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Tree Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursdays at 6:40, time for the payload. Every single Thursday at this time. And I got a little curveball for y'all.
All right.
You know, you love a good curveball. RJ hates the 2-0 curveball. I think it's just great baseball. It's great strategy.
Man.
I got a late submission for some content for the payload last night. About 5:15, 5:20, I get a call from one Gavin Spittle, the boss man. And I'm thinking, you know, whenever Gavin or Tim calls me, I don't know if you guys do it too, but I look at the screen and I'm like, all right, what did I do? What did I say today? What is my excuse to get out of this phone call? Because I don't know what's about to happen. It could be, you know, a compliment. It could be, you know, just, hey, how's your day going or whatever.
Could it be a compliment?
Well, lately, you know, I think I've done pretty well. So
if Tim's calling me, I'm going, this is a logistical question. He's asking me if I'm going to be somewhere or if I'm available for something. If Gavin's calling me, I am thinking in my head, what was the most aggressive thing I said on the air today?
So I answer the phone like, Gavin, what's up, man? And he's saying, all right, so your segment's tomorrow, right? I go, yeah, it's the payload. He's like, yeah, I don't care about the name, whatever, you know. It's just, and it's not like LA Live or anything, so, you know, who cares? No, he didn't say that. He was like, I got some content for you I think you'll love.
Okay.
I go, okay, I'm listening. He said, so we had a complaint last week from Atolo. Atolo left him a voicemail, about a minute-long voicemail about this very show, about someone on this show. And I'm like, oh my goodness. And I'm thinking, what did I say? We didn't even play the Fred and Blake audio, you know, last week. So, I mean, there's nothing that they could say. And I'm thinking real hard, and he's telling me what it's about. And I'm like, okay, I think I know exactly who he's talking about. So I have the audio, and we're going to play it here. It's about 55 seconds long. And you have to guess who they're talking about. Now, you can't spell out your answer, you know, while the audio clip's playing. You got to wait till the very end.
Okay.
But we're going to listen to this audio and text in your answer. Tolo's 877-881-1053. Who is this Tolo talking about? Now, the name is bleeped. Gavin bleeped it, so even I have no idea who the Tolo is. But the name is bleeped, and here's what the Tolo had to complain about last week.
Yeah, hey, my name is and I watch y'all's show pretty much every day, and I just have to say I couldn't take it anymore. That's why I'm calling, and I hope this gets to the right person. I'm currently watching your show right now. There's a gentleman that's he was wearing a blue shirt, blue hat. They all have beards, all the guys. There's 3 guys on your show, but today he's wearing blue shirt, blue hat. And I have to say, I don't know the guy's name, but he is, I mean, every single time I watch your show, he's either picking his nose, picking his teeth. Today he's picking his nose and picking his ear on live national TV. I mean, this is just utterly disgusting, and it shouldn't be allowed. I mean, maybe off camera, but every single time this guy is either picking his nose, picking his teeth, picking his ears. I mean, you can't do that on live TV. It is just disgusting. So I think it should be addressed on 105.3 The Fan, and I'm just letting you know it should not be, it needs to be addressed. Okay, thank you.
So I was thinking, okay, who could this be? And I went with Aiden. I was like, hey, we got to get the instant replay hook in here. And so I think we got the guy here. here. I think we got the guy.
100%. I bite my nails. I pick my nose. I pick my ear. I don't care. I am about comfort.
This is why Bassick wouldn't look at him during crosstalk sometimes. Bassick would look out the window and be like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I can't watch him. I can't watch Choppy bite his nails anymore or pick in his ear."
Yeah,
this was easy. I knew instantly it was
The
about
totals
Chop.
are correct. They've answered it. It is RJ. And now, a lot of people point out, the guy said national TV, which, I think
YouTube is national TV.
It's national TV. It's YouTube.
Don't
YouTube
even
TV
discredit me with national. Look, you should see what I do below the waist during the show.
Oh, goodness.
And what I
aim
pick.
like that.
So, you need the ear and the nose and the...
How does Sarah feel about the isms that you have and doing it at home?
Well, she hates that I bite my nails.
I thought she put something on there that you couldn't do that anymore.
That didn't last. I fought through it.
So she kept applying it.
She kept applying it. I just fought right through it.
Yes.
The problem is it made the food taste bad too because it got on my tongue, and it stays there. But yeah, I'm a nail biter.
So what do you think you have the most of on your car floor?
Oh, it's nails. It's fingernails.
Fingernails.
Oh my god! If you look at the car floor, and you can't vacuum those up. They stick. They got like hooks.
What are you doing?
Bite my nails.
What, to get the attention on you?
Someone's going to complain about
No,
Bobby
it just
now.
reminded me my nail was too long.
Is it a nerves thing, you think?
No, it depends.
It's boredom?
So sometimes during the day it'll be boredom. Sometimes it'll be nerves. Sometimes it'll be I don't know what to do with my hands. I was a smoker for 20 years. I didn't smoke because I liked cigarettes. I needed something to do with my hands.
I think you were also addicted to cigarettes at that point.
I think I was addicted to having. I didn't have to worry about those 6 minutes.
Not the nicotine.
So
I didn't have to worry about what I was doing in those 6 minutes. I knew what I was doing. I was smoking a cigarette.
You on TV would be a problem.
Big time problem.
Keeping the hands right there.
Yeah, because I can't keep the hands right there. I got to get my ears cleaned out. I can barely hear a thing. I can't hear them.
Do you Q-tip?
I Q-tip every day.
Oh.
And that's the problem. I'm impacting everything.
Yeah.
So I've got to go. I can't wait because I've heard that you get those like spray bottle water picks. I got a water pick, and I wonder if I can just shove a water pick in my ear.
So look, we have surveys that Bobby puts out there for the Tolos to respond to. We take criticism, sometimes lightly here. We like to address it. But thank you for Gavin for sending me that because that was gold. So Gavin's getting all these voicemails. I guess we need to go through his inbox or something because I bet there's some good stuff in there.
No.
Oh, well, okay, maybe
Sometimes up here, one email changes company policy versus 30,000 text messages or tweets. It'll be like, I got a call, and it's like one phone call. Yeah, so if someone calls the bat phone, that's the way to go ahead and enact change here.
Oh, don't give them that tip.
Well, I'm not going to listen to it. I'm not going to listen to one phone call or one email.
All right, it is the payload every single Thursday at this time, 6:40 on a Thursday. Now, this next story is for the parents out there. Now, any young, you guys all have kids. Thanks, RJ, for picking your nose there.
Scratch, just let it pick.
Any younger kid, watching their favorite athletes on TV might try to mimic what they see on TV. When I played baseball as a kid, it was Gary Sheffield. He's waving the bat back and forth, and then he's nuking bombs. I'm like, okay, you know what? I think I can do that. So I tried to do that in baseball. My dad yelled at me all the time for doing that. Stop waving your bat. You're not that good. And so I was like, okay, maybe I need to mimic someone else. And so there's that. People see their favorite football player. Now I want to play this on the fan cam real quick, and I want RJ to describe what is happening for the radio audience. This is Jeremiah Love. It's a little blurry here. There's rain in Notre Dame, but what is his celebration like? We'll play here a couple times for you to see. What is he doing there, RJ?
Oh, my God. No. Is that the thank you?
I think it might be. So Jeremiah Love is thrusting on the end zone, of the Notre Dame USC game. And now I'm going to play this audio. So Marcus Freeman, the head football coach of Notre Dame, was on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast, and he said that this very celebration might have gotten one of his kids in trouble the other day.
So I get a call from my wife last night, and she said, yeah, the boys, we have 3 boys 12 and under, and she said they were doing something where they were thrusting the floor. And I'm like, what are you talking about? She said, I went up to the boys and said, what are you guys doing? They said, this is the J Love celebration. She said, whoa, that's totally inappropriate. And so I had the clip sent to me because I didn't even know this happened. And there he was celebrating.
There he was.
in the end zone. So I'm going to make sure that gets into our Wiseman plays today.
Oh, I love that.
TV. Yeah.
That is awesome. You need to play that clip and then just have a still photo of your kids and be like, this is who you're affecting.
So how do you, as parents, how do you tell your kid, who, want them to watch sports? And this goes for guys and girls as well. How do you tell them, hey, watch the TV, but don't mimic certain things you see on there? Because these athletes aren't thinking, I know they're supposed to think role models and all that stuff, but they're not. I mean, you see CD and George Pickens throwing the grenade. They know they're on TV. They're doing the finger gun, thumbs up kind of thing, guns up. But I mean, how do you tell your son or daughter, hey, don't mimic these type of things that you see on TV?
I play them the old Charles Barkley commercial. I am not a role model. That's what it is. Because they're not role models. Don't go mimicking everything. That's just for them to figure out with life experience. You don't just copy everything you see on TV. They're going to try, but
that's
but part also, of growing up and learning.
I think, as my kids have gotten older, I've come to the realization kids don't copy what they see on TV. TV copies what kids are already doing. My kid's been doing that for 6 months.
In large part, yeah, stuff like that, viral trends. But TV has historically absolutely been a trendsetter with culture.
Yeah, it has. It has been, no doubt. But you got to just separate the reality if you can. It's hard because, TikTok parents kids over the age of 11 at this point. It's not parents, it's TikTok.
Yeah, I need all the advice because I'm not a parent yet, but one day I will be, and so I'm just wondering.
I don't know what the app is going to be in 12 years.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to predict what social media app is going to come around to poison your kid's brain? I don't know that.
I don't know, but yeah. So there's that from Marcus Freeman. So kids watch Jeremiah Love, but not the entire celebration. There, just watch what he does on the field.
Have y'all had? Because Ollie's what, 5?
Sure.
Have y'all had any, it's obviously too soon, but any discussions between the two of you, when you will get them a cell phone?
No.
I was told by a parent friend a long time ago, they're just delay it as long as you can.
Delay it as long as you can.
As long as you can get away with delaying it, do it.
Our first, debate is video game. We're thankfully when he goes to his cousin's house or somewhere else and he sits down and wants to play Minecraft and not come out of the room, he hasn't come back home and said, I want a video game. I want that. That's why I'm more than willing to buy a Lego set every week, a puzzle every week, because at least I feel like he's doing something constructive, a little educational. That's not a video game.
We didn't get video games. I think Luca was probably around 9 or 10, before we got him any video games. They got the cell phone on the side.
What's the first thing you felt like the peer pressure made you succumb to?
The phone.
Yeah.
Because when they were near the last to get it, in their grade, they were completely socially kept away. So anybody that wanted to come on, their friends were hanging out, they didn't know about it. Once they got a cell phone, they were on the group chat. That was it.
It's The Payload every Thursday at this time with Peyton, Phillip, Russell, and your voicemails on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Why are the Mavericks already getting called out for Cooper Flagg after game 1 against Wemby? And have the Commanders given second place in the NFC East to your Cowboys? All that is next. We'll have the big George Pickens discussion at 7:20, Neighborhood Watch at 7:40 as well, right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The
racing studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Davis does start the second half on the floor. Flagg is finally on the board. Those are the first points in the career of Cooper Flagg.
Underwhelming. Bobby called it boring, disappointing, and it was a beatdown as Victor Wembanyama dominates the Dallas Mavericks and their front line last night on ESPN. Good morning, Metroplex Thursday edition, as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Wembanyama with 40, 15, and 3, a highlight reel for the ages, but everyone was waiting on Flagg. This was his debut night, the main event with the nickname, and he doesn't score that bucket until the third quarter. Does finish with a double-double, but a really bad plus-minus on the night, as many Dallas Mavericks will have. And we wait for game 2 against Washington, because that right there was not it. Cooper Flagg talking about his excitement for game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I was excited, but yeah, I think I'm excited to keep going. Obviously, it hurts, first loss being like that, but I just trying to look forward to the next one, turn the page and get ready. We got a lot better than that, so just staying positive and staying ready and just being locked in on the next one.
Tried to tell you yesterday that it's not going to be, I don't think, these explosive offensive highlights. I think he's going to be a perfect role player for a win-now team. Last night does not make me panic, does not make me freak out, and he is going to have to be pushed to be more aggressive, as I think he was at halftime by J. Kidd after the timidness and maybe just trying to go ahead and fit in.
Yeah, timidity, as Bobby said.
You got it.
Timidness. I like timidness better. It was clear that first play out of the half was designed for him. Like, get him the ball, get him a shot. And it was good to see him score. But there's no doubt, like, it's I don't want to say disappointing first day, because I don't think you can have, like, you're going to, it's taking an 18-year-old to the NBA. You're already.
He's disappointed.
It should be. But I can't be like, I'm not disappointed. It's game 1. It's game 1. If you were to look at just the amount of players that had, like, VJ Edgecombe had, like, I think the second or third most points ever by a day in a debut.
Philly.
Only Wilt. And he did this for Philly. Do I expect him to do this every night? No, I don't. Like, it's not realistic. PJ Washington had like 29 points in his debut, right? That's one of the higher point totals of all time.
Wow.
And he's a nice player, but he's not a superstar.
Kenny Smith on ESPN, not TNT, talking a little bit more about Coop's game that he saw even before Duke.
He was a better defensive player than he was an offensive player for a long time. And I was like, man, this guy blocks shots, he deflects, he gets you out of your rhythm. So if you add that to his offensive arsenal, and the one thing that he has is that, the late great Kobe Bryant had, as Dwayne Wade had, is they had a guy playing with Shaq who you couldn't double him off of. So all of a sudden now he plays with AD. He won't see any double teams his whole rookie year.
Magic Johnson is the only player who came into the NBA as the guy who's in a better situation than Cooper Flagg. Like when Magic went to the Lakers, they had all those other great players. Cause like Shaq said, every other number 1 draft pick goes to a bad team.
Yes.
This is Magic came in a great situation. Can you think of any other number 1 draft pick who came into a ready-made championship contender, Ernie?
No.
There's no other player came in who's like, oh, they can win the championship.
They had thrown out Duncan.
Duncan's the easy one, I think, because they obviously already had Sean Elliott and David Robinson and Avery.
How many years they didn't win it his rookie year?
Yeah, 99.
They won it.
It was the strike year or lockout.
Yeah, the lockout year. Yeah, Duncan's rookie year he won, but that was. I don't know. The whole idea is just you can talk about your team being a win now team, and you can talk about like all these different aspects to it, and like, oh, he's here to contribute as a win now player and everything like that. you also have to be correct in your assessment about you having a win now roster. Like that can be your desire, and you can feel like that's even where you're positioned. But the reality is, like, they don't have a lot of scoring options right now. They don't have shot creators right now. There are things about this team that are very much like
shooting.
Yeah, you can want to be a win now team. You don't have some of the offensive pieces right now that seem like a win now team.
Would you like to make our bet about Mavs versus Lakers regular season record?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll take that.
All right, done.
Whatever it is, the Lakers will finish with a better record.
We'll do a bottle of your Dramamine.
There we go, Dramamine.
Or whatever.
Dram. Midwinter's Night Dram.
We'll do a bottle of that.
All right.
Barring catastrophic injury, and I thought maybe you would even hesitate because LeBron is out to start, but Kyrie is out too. If Luka goes out for 35, 40 games.
Luka could go out for 20 games. They're going to finish with a better record than this team.
Air handshake. It's done with the Dramamine. The guys did have a problem at halftime with the way that Jason Kidd and the Mavs were using Flagg.
None of the things that a point guard does, I would want to be a diet for Cooper Flagg. Cutting to the rim, offensive rebounds, slicing, penetration off the dribble. Those are the things that he's going to be great at in his NBA career.
I think this is good for him because, again, we all know the pressure's not on him. Listen, they can take their time with him. They could just experiment, say, okay, you can do this, you can do that. You don't want to put a lot of pressure on the kid. Have him bringing the ball up, let him get comfortable because, you know, we all give rookies that 1 year grace. So right now, there's just experiment. Like they said, in November when Kyrie comes back.
But they can't wait till Kyrie. Whenever Kyrie comes back, and I want to get
Probably
Kyrie.
January at the earliest.
But they need. He's not a point guard. He's never played point guard in his life. He's a terrific passer, but he's a hell of a basketball player. Why is he passing the ball to, other than Anthony Davis? He passed the ball to dudes that ain't good as him.
But would you say that the point guard position is easier now? Because all he's doing is 2 or 3 dribbles, like you said, Kenny.
We don't want him passing dudes that ain't good as him. I want dudes pass the ball to me.
That's what most teams do anyway.
But he should not be playing the point. Yeah. Okay, he's passing to inferior scorers at times.
That's what most teams do. Guys hold the ball to last possible second of the shot clock.
Hey, the Mavs they need a point guard.
So that was their main point at halftime.
They kept the same music. That was interesting.
I still don't. I don't understand what they're missing about. Like they know his game. Like they know his game. Like
you talking about the ESPN guys?
Yeah. Like is Barkley when they're like he's passing to dudes not as good. This is his approach. This is how he sees the game.
Yeah, I liked what Kenny said early on. Right now, I want Cooper slashing, cutting, catching, dribbling, not necessarily setting everyone up and orchestrating.
Right.
It's the whole say it out loud theory. We're going to have a guy who's never played point guard be our point guard in a win now situation to start his NBA career. That doesn't sound logical. So I understand what Kenny's saying. I also understand what Shaq is saying with today's point guard, right? You bring it up past half court, you make the pass to facilitate, and then the offense runs.
Yeah, I mean, and also maybe it's not a win now situation like we've all thought it was.
Well, that's what Bobby's point is.
Not until Kyrie comes back, and even when he comes back, not until next year. But that's just the reality is that maybe that's also the case, and they're going to find themselves being not as nearly as good as the upper echelon of the West. Like, does anybody think that they're as good as Oklahoma City or Houston or obviously not San Antonio?
They're OKC's kryptonite.
They are.
To me, it's just.
Would you rather him be a slasher and get that first pass from the point guard, or an orchestrator and make that first pass half court? I would rather the slasher.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. I would want that too. But I mean, I think either one, whether you're asking him to be a point guard or you're asking him to be a primary scorer, either way, you're asking him to do something he hasn't really approached the game before with. Like, he hasn't been a point guard, and he also hasn't been.
So what has he been?
I'm saying, like, if you look at what he was at Duke, I mean, there was still like Kneppel was like a primary scorer at times for them. Like they have guys who were taking shots, and he was a facilitator, and they're not running point guard, but he would facilitate at times. And so to me, you're still talking about either way, whether he's taking 23 shots a game or he's running the point, you're asking him to do something that he may not be totally comfortable with because he hasn't done that typically.
Are the Cowboys putting second place in the NFC East on lock after Jaden Daniels was ruled out for the Monday night game against Kansas City.
Dude, they're in a world of hurt there right now in Washington because Jaden Daniels is starting to have, and this is something that now you're starting to see a little more chatter about. This is the concern. This was the concern about a 210-pound quarterback who runs and some of the things like, was he going to be able to stay healthy consistently throughout his career?
Although this injury wasn't from running.
No, it's not from running, but just in general, you wonder about somebody's ability to their body to withstand the game. And this is now he's not going to play against the Chiefs. And then it's the Seahawks next week after that. And then it's the Lions after that. They are genuinely looking at a realistic possibility that they could be 3-7. And that puts them in a massive hole.
I mean, look, this is also this is early enough in the week, Wednesday, for him to be ruled out. Because didn't JP, when he came on with us, say that Washington does their main stuff on Thursdays?
Yeah. Yep.
So they did it. They ruled him out before they had their big practice of the week.
And aren't they Monday? Are they Monday night?
Monday night.
They're Monday night. So I mean, this is way in advance.
Way in advance. So that means it's more serious.
Yeah.
Which may come into question the Seahawks game next week. Probably not the Lions. We're still 2 weeks away.
No, but the Lions are going to beat them.
I'm feeling great about well, they didn't last year.
Last year in the
playoffs.
That's true.
I'm feeling great about second place right now in the NFC East. More Cowboy trade talk at 7:20, 10 minutes away, Indy commercial-free expressway. And we'll have the Neighborhood Watch, the most local segment in radio. Whoever, Tad Carper over at the Cowboys in Frisco, call your buddies at the Jets and tell them to be better with their PR. Because somebody let Justin Fields go to the podium yesterday without knowing the shots that Woody Johnson took at him, and he had to learn about it with live bullets from the media.
Woody made his position pretty clear yesterday with the comments.
Yep.
Does that impact, I mean, we know how he feels about Justin. Clearly, he does not want to play. But does that impact your...
What made you say, did he say that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on a sec. I set up Justin Fields. That's actually Aaron Glenn. I didn't pull the Fields audio, but I fell in love with Justin Fields' personality yesterday. He's like, I'm at peace with everything. I got the relationship upstairs. I don't have social media. You guys know I don't have social media. It was pretty heartbreaking to watch, though, his reaction as the reporters, and these Jets reporters, man, they do a terrible job of actually relaying the truth, as you're going to hear in this Aaron Glenn clip that gets into a little bit of back and forth over Woody's comment.
Woody made his position pretty clear yesterday with the comments.
Yep.
Does that impact, I mean, we know how he feels about Justin. Clearly, he does not want to play. But does that impact your...
What made you say, did he say that?
Well, he was very critical of him. So
What did he say?
He said he couldn't complete a pass.
Did that say he doesn't like the quarterback? Did that say the quarterback's not playing?
No. But
he said...
How that his opinion impact your decision when your owner is basically stating that he doesn't think Justin Fields is getting the job.
Well, I said before that Woody puts that in my hand as far as who plays. And I don't see that changing. He trusts me to make that decision. Again, he made a comment, and he has every right to his comment. And again, that comment was actually said by a number of guys, including our quarterback, as far as the efficiency of how we play.
So the Jets reporter's like, well, Woody doesn't want him at quarterback. He didn't technically say that. He did say it'd be nice if we could complete some passes. Yeah. But Aaron Glenn yesterday refused to name the starter because he didn't want to give away competitive advantage between Fields and Tyrod.
There's no competitive advantage that you're gaining by announcing whether or not Justin Fields is going to play.
I just really felt bad for Fields yesterday. That is disgraceful not to let him know before his media session or give him a heads up or go over it with him on what was said. That's awful.
This is there's a lot of different things here that are interesting. First, Justin Fields has... I just feel bad for him in general because he has 3 straight places he's been. He has gotten kicked in the groin over and over. Chicago was relentless with him. And I get it. He didn't live up to expectations, but still, Chicago was relentless with him. They were not... Last year, Mike Tomlin was not great when he would talk about Justin Fields. Now he gets to New York, which is just an awful place to drop him into after those places. Like, oh, let's go to New York and deal with everything there. But that's one takeaway. The other is... Even though they're, the way they're setting it up is a little fashioned, but for Aaron Glenn to just be like, does that mean he doesn't like him? It's pretty clear he doesn't like him. Like this is one of the things that makes Aaron Glenn a total tool. And I'm gonna be so happy when old Manhattan Mayo gets blown out.
Manhattan, look at this. He's got his swords out. Swords out.
Around the NFL and a Maverick recap here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. RJ's going to bite off all his nails in the next segment when we go commercial free in the expressway. Does George Pickens have to be the odd man out? That is next, followed by the Neighborhood Watch right here on 105.3 The Fan. But holiday time.
Fan. It is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time experts. In the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Been waiting weeks to have this uncomfortable discussion, but I believe now it is time. Here on the official home of the Cowboys, it's Sean and RJ along with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, as we go commercial-free with the Expressway, all your local stories in the Neighborhood Watch at 7:40 this morning. So Jerry was on with the KNC Masterpiece the other day. Bobby Belt sat in, and they asked, are there extension talks taking place for George Pickens right now, who's having the all-world season?
You make that an either-or, and I'm not trying to have issue with the way you're phrasing your question today. But any and everything about George Pickens is crossing our mind.
Ooh, I like to hear that.
And when you say, does that generate conversations? It certainly can generate conversations between people in our building without George being in the room. And it can cause a lot of conversation, I'm sure, around the league. But the answer is, certainly, he's a topic of interest and discussion because of the success he's had.
In reacting to the interview afterwards, Bobby asked Kevin and Corey, what did you make of Jerry saying we've discussed any and all George Pickens options? Does that leave the door open to maybe dealing him, as some have suggested, if the Cowboys season goes south? Kevin Hagelin then with the follow-up. Jerry Jones replay, of course, brought to you by Window Nation. Why not just extend Pickens right now?
Well, there's no reason not to. There's no reason to. And so I can't give you a why not other than the timing might not be good for any of the parties involved. And so, and that has many, many reasons, not only from the player's perspective, but from the club's perspective. You're asking that question that I've had asked 1 million times in my life by my mama, by my wife. Why did you do it? Hell, I don't know why I did it. I was just there.
Now, go ahead.
I'm just saying, there's so much about the way he's talking right now about different scenarios and different things like that, that feels like when you asked earlier, like, does the next 2 games change anything for us? There's so much about the way he's talking that makes me feel like the next 2 games is going to determine things for him in general about the outlook for the team and what he wants to do with it.
I just wonder and ask, does someone sneak in and undercut you if you do wait 2 more weeks? Looking at a team wearing green right now on the television. Let me now connect the dots to Charles Robinson, who joined us yesterday. It was fantastic. Bobby booked him from Yahoo Sports. And he was talking about Trey Hendrickson, Jeffrey Simmons, Cowboy interest. One NFC personnel source noted that the impending free agency of Pickens could end up being a motivating factor too. Quote, that Pickens acquisition has really worked, but they need to push it now. It's going to be hard to pay Pickens what he'll command in free agency. Even if you set aside the personality risks, the Cowboys would be so top-heavy on offense if they paid him. It becomes the Bengals. That got one-dimensional really fast. I think the Pickens negotiation starts at the T. Higgins deal. I'm sure there's an impulse to maximize George while they have him for this run, then tackle the contract bridge at the scouting combine in February. By the way, the Higgins deal is 4 for $115. Kevin Hagelin, that equals out to what?
It's less than 30.
Which he told us
28.
He told us Charles Robinson told us yesterday that deal is essentially 2 for $59. That you would be able to have some flexibility with it. If he's going to mirror the deal that T. Higgins got, he would have some flexibility there.
The NFC personnel source noted the Pickens price point factors at the deadline in 2 ways. On one hand, if they commit to paying him that Higgins deal, it could push Dallas to sit pat at the deadline with the sensibility that it needs to use the draft capital to gain talent on cheap rookie contracts to balance out the salary cap issues that a Pickens deal will create. Conversely, if Jerry feels like Pickens is pricing himself out of an extension here, it creates space to acquire a veteran in a trade now to maximize the remaining games with George while opening up space to retain that veteran beyond 2025 since Pickens will be let go in free agency. As the personnel source put it, quote, it can come down to the conversation where it's like, do we keep Pickens and all that comes with that, or do we go the other way for a guy at the deadline, keep him long-term, Hendrickson, knowing that Pickens' salary slot opens when he leaves after the year? I thought that was fascinating. It's uncomfortable because we're all in love with George Pickens right now, especially RJ Choppy. What do we make of it?
If you walked away from Pickens at this point, like given what let's assume he just continues to carry this throughout the year. Yeah, if you carry this through the end of the year and he plays like he's been playing, the reaction would be more negative than the Micah one, I think.
Yeah.
I think the reaction to bringing him in here, having it work so well, and then having him walk away would have people, I think they would understand that less than they did the Micah trade.
I don't disagree.
They would rather you trade him before the deadline than let him walk away for nothing.
Well, you get a third.
Yeah, in theory, you would get a third-round comp
Still
pick.
nothing. As far as I'm for what he's done this year, that's nothing.
Cowboys would look at it as we got the 1 year out of Pickens and ultimately gave up nothing because we got the third back.
I think fans would be more ticked trading him now than him leaving after the year, even if you got something back. Yeah, because right now we're caught up in the greatness of his season.
We are, but I think most fans see this also as a gap year. They don't see this as a chance.
Oh,
to win
I
the title.
think you're misjudging Cowboy fans. I think many may. What are you making a face for?
NBA news.
Nobody cares.
Chauncey Billups has been arrested as well.
Oh.
What?
Chauncey Billups has been caught up in this gambling scheme that got Terry Rozier arrested.
Oh, my God.
Chauncey Billups was arrested, according to Shams Charania, by the FBI this morning.
Oh.
That's a big deal. That's a head coach.
Wow. Adam Silver had just said yesterday he asked their partners like Underdog to back off prop bets. They had gotten them to back off prop bets because of the fixing. You look disgusted. I get it.
I'm disgusted. I mean, that's not Adam. I'm sorry, Adam. Like, that's not their problem.
Well, are they partners?
Are we not gamblers? You and I? Why should this affect us?
Well,
if the league feels like it affects the integrity of their game, they're going to enforce certain things. They're gonna start.
The league should enforce it. Yeah, start throwing players out.
Chauncey Billups arrested by the FBI? Wow.
That's insane.
Breaking news right here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, back to Pickens. So let's have a team building discussion, okay? War room, all the scenarios. RJ, you're always talking about smart team building. If you give George Pickens, first off, is there a price per year where you have to say no to George? Look how he's playing. It's insane. It's awesome. And then if you pay him, do you become the Bengals? I think that's a great point in this.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
Which the Bengals are always a Super Bowl contender.
But
every year, but we all know what's going to happen. Either Burrow's going to get hurt, or they don't have an offensive line.
Yeah.
They can't stop anything.
And their defense was awful last year.
And it was. And their offensive line has been...
With Hendrickson.
And their offensive line has gotten Burrow hurt.
Yep.
What happens when you have a top-heavy roster is you've got to hit on young defensive players. Like, that's just the reality of it. The Cowboys have missed too many times on defense. You know, obviously, you miss on Mozzie. That's a miss, right? You can't sign Diggs and Bland on your defense. You know, if you have such a top-heavy up. They got 3 first-round picks in the offensive line. They've all got to be paid.
Yeah, they paid Tyler.
Right? You still got 2 others. Now, right now you're not paying Guyton.
Right.
Yeah, I was going to say, who do you need to pay? So Booker,
you're going to have to pay Booker eventually.
Booker, if you're 4 years from that, yeah,
you got 4 years. But you've got to pay guys. It's tough. It's brutal.
What's the number for George if it's 30 a year?
Okay, so
would you rather have George $30 a year for the next 3 seasons or Hendrickson on this team?
George.
Okay.
That's $125 million for those.
Like all of a sudden, right? All they've been preaching is the cap relief from the Micah deal and how it's allowed them to pay Bland and allowed them to pay Tyler and allowed them to do this. And think about that. Do you go right back to being handcuffed by the cap if you pay Pickens?
My max out's probably 90 million guaranteed. Yeah, like an average of 30. You can call it 35 if you want. I don't care. But 90 million guaranteed over 3 years would be my limit.
And what's Mulligetta going to ask for? And if you know, if you know, Micah got 7 more than Jerry was willing to pay. You're dealing with the shark of all sharks.
Mm-hmm.
If you know that it's going to be 5 over, do you tag him? That's what we were agreeing on last week, Bobby. You just keep him, you tag him. How ugly can that get? Or do you deal him now for what could be a very sweet, nice package, even though you're in the hunt?
I don't see. I know the T. Higgins one is the one that keeps getting referenced. I don't see any way Pickens is under Higgins, because there's another added dynamic here of, you mentioned the agent. That's the same agent who split ways with T. Higgins, and then T. Higgins got his deal. I don't think he's going to sign for a deal that T. Higgins got. You got to go over Higgins. I'm going to show you what Higgins should have got.
Stop
I'll get
me.
that for Pickens.
Again, it's Mulligetta. You got to add 3 or 4 more. That's what he does. Stop me where you think it's fair. Jamar's making 40. Jefferson's 35. Lamb's 34. DK is 33. So I think right there, man, that for me is matching DK at 33 or 34.
Yeah.
Then Garrett Wilson, 32.5. McLaurin's 32. AJ's 32. Amon-Ra's 30. Tyreek is 30. Ayuk, he's already passed those guys.
Yeah. If you are going to sign him, you cannot use the Green Bay picks to get a player. You have to use them to draft, because then you're going to need cheap labor.
Yep.
And your best bet.
That means not buying at this deadline for win now defensive help.
What that means is also
people are going to freak out over that too.
They're going to freak out over anything you do, right?
The thing they'll freak out the least about is if you re-sign George.
Right. And I'm okay with re-signing George. So what you're going to do with those Green Bay picks is you probably use the Green Bay picks and you trade down from your picks,
Get
which
more
are probably
bodies.
going to be higher. So let's say the Cowboys finish, with the 12th pick this year, right? Trade down, get the 17th or 18th pick up what? Second rounder, third rounder, whatever.
Sure.
Do that twice. Do that this year, do that next year, and now you've restocked your system.
By the way, compensation-wise, Charles Robinson with his Yahoo sources put the trade value range of Hendrickson at a second-round ceiling or a more reasonable basement of a third-rounder and another later pick in the 5th or 6th. As for Justin Simmons, Titans have signaled privately he's still in their long-term plans. League sources have put it at a likely first-round pick plus price tag if a trade occurs, with the plus being either a mid-round or a serviceable starter alongside the first. Great stuff from Robinson.
DK Metcalf, his deal was 4 for 132. It's 33 a year. It was only 60 million guaranteed. So his deal, and it's his signing bonus and his 2025 and his 2026 salary, which means there's no guaranteed money after the first 2 years. So again, we're talking about like structures. His is basically 2 for 60. If you signed that exact structure with Pickens and said it's 33 million a year for 4 years, but really it's a $30 million deal for 2 years, I would do that and not even think about it.
And you would, when you tie that
And then
in,
be exposed defensively, probably.
But I mean, there's
gonna have to win shootouts for the next couple years.
There's things that you would be able to work at that point. So if Pickens is still, the reason why teams will structure it that way. So let's say he's got a 2-year deal or he's got a 4-year deal. So after year 1, if you're looking like you're in a little bit of a pinch, you've got no guaranteed money in the back 2 years. So you could say, all right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take his $30 million salary and I'm going to turn $20 million of it into a signing bonus. And I'm going to give him that money. And I just have shifted 2/3 of the money to the back years and I freed up space to be able to do this.
When Mulligetta accept essentially 2-year 60?
It just depends. It depends on how much he thinks. I would imagine how much he thinks the volatility of George's personality would make him vulnerable in the open market.
And that 2-year window would kind of run alongside Dak's contract window, because after 2027, he's got a $78-something million cap hit, and his dead cap, you can get out of it. You'd save $40 million, or you have to restructure. And are you going to re-sign a 35-year-old quarterback? So that's the question.
What's the downside to tagging him? Besides,
you can't manipulate the money.
Yeah, but
the tag number I'm seeing, again, I've already seen AI wrong once this morning. They said Wemby had 1 dunk last night, so I shouldn't even go to this anymore. It says the franchise tag for a receiver is 24. So why is...
It is the projected number in 2026 for the franchise tag is $28 million.
Okay.
According to Spotrac. It was 26 this past year.
All right, so 28.
Mm-hmm. And that's his cap number at that point.
Yeah,
because it's all of it. So if he signed a 4-year deal, and for instance, if you've got him and his salary is $2 million and he's got a signing bonus, like his salary next year is $2 million and his signing bonus was 40, well, you take that $42 million, the combined of the signing bonus and the salary, and you would divide that by 4 years. And that ultimately is what becomes, so it would end up being $10.5 million would be his cap number as opposed to 28 next year.
Yeah, obviously that is a humongous deal. My positive for tagging him, and I've been burned by this here in terms of wait and see, it burned me with the first Dak deal. I'd like to see 1 more year and a half of good behavior from George. Now Dak Prescott, he'd come in here and slap me across the face because they're telling you he's incredible. All indications are he's incredible. And that wired up audio, Cowboy Tolos were losing their minds over how amazing Pickens was mic'd up against the Commanders. So Dak would probably say that's zero concern. I would maybe just want to see it for 1 more year, but then you have the higher cap number. Maybe the price continues to go up. Maybe he is unhappy. As for what it does to your football team, you're handicapped defensively if you do it.
Yeah, you're throwing all 7 of your top 100 picks the next 2 years at defense, probably, or 6 of the 7. There's not going to be a lot of capital that you're going to throw at the offense.
My final ruling for, I can't believe freaking Chauncey Billups got arrested by the FBI.
It's insane.
I can't believe it. My final ruling on what it does for the football team is you got to keep George Pickens because he gives you your superpower right now. Dak is walking in doing pregame dances every week because he's got CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. And I don't think, if you have to suffer, and you probably would defensively, you suffer, this is the Cowboys' superpower, and I'm not getting away with it. Even though you can say, well, if Dak's $60 million, he should be able to have someone come in and be the number 2.
Which he did with CeeDee Lamb being out for 3-4 weeks and playing really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, look, his job was to find Ryan Flanoy. He did
for
that
a game.
For a game, and he did that for a game. That's Josh Allen's job right now. Josh Allen doesn't have Jerry Rice out there.
Yeah.
It's his job to find somebody else.
What are the Tolos saying before we get into the watch?
Sean 214 says Pickens over Trey. 302 says sign George now or they'll regret it. The Cowboys will regret it. 817 trade Pickens for a second-round pick. 214 says George's agent might be an issue overall.
What would I have to get back from a team to make you sign off on dealing him? To make you just feel great about a team-building move? A first and a third?
I mean, a first, I feel good.
Yeah.
You feel good.
Yeah, you took a 3rd-round pick, got him for 7 weeks, and made him a first-round player. I'd feel good about getting. I don't necessarily want to do it. Like I'm not just looking to throw him out of town. But if I can get a first-round pick and already know I've got Lamb,
what about a second and a third?
I don't feel as good.
I don't feel as good. I mean, that's still good value. I mean, you're flipping a third for a second and a third, so you're getting your own pick back and a 2. But again, what's the record? Are we doing it today? Are we doing 2 weeks? We're 3-5 or 4-4?
4-4.
Yeah. And one.
Don't take
that from him.
And one.
4-4-1. That's maybe.
Yeah, and also, I mean, it's who are we looking at here? So if it's one of these teams that's let's take a team like, I'm just kind of
trying to figure out what
the Chargers. The Chargers are kind of middle of the pack right now, to where you're telling me they may make the playoffs, or this might be pick 14 if you get a first-round pick from them, depending on which way this turns for them.
And then you have, I mean, you could get, you have 3 first-round picks. My gosh.
I can't believe I'm saying this, though.
I want to keep him, but
how much does George Pickens' chemistry put this over the top in the Cowboys' favor? I can't believe I'm saying this. This is the most toxic player in the league, in many people's opinions, myself included, last year. And now there's such a kumbaya and such chemistry. I might overpay him for that if it's that legit behind the scenes, like it seems.
You were talking about over the weekend when they released the sounds from the sideline. Everybody was just like, oh my gosh, George Pickens, look at him. What a dog. What a team guy.
Dax in love.
Yeah, everybody loves him.
They love him more than Lamb even right now. They absolutely love him. So that's why we wanted to save this. Empty all the discussion. Commercial-free expressway. Needed all the time. Thanks to all the great messages in the chat, fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
You want to come hang out with us? You can do that tomorrow. We're going to have another stop on the 2025 Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. We're going to be in Denton. This is going to be at 4990 Airport Road in Denton. We're going to have a special giveaway. We're going to have the stainless steel double wall bistro travel mugs for you. While supplies last, of course.
Keep that Whataburger coffee warm.
Yes, exactly. And that's the other thing. We're going to have Whataburger breakfast for you while supplies last. So come on out to Denton tomorrow. We're going to be hanging out there. It's going to be a great time.
One of our final 2 stops.
Yep.
So
2 stops.
Head on out.
Yep, because then we take a little sabbatical. You know, we need the break.
Through the winter months.
Yeah, we need to just hibernate for the winter, and then we come back strong.
And unlike G-Bag, we will give out. You don't have to wait for the official Showtime start to get a giveaway.
Right.
We will give one out at 5:40. 5:45.
You got one.
First come, first serve. That's when a lot of the Tolos show up.
Yep, we made sure of it. You're going to get access to them. We'll make sure that you're hooked up. And again, that's 4990 Airport Road in Denton.
We'll wait till 6 to give the G-Bag stuff away that we have left over, but we're going to give our stuff away.
Oh, gosh. See, that's the kind of positivity we bring. They're just so negative in the afternoon.
I love needling them right now, especially Broadus. I love messing with Broadus right now.
All right, before we jump into the rest of the neighborhood watch stuff, here's another note from Tom Winter over at NBC News this morning about Chauncey Billups, who was arrested this morning as part of an FBI investigation into illegal gambling. He says it's not related to games he coached. So I'm assuming he placed bets. It's the Pete Rose of. Although Pete Rose did say he bet on Reds games, he just said, "I only bet on them to win. I didn't bet. I didn't bet against the Reds."
Okay, so he was betting on other NBA games.
That's what Tom Winter makes it sound like. Is that he was placing bets on games, but they were not on Blazers games.
Okay. If you went through his gambling slips and saw that was true, are you still banning him for life?
If he's not betting on games that his team played in, so he was betting on a random Bobcats Heat game.
Yep. Yeah, you have to.
Banned for life?
Yeah.
No, I don't personally. I don't care about insider info in the gambling world. Like that's to me, that's just an added skill that
it doesn't matter to them. They say you're a step away from gambling on your own team at their own games.
I don't even think it's a full step.
And that's the thing. So they look
travel.
It's
NBA. It's 3 steps.
It's the gather step.
It's the Euro step, right? The gather
step.
Yeah.
No, this is that's the problem that you're looking at here is just it's too close. It's one thing when it's
I know what they will do.
Yeah,
but how would you feel?
No, I think you have to, because it's one thing when it's a role player, when it's that close to somebody who could then start betting on their own. Because as soon as you start betting, you're gonna go, I do have a good feel about this game tonight because I know what we're doing. But it's going to get there. Even if he hasn't yet, I don't think there's any chance. A head coach gambling on the NBA, there's no chance to me that it doesn't end up with him gambling on his own games eventually, even if he isn't yet. So, yeah, I think you got to ban him for life. All right, Neighborhood Watch here. We are all now big fans of Taylor Swift's boyfriend and soon-to-be husband, fiance, sorry, I shouldn't say boyfriend. Travis Kelce is trying to save a North Texas attraction. Struggling Six Flags, which has been in some financial danger. Travis Kelce has decided to join a group of investors aiming to revive the theme parks. This is the Associated Press. They say a group that includes activist investor Jana Partners and NFL player Travis Kelce says it has accumulated one of the largest ownership stakes in Six Flags Entertainment and intends to press the company's leadership on ways to improve the struggling amusement park operators' business. Travis Kelce said that he jumped at the opportunity as soon as it was there. He said the chance to help make Six Flags special for the next generation is one I couldn't pass up. Said that he loved the theme park growing up, things like that. But he is now being destroyed as a traitor in the state of Ohio, because in the state of Ohio, the big theme park out there is Cedar Park, and they've had their own financial struggles, and people are saying, the hell are you doing turning your back on your own community and dropping money into Six Flags? You need to be investing in Cedar Park.
Kelsey's been around here. I saw him at the Ranger game World Series.
Well, him and Patrick do their off-season stuff at, I don't want to say what high school.
Or Cedar Point, not Cedar Park, by the way.
Yeah.
Cedar Point.
But they do a lot of their off-season stuff around here.
Okay.
Yeah, and because the Mahomes thing, that's the connection there. But either way, this is a guy who is now, we might have to be thankful for him if he's going to help sink some money into a Texas company like Six Flags.
When's the last time you all been to Six Flags? What's your view on it? The kids always dying to go.
I was obsessed with it when I was younger. A couple years ago we went and I got off of 2 roller coasters and they didn't even. It was like Titan, which doesn't go upside down and is now blue, by the way, just completely changing everything about my childhood. But Titan, which doesn't have any loops, and then I came off of, I can't remember what the other, it may have been Runaway Mountain or something, like the inside roller coaster. Either way, none of them were, and I came off there and I was ready to throw up. I was like super dizzy, and I was like, I'm too old to do this now, is what I've learned. I can't handle the roller coasters anymore.
Childhood with the Titan. I was looking out the window at ESPN working when that thing was being built. He's talking about childhood.
I was looking out the window of I was looking out the window of the sister station, the country station, because my dad was on the air back then, and I remember in the kitchen standing there looking at it.
We drove by it this weekend, so that kind of counts for something. But last time I've been there probably 2-3 years.
Mine was junior year of high school, 11th grade, or not junior year of high school, 11th grade, and I mean that's because I had a season pass. My parents always got season passes, and finally I was done with it. I was like, I'm about to be 18 years old. I don't need to be going to Six Flags anymore.
I had season passes all the way up till I was 22, I think, because like we
you had to find friends.
No, we just exactly. We just went all the time, and even now, Kristen, I haven't been there in like 3 years. Kristen will take the kids at least once a year, so once, twice a year at least. They got there to Six Flags, but again, it's another one that's getting increasingly expensive.
State Fair,
expensive. State Fair, that's another one. The State Fair did announce that their attendance hit a decade low. So we were talking about it, anecdotal evidence. You didn't notice a particularly thin crowd when you went. Kristen didn't notice a thin crowd. But the State Fair of Texas says that it did hit a decade low in terms of attendance, and they are citing economic pressure weighing on families. So a little over 2 million people attended the State Fair of Texas this year, and that was the lowest number of visitors in the last 10 years. Shortly after the fair opened, thin crowds prompted questions, this is from WFA, about attendance this year, and now we have the official numbers. A couple days later, the fair has released its official number, 2,020,064. Last year it was 2.38 million. The 2025 number being the lowest in a decade. Midway through the fair, a video depicting sparse crowds drew social media comments expressing frustration over the cost of the fair. In a statement released alongside the official numbers, the State Fair of Texas pointed to several factors that may have led to lower attendance: economic pressure, fear among the Latino community, the government shutdown, and unseasonably warm temperatures could have prompted families to stay home. The number one there is it's expensive, and there's a lot of people who are financially tight right now.
It was warm, but we had no rain. So, like, you can't use the rain excuse. It hardly rained over the past month. Maybe 2 days. What is this, La Nina? Is that what we're in, La Nina?
It's always really hot out there.
Now the last 2 weeks, you could have gone at night and it would have been like, oh, that's comfortable.
And then, right,
but nobody wants to be at Fair Park at night.
If you're not technically an adult, that's going to hit them hard. You're not just going to drop off your kids or go out with your friends there Friday, Saturday. The ice thing is going to be a factor as well. So the speculation was correct about the numbers being down.
Yeah, and like I said, I know your anecdotal evidence, Kristen's, it was like...
I went Friday before the big game.
But Kristen went
at 11 a.m.
Kristen went like a Wednesday in the middle of the afternoon, and it was pretty full. And so,
I drank mold.
I think it may have... I think what it may have done is... The more people talked about how sparse it was, I think people were like, oh, let me take advantage of the thin crowds, and tried to go. But, I saw a lot of people. I know one of our Tolos, Jason Kippa, he was joking about, on Facebook, I saw his post, he was like, had to take out a second mortgage to go to the fair today.
Yeah.
Like, it's very expensive.
Expensive.
All right. you're a fan of famous New York pizza
I'm
joints.
so excited about this.
I've never heard of this place. Do you know what it is?
Yes.
Okay, so and this is Neighborhood Watch here on 105.3 The Fan. Prince Street Pizza. What is that?
Well, it's kind of like a thicker slice pizza. It's not going to be your thin slice. It's going to be your grandma type pie. This place is famous in New York, and what they've done, Choppy, they have created a water filtration travelable system.
Oh, I've seen that.
So that they can say right here on Knox Henderson, in replacing a place, Fireside Pizza was
Fireside
fantastic.
Pies, yeah.
Fireside Pies was really good. So they have a water filtration system like in there on the wall to let you know it's New York water making the pies.
Grimaldi's does that.
Do they?
Yeah, that's the rumor they do.
I
yeah.
emailed, Bobby sent over an email, and I actually emailed these people back. I was so excited. I was like, can I maybe get a private tour before it gets nuts here? And they said yes, but I just haven't followed up. They're going to open on Friday. But speaking of prices,
it's big, it's steep.
Yo. Chop, have you ever heard of them? Because they're a famous New York one.
I'm not.
And they will open, by the way, they open tomorrow at 11 a.m., 2820 North Henderson Avenue.
And they're going to be like open like late night as well.
Oh, it's like rectangle?
Yeah. You know, your Sicilian, your grandma slices. But the prices on this menu, $41 12 by 17 square pie. Ooh. And I ain't saying there's one specialty pizza like that. There's 4 pizzas, $41. There's 5 other pizzas that are $37 to $38. Now I think they do have individual slices, so that's good. But the individual slices are like $7.
The individual slice is a lost art that I don't think that we have enough of here. If you're walking through the streets of New York, you can go into any pizza place, I just want a slice.
Yeah.
How many places around here could you walk into and just get a slice of pizza? There's 2.
They do open tomorrow, 11 a.m., and they will have first 25 people get a $25 gift card who show up, and they have a raffle for free pizza for a year if you want to go check them out.
So
Prince Street Pizza.
I've never had it, but I'm dying to try it. Like 2 slices, maybe 2 slices, $14. Unless we just roll in there. Oh, we'll be in Denton.
Yeah, but I mean, by
the time we get back from Denton, they'll be open.
Yeah.
All right, there it is. The Neighborhood Watch with Roberto here. Jam-packed Thursday edition. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Tua, not the coach. Tua is the main problem in Miami. The Giants will finish with a better record than Washington, and Indy is the best team in the AFC. These are NFL overreactions or not. Next on The Fan.
Football season, though, is in...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forget it.
The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your official home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Got the entire morning squad with you, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider Bobby Butt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And the Franklin Injury Attorney text line is always open at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. NFL. Overreactions or not with RJ Choppy, and back to the Mavs opener at 8:20, followed by Below the Belt with more trade talk.
Below the Belt. All right, here we go. Overreactions or not, Tua, not Mike McDaniel, is the problem in Miami.
Ooh. That's a really good one.
It is from a linguistics standpoint of he's a problem. Like, he's definitely one of their problems, but I view them as so
what do you mean, linguistics?
Yeah, because to say, like, to make it an either or choice. It's not an either. It's not Mike McDaniel's the problem. It's not Tua's the problem, or they both are the problem. They're both the problem together. You can't separate them. That's the whole reason he was brought there. Each one of their failings is the other's failing. So to me, it is Tua, but it's inextricably tied to Mike McDaniel, so not an overreaction.
Inextricably.
What a
What
vocabulary.
a flex
Yeah,
this guy
see what
what
happens.
A homeschool
No,
flex.
AI. It's an AI flex.
See what happens when you're not placed in front of the world, and you're raised up by the mother
A
teaching
dad?
you. Yes,
Oh.
exactly. No, I got to 16. That's a man in some cultures.
It's not an overreaction. Tua also had. I wonder what Tua's really like behind the scenes, because there's now a little history here of him putting people on blast. Tua's making me defend and think that Brian Flores was in the right. I went back yesterday and found some old clips where Tua went on Le Batard's show and said, "Yeah, I love Mike McDaniel." Imagine basically if you woke up every day at work and was told by your boss that you suck and you're not good at your job and you don't deserve the spot you are put in. He was talking about Brian Flores. Well, now Tua calling people out, weird, random clips in press conferences. It just sounds disheveled. So I'm putting it on both, but I can't say he is the overall problem. Well, man, Teddy Bruschi, I thought it was AI because it was so harsh. Teddy Bruschi destroyed Mike McDaniel the other day on ESPN. Basically, like, if you look at that guy, just judging him, there's no way I could play for him. Now, Teddy's saying this. I wonder if he had this to say, what he was saying when they had their fun and gun year starting off, and it appeared like this was Steve Nash and Mike D'Antoni with the perfect mind and quarterback. But my thing for Tua is, where's he going to go? What's he going to do next? If Mike McDaniel was like that perfect fit for him.
Yeah.
This is the most games he's ever lost in a season.
McDaniel?
Tua. Tua's he's 7 games this season. He's never lost this many games before, and it's already up to that. He's 1-6.
Yeah. The thing with McDaniel is,
and I've never been the biggest Tua fan with his game.
Yeah, he obviously wins games until this year, but it's just not working, and maybe that they've just figured out his game, or lack of arm strength, whatever. But the thing with McDaniel, and I guess I'm assuming what Bruschi is talking about is, he doesn't command anything.
Right.
He goes to the podium. He's weak. It's like very indecisive. You want your coach, at least I do. I don't care if you don't have all the answers. Act like you have all the answers. You can't say I don't know. I don't know. That's not you're the head coach. Your job is to know. You have to know.
Everyone is paying attention to their pressers now. Yesterday, McDaniel said, people are like, all right, do you not have faith in him? You said the expectation is just not to throw 10 picks. He said, quote, as Tua and I have always operated, I think there's zero uncertainty with Tua on my conviction in him and my belief in him. We're very eager to do our jobs, very committed, blah, blah, blah. Basically saying, no, I have zero doubt.
Overreaction or not, the Giants will finish with a better record than Washington.
Jaden Daniels out Monday night against Kansas City.
Overreaction. That Giants team still, Washington, I don't care if it's Mariota in there and they're missing both their receivers. They're not losing a game. They're up 19-0. That's not happening. So, no, the Giants are still a special kind of bad, and they still have Brian Daboll.
You think they're a special kind of bad?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's lovely that they beat the Eagles, but no, that's an overreaction.
And should have beaten Denver.
Washington's still going to be better than them.
And should have beaten Denver.
Yeah.
Then they have the Eagles, 49ers, Bears, Packers, Lions, Patriots, Commanders coming up.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
They're going to be bad.
That's tough.
I'll say it's an overreaction, but I thought about it.
I'm not going to say it's over. I think it's not an overreaction. I think that they got a little spark. And they got some players on defense, especially on the defensive line. We'll see. But obviously losing Neighbors hurt. If they still had Neighbors, it's different. But what are you gonna do? It's Scatterboo, baby. Scatterboo, man.
Where's your jersey?
Apparently it's on its way. It's on its way.
It's like Cam. It only moves 2 yards at a time, so it's going to get here and it's going to take a while.
It is an Arizona State jersey, so it's going to be probably covered in booze. We'll see. Indy, overreaction or not, is the best team in the AFC.
No, it's not an overreaction. I think I had them number 2 in my power rankings. People right now are selling on Buffalo, buying on New England. I don't know how people are feeling. I think they're slowly encouraged by Pittsburgh and looking at Kansas City in the rear view. But no, I do not think it's an overreaction.
I think New England's better, but it's close enough that it's not anything that I would say like that's ridiculous. So it's not an overreaction.
I think it is. I can't see them beating. I can't. Daniel Jones cannot go to the Super Bowl before Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. Dak Prescott. Yeah, obviously a different conference, but you get.
Well, wouldn't there have been a lot of Nick Foles can't go to the Super Bowl before XYZ guy?
Yeah, that was a run, right? It wasn't the whole year. You're right.
And what an indictment of Dayball. Who is the quarterback or the player who has been left for dead, gone somewhere else, thrived, that indicts the previous stop and coach as much as this one? In sports.
It's a good question. I'm trying to think here.
Did Stefanski have Baker?
Yes.
Yeah.
People are calling out Stefanski now.
Look,
but so did Sean McVay. And everyone forgot.
Yeah. Look, Darnold, Geno, that was different coach with the Jets.
I think this is the 1 seed amongst those.
Yeah, McVay got, not to the same extent, but there was a little bit of a McVay call out for like, you babied Jared Goff too much. Like, you should have just let him be who he was going to be.
He still balled out.
Yeah, no, but like he became even better in Detroit, where it's like one of those things where it's like, it became that big deal of like Sean McVay is talking in his ear up until 15 seconds when the headset cuts off. He's telling him what to do. Like, he didn't trust him, essentially. And that's one of the reasons why they ended up trading him. But he caught a little bit of heat for that, but it didn't matter as much because Stafford won him a title. So
right. Yeah.
Who's the Ranger pitcher we always get mad at that left? I feel like it happens in baseball.
Cole Reagans.
Oh, this player goes and blows up, serviceable career for Profar afterwards. I'm not really bitter about that.
Now, obviously not anymore because he's banned for life. But
Chris Davis.
Minnesota is a Super Bowl contender had they kept Sam Darnold.
Overreaction.
Ooh, that's a good one, too.
Thank you.
Why is it an overreaction?
Because I don't know that the biggest issue with them is just, like, in terms of
is
like
Seattle a Super Bowl contender?
They might be, but I had them just barely out of the top 5 this week. They might be, but I only feel that way because that defense is insane. Like, it's the defense is insane and Darnold's playing well. So, man, to me, Minnesota is not doing enough in other areas that tells me like a Darnold away is what really changes things for them.
I will say, because I'm only saying it's not an overreaction because of the parity of the league. Like, last year's Vikings, could they beat Philly on a given week? Yes. Could they beat Green Bay on a given week? Yes. I still probably wouldn't put them over Detroit. Could they beat Tampa on a given week? Yes. Could they beat anyone in the NFC West on a given week? Yes. So because of that, I'll say not an overreaction, but I'm happy for Sam Darnold. But Bobby is right about that Seattle D, and we need to be talking about that head coach a lot more because Raven fans are ticked off and bitter that they have Harbaugh instead of him right now.
I'll say not an overreaction as well.
Lamar, by the way, returning to practice, even though it doesn't sound like he's a definite to play yesterday.
Rashee Rice, overreaction or not, changes the Chiefs more than any player not named Mahomes.
Like, you mean if I were to swap out any player on their team?
Yeah,
like if I took Chris Jones off?
Yeah, we could leave. You can keep Chris Jones. Just take him. He's either playing this day or he's not.
Overreaction. Because, Chris Jones is, to me, more integral to what the Chiefs need to do.
What about just offense? If you were to just do offense?
Yeah, I mean, if you're
is he
their
most important weapon?
Other than Mahomes.
Other than Mahomes.
Is he clearing away? I mean, let's go back to the SMU scouting.
Yeah.
What was Rashee's ceiling thought to be? Is he gimmick speed?
No, he was
like a true one possibility.
He was like an X receiver. He wasn't like going to be a big burner. He was going to be somebody who was going to have some contested catches and was going to win with the hands and different things like that. But yeah, I mean, I guess I guess he would be if we're just limited.
How do you phrase it?
If we're just limited to offense and taking the quarterback out, sure. I guess he's
He changes the Chiefs more than any player not named Mahomes.
Overreaction, I'll still say, the left tackle. I'm not going to get
Trey Smith.
I'm going to do it.
Go Vols.
I mean, we have seen that when interior pressure gets to Mahomes, like in the Super Bowl a couple years ago, that messes with him. So
yeah, I'm going to do what I can to stay away from giving Rashee Rice any credit right now. The way he has hyped up his accident return,
which he's been a good player. It's not like he's put up the most ridiculous numbers when he's been in there.
Like it's like a hodgepodge collection to me of the same receiver in Kansas City. Worthy, Rashee, Hollywood. Like they all to me seem like 6 foot really fast guys.
Yep. Overreaction or not, the Rams are the dark horse NFC threat.
It's not an overreaction. They are.
No, yeah,
and I don't even know they're a dark horse.
No, really not.
They're here in our face legit.
Yeah, it's not an overreaction. They're not the best team in the NFC. That's Detroit right now. But they would be second. I mean, I had them second in power rankings. But they also got to show that, they got to win a damn game in their conference, too, which
That's
they haven't
crazy.
done yet.
That's crazy. Yeah, I agree. Not an overreaction. All right, last one. Pete Carroll should retire after the year.
Overreaction.
Not an overreaction. I mean, there was an argument to be made that, like, should Pete come back? So, to me, the Raiders are just so bad. It's so hard to get a good grasp on it. But I'm not saying he should definitely retire. But there was enough of a question of...
Yeah.
People were saying the game had passed him by in Seattle. And so far, things have just looked worse with the Raiders.
I'll say I'll say overreaction. I don't think Pete is... I don't think you can... He won't be around coaching when they're ready to win. I think he can stabilize a franchise, though.
Yeah, I was hoping his last 3 years in Seattle looked a little better than this, but it felt like he overachieved there with Geno, resuscitated Geno. 7-10, 9-8, 9-8. How much did he hold them back? Like he did Brian Schottenheimer offensively as a coordinator.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
geez, he's going to be 75 next year.
I'll give him another year. I ain't a one and done blow him out because I wouldn't think culturally it's toxic behind the scenes.
Right.
I wouldn't think.
I wouldn't think so. They have a roster.
I mean, Chip Kelly maybe should getting destroyed. He makes Ashton Genty try to change his running back stance. Geno was fine in Seattle, awful now. Chip Kelly's the OC.
I mean,
where you at, Brady?
Ashton was doing the Michael Myers though. Like that's that they were just saying that's you can't really do that.
Yeah, which is stupid.
Stupid to make him change.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he got to where he is. Let him stay there, right?
877-881-1053, the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. We have some new updates on the Chauncey Billups arrest in the NBA. Back to the Mavs opener last night. And I got great news if you are an NBA lover. That's all next here on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to QC Kinetics. Get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls. If you've been dealing with joint pain, knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles, wherever it may be, they got you covered over at QC Kinetics. They did it for me. 2021, I had right elbow, right shoulder, left elbow, left shoulder pain. It was really awful. I could not grip a water bottle. I couldn't go throw the baseball with the kids. I couldn't play golf. I couldn't work out. Even just getting dressed was painful. Like those shoulders, trying to lift the shoulder over my head to put a shirt on. It hurt. QC Kinetics saved me. They gave me my life back. They really, really did. It's a great way to use your HSA or your FSA. It's a free consultation. So if you've been told you need surgery or you're just wondering about, hey, do I need it? Or, how do I fix this pain I'm having? It's a free consultation. You got nothing to lose. Literally nothing to lose. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano, Grapevine. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. Free consultation, 972-972-8610.
When sports news breaks this morning, we promise you'll hear it here first. Turn it on.
For Truck Ray, call Frankel first, 214-417-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Wembanyama, the spin move on Christie. Pull-up baseline jumper. Got it. Victor Wembanyama. It's a 40-point game. It's his 5th career 40-point game. 112-82. Spurs, their largest lead of 30, and the Spurs bench starting to empty out a little bit.
We knew he was the future. He may be the absolute present after Victor Wembanyama. I love Jay Billis last night on that game. He's like, no one collects posters. People don't know what those are anymore. Yeah. But you don't want to be on one, because last night Wembanyama embarrassed Derek Lively, Anthony Davis, and the rest of the Dallas Mavericks. And those are arguably the best duo of big man defenders in the league. And it was child's play. It was Hakeem versus David Robinson, 1995 West Finals, as the Dallas Mavericks get destroyed by the Spurs.
That alley-oop.
Without De'Aaron Fox.
That alley-oop reverse. I mean, it's just like, it's just.
Which highlight of his was the best? You can rank them in order, the top three. The and 1-3 with the dribbling after he spiked a Maverick shot on the other end. The
alley-oop reverse.
The alley-oop reverse, but then didn't he have another one?
The top play of the night on SportsCenter was the pump fake drive to the basket under the rim reverse.
Yeah. That was another reverse.
The best play to me was the one he's crossing up Lively and then he just steps back and hits the three. That was where it's like.
Well, those are three legit highlights.
Yeah.
So I've always said now, like, if other people aren't in the room, I'm dead quiet while watching the game. Who am I commentating to? Last night twice I did go, oh. I just tweeted it. Oh,
the tweet I saw that made me laugh that I retweeted was it was the replay of PJ like trying to block, going for the pump, and then Wemby goes and hits the reverse. And somebody said, I think I'd find my player if he jumped at a Wemby pump fake. What do you think you're going to do? You're going to block the 7-4 guy's shot?
Yeah.
That's a great point. There's no pump fake. There's no reason to.
He's going to hand in his eyes at least, I guess, but still.
Hand in his Adam's apple.
Something.
What a show he put on. And he got all the Mavs. He got the Mavs in foul trouble as well, including an early high count on the two bigs in Lively and Anthony Davis. Jason Kidd afterwards on the foul trouble and the 30-point loss.
I think both teams were hacking, and so everybody was in foul trouble. For D-Live was the first candidate, so it changed the rotation, and so, but, you still got to find a way. And I thought the end of the second is where we kind of lost our focus on both ends of the floor, turning the ball over, and then on the defensive end. But when you give up 31 fast break points, you're not going to win a lot of games. So this is good to learn, game one, to learn from. And then on the offensive end, it seemed like we were just making plays for ourselves and not others. So that's something that we'll talk about tomorrow.
What happened to the Princeton offense, Choppy?
Well, I mean, I saw a backdoor cut, and it didn't work.
Yeah, it was Derek Lively running to the bench to get away from Wemby.
How? I did not understand. Look, I know you had guys that were in foul trouble, so you couldn't just sit them all. But you can't have your top player in the game with an opportunity to pick up a fourth foul before the half.
Preach.
You cannot have that. Like, that is
Preach, RJ Choppy.
Absurd.
You're struggling for points. Your number one pick is scoreless. You're close in the game, and the final 2 minutes, you have AD out there on Wemby, who's on fire, and he picks up number 4. Right. That was a malpractice move from Jason Kidd.
You can't do that.
That was awful.
Now, you want to have him, you want to have him out there to start the second half?
Yeah,
sure, no problem.
Yeah,
absolutely. If he picks up his fourth foul, with 10 minutes to go in the third, you might have to sit him for a while, right? You might have to take him out. But you can't let him pick up foul number 4 before the half. Like, you just can't do that.
Yep.
Now, again, I know. What were you going to do, right? Lively already had 3. I think PJ had 3 as well. It's Dwight Powell, man. Hack a Wemby. Throw Dwight Powell out there.
I mean, it was Bubba Wells out there because Lively had 4. How fast? It was like 7 minutes into his game time or something. He finished the game, played 10 minutes. He had 5 fouls, and I think he was 4 in the first 6-7 minutes. He was on the.
And Gaffer
7 or
was
8
out.
minutes.
Gaffer was out with a right ankle sprain.
Yeah, this is. I mean, Look, fortune favors the bold. It just didn't last night, guys. That's what we're looking at.
Let's talk about that. How stunned were you that Nico returned to his seat? Are we right that that's the first game he has attended in the arena, in the seats, since the trade?
I think it is. And this just goes to show, again, how clueless he is, because he's thinking, everyone's forgiven me because we got Flagg. I can sit back down. I don't even think it's the time
That's
pass.
what he's saying.
If they didn't have Cooper Flagg, he's not sitting there. I don't believe.
If they had the 11th pick, he is hiding. But he had the 1 pick.
If that's Harper who outplayed Cooper Flagg last night, if that's Harper for them last night, I don't think he's sitting there.
I was pleased that he was able to go sit again there. I was. I had a problem with the Twin Peaks thing, the harassment.
Yep.
Yes, you can argue about his job status and all that. Bobby
He
will
earned
never
the Twin
forget.
Peaks. He earned the Twin Peaks harassment, just like he's earned the rest of the harassment for the time. The way he's just disrespected this fan base.
I just don't believe in harassing people that much.
But he's
not the Mavs GM.
Woody Johnson. Woody Johnson probably earns every bit of public scorn he gets, or other people who, like, the way you treat a city, which is what he did. He blew in here and just completely gave the middle finger over and over again and lectured fans basically about how stupid they were not to see his vision, and then hid so you could never see him. Yeah, if you see him out at Twin Peaks, I don't blame a fan for going up and going, F you.
I don't know.
Anybody else? No. Like there's certain people who they put themselves out there. He consistently talked down to this city and then hid from them.
I get what you're saying. It's just like when he's at dinner, like when Jerry's at dinner, he's not the owner of the Cowboys. He's Gene's husband. That's who he is at dinner.
I don't care.
Like,
You've hidden from all responsibility from it, and then trash talked the people who live here.
877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. We have updates on the Chauncey Billups arrest. It's an illegal poker operation tied to the mafia, according to ABC News. So this doesn't look like it's betting on games. That's at least good for Chauncey in terms of his current and future NBA career. Terry Rozier, Miami guard, arrested in a separate but related case. The police are on their way, mofos. They got former LeBron teammate Damon Jones as well. But this looks to be like the Gilbert Arenas story. Whatever happened to that? Is Gilbert Arenas going to be fine? Because he got in trouble for an illegal gambling poker raid. And that's what this seems to be for Chauncey. So at least he's not betting on NBA games or his own team as of right now.
Yeah, and illegal poker games, look, they're everywhere. Look, rule number 1 of the mafia: never admit its existence. So I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know what this mafia thing is. Never heard of it. So we don't acknowledge that. But this could be way worse. This could have been way worse. If you're going down the list of all the bad things, this could have been being arrested by the FBI and a illegal poker game. Probably that is the number one thing you would want it to be. Of all the things you could be arrested for.
Like I said, the Arenas thing. He's working every day still.
Sure.
So we'll continue to see what happens. I don't think I'd expect Chauncey Billups to. Is he going to coach another game this year? What do you think?
No. No, the league will put him on some kind of a commissioner's exempt list of suspensions.
Okay. Steve Ballmer's like, thank goodness. I do have fantastic news. If you are an NBA and entertainment lover of sports, nothing changed. Pump the brakes, NBC. As Shaquille O'Neal came out firing last night, I pushed the family to the side. Get out of my face, kids. Y'all go downstairs. I have to see if ESPN destroyed and messed up inside the NBA. And I am here to tell you, with 1 billion% authority, they did not. Same set, same music. Everything was the same. It was incredible. They came out swinging too. Shaq said, this is not ESPN. This is the real opening night. TRON. He came out and just crapped on Peacock at NBC. He's like, that's JV stuff. This is the real opening night. They played a montage of Charles destroying ESPN over the years and then being a little kiss ass last night, which he was, and then putting up his ESPN car wash schedule, which they made fun of, but they busted on him for kissing up to the network. Oh, it's an honor and a dream of every athlete to be on ESPN. And they had the stones and the guts to go ahead and put up the past montage of the insults. Charles had his humor. They're like, oh, you look good. You look skinny. The will of iron over the past year. He goes, no, the needle of an iron. He goes, don't me and Serena look good?
Oh, is that a semaglutide or Ozempic reference?
Yes. It was fantastic and unchanged. I loved it, and I can't wait to go home and watch the post game, which I've recorded. So take a back seat, NBC pregame and post until Dirk comes on.
I recorded it. I didn't get a chance to watch it. We were doing Cowboys crosstalk last night, but some of the clips that was out there and everything else, it didn't feel different. It felt like it was just same old inside the NBA and everything. I mean, the set looking super similar. Everything else looked like it was in place. So as long as they can preserve it and they can preserve what made that special, then cool. It doesn't matter that it's on ESPN or wherever else. Like, you can put it on anywhere else as long as I get the same feel. That's all I need from it.
19 more days. Get 19 more dates.
Is it really 19 more shows? Yeah. How can that be? How can they make $20 million and
$1 million a show? They're like Charlie Sheen in 2.5 Men.
But why is it 20 days? And what do they used to do? 20 shows versus how many? Is that just regular season? There's no. They only have
just regular season.
19 more regular season broadcasts.
Yeah. So their next one is tonight. All right, and then a week from yesterday, so the 29th, so Wednesday. And then they're off until November 12th, and then they're off until Christmas Day. So they go from November 12th to Christmas Day without a show.
Why? Disgraceful. So bad. But it was unchanged. I absolutely loved it. The NBA is admitting maybe they made some changes that should not have taken place. Bobby is thrilled. I think Choppy too. They're going to paint the Larry O'Brien back at center court, and the NBA final script logo will be on the home team's floor for the final starting this year. The last time the large trophy was painted on the court was 2009.
It's, again, this is all anybody wants. Give us the old NBA back. Give us the look. Give us the game. Give us everything else. That's what people want. They want round ball rock. They want the Larry O'Brien.
Choppy doesn't want the game back.
Yeah, that game was pretty booty.
Yeah, but I mean,
when I was watching that Laker game the other night with the opener, Luka gets across midcourt and then he just turns his butt to the guy and he starts backing him down at midcourt. I'm like, that is some Magic Johnson. I only dribble my right hand crap right there. You're better than that, Luka.
It said, look, you want the 80s brand of basketball and the 90s aesthetic. That's what you want back.
90s. So the 80s ball had more scoring. The 90s aesthetic, the nostalgia.
Give me the 90s production value in the 80s game.
Back inside the Star, how often do teams regret giving up their first round picks for these win now moves that we want the Cowboys to make? That's next in Below the Belt on Sean and RJ.
After we
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
How bad is it to trade your first round pick for a win now player? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. And we talk about it with a big old Fire Nico banner that I now have, courtesy of Jake Rietma. They were just, these are plentiful outside the AAC because people still are tired of the man. And so I now have one, and I think I'm going to fashion it into a shirt that I can wear consistently. So shout out to Rietma.
Yeah, are you fighting on the fan text over this?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Because there's a bunch of people who are just like, you wouldn't say that to his face. Yeah, I'm worried about the cross-country runner.
Here comes another voicemail.
Like the man who's allergic to carborhydrates. I'm terrified of it. I don't care if he's got reach. I don't care if he's got reach. He's 110 pounds soaking wet. What I'll do is I'll hold a piece of bread in front of him and I'll run away. That's what it is. No, it's a carb. It's a carb. And that's what he's wearing. Oh my gosh, a carb. How can any of my guys play this way?
So is it a decent amount of people fighting back?
No. It's like 2 or 3 people that I keep going back and forth with. It looks like a lot of messages.
It looks like a lot of okay, because I didn't look at the phone number, so it could have been just like the same guy repeating.
I would have been surprised if there was that much Nico defense.
No, it's like 2 or 3 people who have just been brainwashed effectively. They've drank the Kool-Aid. They believe, give us all the injury-riddled players who weigh 140 pounds and
they're part of the Trayvon Diggs cult.
Yeah, like don't give us anybody who has actual skill and is 7 feet tall like the Spurs had last night and just beat you to death with. Let's play good team basketball and go 38-44 because none of our players are ever available at the same time. Now let's talk about the Dallas Cowboys and their trade options. So if you were going to make a trade for the Cowboys, you're talking about, in all likelihood, if you want a difference maker, you're going to have to give up a first-round pick. And so it made me want to go and look and say, okay, what has the history been of giving up first-round picks? How has it in season? So I'm not counting somebody like Micah Parsons, which was before the season. His trade wouldn't count. It was a move you made before the season. But if it's made after week 1, anytime before the deadline, what has the history been of that? There have been 6 trades made, both like in season in the last 15 years, essentially. And 3 of them have been for defensive players. 3 of them have been for offensive players. So we're going to start out with, we're going to work back chronologically. We'll do the most recent one and go backwards. November of 2022, Bradley Chubb was traded to the Dolphins for the 2023 first-round pick of the Denver Broncos, or for the Dolphins. They were 5-3 at the time when they traded for Bradley Chubb. They were allowing 24 points per game. They were allowing 363 yards per game. After they traded for him, they went 4-5 the rest of the way. They were under 500. They lost the wild card game. Their points per game on defense dropped by a point the rest of the way. They went from 24 to 23 points per game with Bradley Chubb. Their yardage
2022?
Yes, their yardage dropped a significant amount. They basically cut the yardage down by 50 yards per game that they were allowing after they got Chubb. Bradley Chubb had 2.5 sacks the rest of the way in 9 games, and he had 12 quarterback hits. So he was affecting pressure. He was getting to the quarterback, playing well, but ultimately didn't move the needle much for the Dolphins. October 15th of 2019, Jalen Ramsey got traded to the Rams for 2 first-round picks. Those 2 first-round picks ended up being Kayvon Chason and Travis Etienne, who... I don't know that you're like, boy, we really got our return there. They were 3-3 at the time. They ended up going 6-4 the rest of the way. They did not make the playoffs, but they did go from 26 points per game allowed to 21. They cut it by 5.
Wow.
They went from 347 to 335 in yardage. The rest of the way, he made 3 Pro Bowls in the years after that. He made 2 All-Pro teams, and in the 3 years that he was there, he won a Super Bowl. So
that worked.
The Ramsey one worked. It didn't work right then inside of that year, but ultimately that one worked.
That was that wasn't the start of FM picks, but we forget the Rams went 10 years, almost 10 years, without a first-round draft pick in a row.
Yep.
The next trade, 2018, October of 2018. Jerry Jones cancels his interview with you guys because he's just not going to be available. And he later says, I didn't think I was going to be able to keep my mouth shut about what was going on. That's why I had to cancel the interview. But he cancels the interview to make a trade for Amari Cooper. The Cowboys were 3-4 at the time. They were scoring 20 points per game. They were getting 320 yards per game. After the Amari Cooper trade, they go 7-2. They win the NFC East. Their points per game went up a little bit. They went up to 22 points per game, but their yardage per game jumped up by about 45 yards extra per game. Amari Cooper made 2 Pro Bowls while he was here. He averaged 1,100 yards receiving per season.
It only went up 2 points.
Well, because initially the offense still was, like the first 3 weeks, it was still down a little bit, and then it really exploded in the back half. They gave up a first-round pick that ended up being safety Jonathan Abram, who they did not pick up the 5th-year option on and really never amounted to much. 2013.
I think that worked, by the way.
Yeah.
I know yesterday, I think Nick Eatman was maybe in the middle, but Amari saved that season.
They got a playoff. They went to the postseason. They went to the second round. They won a playoff game.
And it's very important here to keep track, especially for you, Chop. As you said, the picks are untouchable. Very important to keep track of the names that ended up being drafted.
Yeah, which so far none of these have burned you very much. September of 2019, Minkah Fitzpatrick and some other stuff went to the Steelers for a first-round pick. So the Steelers gave up their first in order to get Minkah Fitzpatrick. That turned into offensive lineman Austin Jackson, who was fine. He wasn't anything special, but I mean, he was fine. At the time, the Steelers were 0-2. They went 8-6 the rest of the way. They missed the playoffs as an 8-8 football team. They went from allowing 30 points per game to 19 points per game when Minkah Fitzpatrick got there. In fact, the most points they allowed all season were the first two. The 2 highest totals they allowed all year were the first 2 games without Minkah there. And when Minkah got there, they became shut down. They went from allowing 445 yards per game to 284. He had 5 interceptions that year, was one of the top candidates for Defensive Player of the Year. In his seasons, his 6 seasons there with Pittsburgh, he made 5 Pro Bowls, 3 first-team All-Pros. Really good player. Worked out in the long run, did not get them to the postseason.
Yeah. And Jeremy Fowler yesterday saying Minkah could be a potential trade candidate as the deadline draws closer.
2013. This is not a good trade. I don't know how much we can actually credit this one to the trade that they made. The Indianapolis Colts trade for Trent Richardson, and they give up a first-round pick.
Michael
which is
Lombardi.
Still one of the dumbest moves that you'll ever see was Trent Richardson getting traded for a first. They were 1-1 at the time. They had scored 20 points in each of the first 2 weeks. The rest of the way, they end up 11-5. They make the playoffs. They win an opening round game. Trent Richardson was not good.
No.
He was really bad.
That was Cleveland? It was Cleveland they made the deal with?
Yeah. And Andrew Luck was really good that year. And they looked like they were going to be in a position to be a contender for the next few years. And so they thought this was a finishing piece they were getting. It wasn't one necessarily get them to the playoffs. So that one, even though they made the postseason, that's a fail right there. And then the last one over the last 15 years, Carson Palmer gets traded by the Bengals to the Raiders. It's still wild to me that this was the case at 32 years old for Carson Palmer and where he had gotten. The Raiders gave up a first-round pick halfway through the season almost. It was 7 games into the year for Carson Palmer. The rest of the way, they go 4-5 with Carson Palmer starting. Their offense is pretty much the same. In fact, their points per game dipped a little bit, and they ultimately missed the postseason. So the only team here that you can look at and say that player in season helped meaningfully contribute to them making the playoffs was probably Amari. Where Amari getting traded for the first-round pick, that was the only one that did it. But a lot of these picks, the Carson Palmer pick, that ended up being Dre Kirkpatrick, who was a decent corner for the Bengals, but I don't know if that was anybody that they felt like they really missed out on. None of these picks really ended up being anything that you just feel like, man, we swung and missed here and struck out on this one.
Yeah, that's the do you see? I generally don't factor that in. I would look like,
why?
Well, because you can't factor that in because you don't know.
You have to factor in if I have less than a 50-50 proposition of my draft pick succeeding. If it's a lower end, like I consider top 15 picks 50-50, and then we decrease from that point. It'd be like you saying, I don't care that this car craps out on me once a year. You got to factor that in if you're buying the car. The asset, you have to know or have a feeling if it's guaranteed to work, if it's 50-50 to work, if it's less than 50% to work. I think sometimes we might overrate draft picks. I think
definitely overrate draft picks.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. We definitely overrate them. I'm just saying, like, there's no way you can know anyway, right? There's no way to know. There's no way you can tell whether we don't know whether this is a good draft class or not. We think we know. We don't really know.
Okay.
We don't really know. We don't know. We don't know how these players are going to turn out. We don't know how the draft's going to shake out. We don't know if we're going to be in the draft and all of a sudden the draft doesn't fall to us and now we're screwed and we trade down again. So there's too many moving parts. I get what you're saying. It's just like
Max Crosby versus the 20% chance that the player you draft is Max Crosby.
Oh, I would say there's less than a 20% chance of the player's Max Crosby. I would say there's probably a 2% chance the player's Max Crosby.
Okay. What's your follow-up to that, though?
The follow-up is that it's a cap league, and you need that.
Yep.
You need cheap players. You might be better off getting a C+ player for a cheap rate.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Over at The Athletic, they've now investigated the potential options. They've got some trades out there that they would like to see occur heading into the deadline. And this does involve a first-round pick. But you tell me if you can get down with either of these. This is Mike Jones and Jeff Howe over at The Athletic. The Dallas Cowboys acquired Trey Hendrickson from the Cincinnati Bengals for 2026 first-round pick, the Packers pick, and a 2026 fourth-rounder. So in this instance, you're not just giving up the first rounder, which we've all kind of sat there on. Do you want to give up a first for Hendrickson? This would be a first and a fourth, and you're already missing your third from Pickens. So you'd have a first and a second basically in the first 4 rounds.
No.
Nah. We need too much, man.
And he's 30. If he came under team control at the age of 27 like Crosby,
yeah, I would do it for Max. Like I would genuinely do it for Max, because he is younger and he's under control. Yeah, they got to pay a guy. He's 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he gets to the quarterback. Like, he finishes.
Yep.
There's no doubt.
I'm saying no. Bobby?
No, I'm not trading. My cap on Hendrickson would be a second, and then you can escalate to a first based on results. So if you can tell me it's a second, if we make the NFC title game, he gets a first-round pick. Like, if you can adjust it that way, I'm in on that. They had one other addition here, though. A fourth-round pick in 2027.
And what are you doing with Trey after the year?
What am I doing with Pickens? That would tell me. I would just have to pick one of them probably. And
I'm picking Pickens over Trey.
I would think so. Yeah. And then the other trade they threw out here, a 2027 fourth rounder for Cam Jordan. I don't think this is a terrible idea. If you could get a fourth round pick for especially if it's 1-2 years down the road, if Cam Jordan were available for a fourth round pick, and he's somebody who...
He's 36.
He's 36, but he would come in here and he would give you quality, stable play. He's not going to be a double-digit sack guy anymore. That's not who he is. But he is somebody who can collapse the pocket. He's somebody who will play disciplined in the run. And
how much better is he than him versus Clowney?
I think he's significantly better.
Significantly better.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
We have the oldest DNs.
Yeah, no kidding.
Look, you got to do what you got to do when you're trading away 26-year-old phenoms. You know, you end up sometimes signing.
I'm still not doing that. What
2 years from now a fourth rounder? That does it. Not even next one.
What does he do? What is he going to do on this? What's Cam Jordan going to do for this team?
Cam Jordan will rush the passer better than the other people you have.
They're not. They don't become a playoff team to me with Cam Jordan.
No, but I would be willing to sacrifice if I'm sacrificing what's essentially a fifth because it's a fourth rounder 2 years away. You shift it by a year. If I'm attaching that. A fifth rounder to get Cam Jordan here and then still have have flexibility with your picks to maybe go acquire another player, a Minka. Like if you get Minka and that, now I'm intrigued by what you can build around.
B-Lo.
B-Belt.
On the home of the Cowboys every day at this time. Brian Schottenheimer tomorrow at 8:20 here on DFW Sports Station. Tommy Yarsh returned from the sickness. We will find out from DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. But how legit are the Denver Broncos, the Cowboys' next opponent? RJ asked that question in For Real or For Raud? Another RJ Choppy creation after...
Doesn't sound right.
products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Thank you for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We will see you tomorrow for one of our final two Firehouse appearances of the year. It's taking place in Denton, 4990 Airport Road in Denton. It is fire station number 9 with your special Tolo giveaway, the stainless steel travel mug, sponsored by Whataburger, hooking you up with breakfast and coffee, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers tomorrow morning in Denton from 6 to 10 a.m.
Let's do it.
Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our insider, Bobby Roberto Belt. Tommy Yards, DallasCowboys.com, coming up at 9:20. We'll see how worried Kevin Hagelin is about Cooper Flagg, coming up at 9:40 after they got beat down last night. Real quick. You going to be guilty of an overreaction of the Mavs season based on last night?
Oh.
What were you thinking I was referring to?
I was going to say I was guilty of anything.
Oh, okay.
Didn't matter what you were going to say. I was going to be guilty of it.
Illegal
I don't think
game?
I don't think you can overreact. You got 81 of these things. Football, you can overreact to week 1. Nobody overreacts to week 1 in any sport more than football, because that's 10%. That's like 1/16th of your 17th of your season. This is 182th of your season.
182.
So I'm not going to overreact to that. Are you?
No.
Yeah.
You got dominated by
It's Wemby, man.
An all-time prospect.
Yeah.
Maybe an all-time player. You got destroyed. I can't question the Mavs' makeup because a 7'7" dude dunked all over you.
Follow-up for you. You have to overreact to one.
I love it. We're on the same page today.
Cooper Flagg or the Mavs? You have to overreact to one.
Cooper Flagg. I'll overreact and say that his game is going to be a little bit too... This is my overreaction, Mavs cult, because that's the number one cult in DFW right now when it comes to all the sports team, and I'm including college. I'll say that his game is just not going to be electric enough, that he's going to be too passive.
Damn, I should have said this for.
It's gonna be watered down Scottie Pippen.
He's so mad.
That what?
He's so mad. He just lost a big thing for his email. He's like, I should have saved this for tomorrow. He's mad. He's got to come up with something else for the email.
Could have Mavs overreactions or not.
Yeah, the amount of things I saved during the show.
Yeah. So if I have to pick one, I'll overreact to Cooper Flagg's game, not being an explosive enough scorer, and the things he does well won't have that supremely high value in today's NBA.
I would overreact to it'd be the Mavs. Like, I don't trust the offense. I don't think that they're going to be able to create enough offense consistently enough to threaten people. No matter how good, like we were talking about yesterday, they may end up being, although last night didn't look like the defensive side of it, they may end up being the Rangers. Like, where you're like, it's great that you're holding teams.
How many teams around here are the Rangers?
Yeah, it's great. It's great you're holding them
except for the Stars.
It's
who
great.
have no defense.
It's great you hold them to 95, but you're scoring 90. Like it doesn't totally help me.
It would probably be the Flag right now. But the answer is neither.
Pepe, what was your reaction to last night and watching?
Big overreaction. I mean, I know we've talked about it. I've listened to y'all. You know, I know. I know not to think of Cooper Flagg to replace Luka, but in the back of my mind, like, I want him to. I want him to be that guy. And he'll never be that guy. That's not his game. We've talked about it. But he's going to need a lot more help than just Kyrie coming back, I think.
He's not going to, give you Luka's highlight reel scoring. He's going to make some winning plays here and there, at which you're talking about the next morning with a defensive stop or a hustle play or not picking up a tech that Luka would not have given you. But you're not getting right now. You are not going to be getting some 35-point highlights. Knock on wood, hope I'm wrong.
How loud would that building have gotten though if he finished that alley-oop?
Oh, the first one.
The first one? Oh, baby.
We did get, by the way, the question Peyton asked it in the text the other day. We did get the crowd apparently going Flag during the anthem.
I don't like it.
I like it.
I think
it's stick the stars.
No, every city's got this.
Then
thing.
Eventually you're gonna be screaming the whole, which I guess it can be good. You're screaming
that our flag was still. It just seems
is like the Vegas does the night. Whenever they say night, but they don't even spell it the same damn way. They use a K.
We don't spell flag the same way. It's one G.
Why don't you like it?
It's just the Stars thing is great. It's a team, but if we're doing individual players now, you're gonna be screaming every other word eventually. It's a stretch. It's a stretch, I think.
All right.
Wait for him to be a Hall of Famer, then do it.
877-881, and then trade him.
And then have him get caught up in an illegal poker game.
877-881-1053. Well, Chauncey Billups should not be a Hall of Famer. All right, let's play a game, an RJ Choppy game of faux real or faux rod. And we're going to start off with the Denver Broncos and Sean Payton being asked at his presser yesterday if he saw Russell Wilson's tweet calling Sean Payton classless for the Jackson Dart comment.
The euphoria, the way that game unfolded, that was strictly about Dart. I mean, and I that was in no way, shape, or form anything that was directed at Russ. So, and I might be able to see how he might perceive that, but coming off that win and watching how he played, that wasn't any intention at all.
I'm going to feel really slimy doing this, but I'm going to be RJ Choppy. I can come up with a defense.
Yeah, absolutely.
I could definitely come up with a defense.
He didn't say it. He didn't say his name.
He didn't say his name, but it's kind of like, I don't know, you draft Wemby, and you're like, I was really hoping you guys weren't going to put him in the starting lineup and give him another month to develop before you faced us. I was really hoping you were going to unleash the new weapon versus continuing to play the crappy starter that's going to get replaced. That would be my defense. I'm not believing that whatsoever because Sean Payton has a prickly and low-class, I think Michael Wilbon yesterday said he's got a history of being a low-class bum, and that is true.
Yeah, and
petty.
He has a history with Russ. There's a history there.
Yeah.
But, it's like, it's, when, Penn State's got an interim head coach, it's not a knock on the interim head coach when they go hire somebody else after him. He's just a placeholder. Russ isn't the quarterback of the Giants. He's the placeholder for Jackson Dart. It's more offensive to draft Jackson Dart than it is to comment like this. It's like that's if you're Russ. It's just he's a placeholder. He can't get mad. Dak could get mad. If Sean Payton said, "Man, I'm really glad that he played, not Joe Milton," that's upsetting. It's his team. It's not Russ's team.
All right, let's do faux real or faux rod, RJ.
All right, so for real or faux rod, we've got the first one. We'll do Denver.
Yeah.
4 straight W's with a win over Philly. Defense allowed 32 to the Giants, but allowed 31 total in the previous 3 games.
As a title contender, we're saying this?
Yeah, so I left off the Chiefs, I left off the Bills, the Lions, and the Eagles. They've earned the right to be there regardless of what the record is.
Fraud.
Yeah, so this is about a Super Bowl, not a playoff contender.
Yeah, this is these are all going to be kind of playoff contenders.
Yeah, they're fraudulent. Defensively, they've been impressive for a lot of this year, but yeah, that's a fraudulent football team.
How's their run game, by the way? I know we're going to get the full preview tomorrow. James Palmer is going to join us at 8 o'clock. But in order for them to be a legit Super Bowl threat, you got to tell me that they have a monster running game.
They can run.
With the defense.
Yeah, Dobbins and Harvey are a good 1-2, and then Nix does have the ability to beat you with his legs a little bit. So their running game is tough.
What's your answer? Well, I know your
fraud.
answer. You always crap on Nix.
Yeah, fraud.
Why do you love Dart? Why do you like Dart more than Nix? They're both kind of that frat boy personality.
New York. That's what it is for him. It's the East Coast bias.
Because Bo Nix.
Because he hates Sean Payton.
I hate Sean Payton. Bo Nix had a stigma in college. It was road Bo, home Bo. He couldn't win games on the road. He also had to leave the SEC to do anything good.
Here it is.
Jackson Dart came to. He's the anti-Lincoln Riley. He came to the SEC to do good things. And of course, one's Kappa Sig. Jackson Dart's Kappa Sig. I don't know what fraternity Bo Nix would be. I don't even think he would be in one.
Okay.
He doesn't say he left. He went to Oregon. Couldn't hack it.
This is
he didn't get in.
He is, by the way, he has 3 fourth quarter comebacks this year already.
Nix?
Which one side he goes, boy, that's a winner right there, and the other side he goes, why are they losing in the fourth quarter so many times?
All right, next one. Let's see. Green Bay 4-1-1. That tie is either going to be the best thing or the worst thing for them.
Gosh, this is a good one. I'll lean towards faux real, but I could be talked into faux rod. I've not been impressed with them. I should feel blown away with them, like after Lions week 1.
And the Commanders week 2.
I'll say because my week out for a lot of these answers, because of the watered down conference, I'll say for real.
Green Bay's for real. Green Bay, it feels like, is one of these teams that, or at least for Jordan Love now, this is, I think, 2 years in a row where he seems to play better as the year goes along. So I'm just anticipating we're going to get some of that as well. But defensively, I mean, they have, in general, been really impressive other than the Dallas game. Outside of that, they would have the number 1 defense in the NFL. And Dallas has been really tough on everybody except basically Chicago.
Micah Parsons, Defensive Player of the Week, by the way.
All
But
right.
they've been flirting around. They've been getting lucky.
Yeah.
They lost to Cleveland. They tied us. They beat the Bengals by 9. They beat the Cardinals by 4.
I still think they're for real.
I hope Pittsburgh puts it on them Sunday night.
By the way, back to Bo Nix real quick. Does it make you like him or hate him more to know that the woman he married, her name was Izzy Smoke?
Oh, he loves that.
I like that.
Izzy Smoke
Izzy
is her
Smoke.
name.
Yeah, I like that. The Colts, 6-1. Best point differential in the league by 25 points.
For real.
They're for real. Yeah, I mean, I don't want them to be because it just doesn't seem right. But
Yeah.
they are.
It doesn't make sense. The name Daniel Jones and title contender, but I mean,
This was the game.
They beat everybody.
The game against the Chargers where they put up points against somebody that wasn't Miami or the Raiders, and they still looked like that same offense. They're for real.
the Patriots, 5-2, winners of 4 straight, 3 straight road games, and including a win at Buffalo.
They're for real because they've got somebody who's playing as well as any quarterback in the NFL. That team's for real.
Choppy?
I think they're for real. I do. I don't think, like, my list of teams that can win the AFC is a lot less than the NFC. I'll say they're for real because if things break right, I don't think they go to Kansas City and win a playoff game. But if things break right in the conference, I think they can get through.
They are over the last, what is it? It's the last 5 weeks now. Yeah, over the last 5 weeks, they're averaging allowing 17 points a game, and Drake May's been playing insane. That's a tough football team.
I'll just I'll do this to have a future fight and debate with Bobby, which I always like to reserve. I'll say fraud. Not that what's happening isn't legit, just not championship level legit.
Okay.
All right. There it is. For real. Or fraud.
The timing was off a little on that one, John.
Yeah. Here on DFW Sports Station, we'll recap Cooper Flagg's night. Oh, man, usually Corey's in here, first one early. It's Kevin, though. He's sulking in the conference room solo. He's just sitting there trying to figure out a way.
He's got a Portland radio coming up here.
To spin. Yeah. They'll talk about Billups.
That's right.
Talk about the Chauncey Billups arrest by the FBI. Let's head on out to the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco and see if any of these trade ideas get him excited. Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com, is next.
817-323-3333 with Frank on Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frank on Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
He is back. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. What was it? What took you out of commission?
Well, it was either a virus or something that Bobby slipped into my water while we were at locker room last week. I'm still waiting on the lab results, but I'm kind of leaning towards Bobby. So next time I see you, pal, it's on site.
I will say, I think
on site.
I think on site. I did. Maybe this is just my. I think Garrett Padell was coughing around the facility last week. You could have gotten it from him. There's a lot of different places where it could have come from.
I thought I was going to say it was the Arch performance.
It could have just been, I don't know, Leslie was out at practice too. It may have just been he saw Mike Leslie and he just felt ill.
Oh, my word.
No, I doubt that either of those things were it. I know the doctor gave me some 45 character virus that had been going around, and I just told him I couldn't try to pronounce that if I had my life on the line.
That's 4.
But yeah, whatever it is, it was bad, man. I hadn't been this bad since I had like a 2-week stretch in college where I could barely move out of my bed. I was like hot sweats, cold sweats, and everything. This was as bad as it's been. But I appreciate you guys being patient with me and having me back on today.
Tommy, your reaction and thoughts on all the trade discussions circling around this team?
Well, I think it's number one. It's commonplace for this time of year, right? I think that every fan base and every team wants to get better, because if you're not trying to get better, then what are you doing? And I think in the Cowboys case, especially, given how active they've been in recent years, I think I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but I think it's 6 out of the last 7 years they've made a move in the weeks leading up to the deadline. And you look at this team, especially on the defensive side of the ball, and you say, okay, if they play like they did against the Commanders, and granted you have to remember that they're down to their 4th, 5th, and 6th wide receivers, essentially, and their backup quarterback for most of that game. But if the defense plays the way they did, could they only be a player or two away from maybe getting from a very below average defense to a somewhat okay defense? And we've talked about on this show sometimes how with the way the Cowboys offense is playing, they don't need a top 10 group or a top 5 unit on defense to compete. And I think, you look at some of these, you look at the option of a trade as a way of saying, okay, this is how we're going to plug and play somebody that can take our defense to the next level and give us a chance here in the back half of the season.
Tommy Arch from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Tommy, if I tell you, obviously you can't identify specific players, but if I tell you Dallas is going to give up a first-round pick for a position on defense, they're going to make a move to try and elevate the defense. What position are you hoping it's going to be?
I would hope it's a pass rusher. That would really be just about the only position I would give up a first-round pick for in today's NFL. I think the 3 most important positions you've got to have if you want to build a winning football team, regardless of any level, is your quarterback, your left tackle, and your pass rusher. If you've got good players at all 3 of those, you can work with that, and you can build around that and create a good football team. If you've got high-level players right there at all 3 of those spots, you can win a lot of games. The Cowboys have a great quarterback in Dak Prescott. We're still waiting to see if Tyler Guyton can find consistency, but I think he's played okay this year. And at the pass rusher spot, it's really just they're trying to get it all together as a group. And it's more of a by committee approach than it is hey, they have this guy with Micah Parsons like they had for the last 4 years. So if you're going to give up that significant of draft capital, then I would hope it's for a pass rusher, because if not, then you hold those 2 first-round picks. You can go defense in the 2026 draft. And, I mean, look at what the Falcons did. They picked 2 first-round pass rushers this past year with their 2 first-round picks, and all of a sudden their defense is playing out of their minds. So I think I think the pass rusher is what I would be looking for there.
You wouldn't give up a 1 for Surtain?
You can't comment on names, RJ.
I'm sorry. You wouldn't give up a 1 for a really good corner that is the child of another. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, you wouldn't give up a 1 for a top flight corner?
Well, again, I can't talk about specific players, but there would be, with specific players, depending on who it is, sure, there could be guys that are worthy of a first-round pick. But I'm just saying in terms of the way that this team is constructed, your corners' lives get a lot easier if the quarterback has less time. And, this is not a defense right now that is constructed to get coverage sacks because they just don't have the bodies there right now to be able to hold up long enough. So if these guys can get pressure on the quarterback and force them into some errant throws, then you've got playmakers around there like Deron Bland and who can step up and make plays for your defense. So it's not necessarily I can't trade a first for any other position, but defensive end is the more likely one, and it would take a lot more convincing for me to look at a corner and say that, or a linebacker and say that, and I would think that the second closest position would probably be a defensive tackle. I'm just a big line of scrimmage guy. I think that's where this game is won and lost.
Tommy, we're talking a lot about stuff that the Cowboys might send off in terms of draft capital to bring somebody in here. Do you think we should be looking a little more closely at players the Cowboys might get calls on, like a Diggs or a Tolbert, or maybe if somebody just says, hey, George Pickens is expiring, you said you're looking into everything. Pickens, are there guys you think that the Cowboys might receive calls on in the next couple weeks that we should just keep an eye on?
They might, with the way that Diggs has been playing this year and the ups and downs, and now especially with the concussion. I think maybe the uncertainty there with him might turn some teams away. Now, that's not to say that teams can look at the upside because he's got plenty of it if he's healthy and say, okay, this is worth a shot and give a call. But that's not necessarily a guarantee. They're deep at defensive end. They don't have a guy like I was saying, but they've got some guys there that could have some calls made for. I think it's not as likely, but it also wouldn't necessarily shock me if somebody does get moved for an extra pick or something like that. But as it stands right now, I don't see any scenario where I haven't heard anything about that being the case.
Tommy Yarch, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. What type of energy has been around Overshown the past couple of days, and do you think that Trayvon Diggs plays Sunday while still in protocol?
I think the better answer for Diggs will come after today. If he practices today, I would think that he might have a chance. But if he's still in the protocol today, I think it might be a tough stretch. Obviously, he's a veteran and doesn't need a lot to get going, but that's concussions are scary because depending on how it happens, and we don't know how it happens, you don't really know how severe it is. So, however long this protocol stretches is going to be determinant of that. But I think it was a good sign that he was with the training staff yesterday and they didn't send him home. And, sending him home was, just to clarify, more of like, all right, you just need to, take care of yourself and recover and rest a little bit. Not hey, get out of the building. That's not what it was. I saw some people were confused about that. But yeah, I think today will be telling for Diggs. And then as far as Overshown, I mean, people have been excited for him for maybe since he tweeted out after his injury that he'd be coming back and he'd be better than ever. I mean, he's one of the most electrifying players on this defense when he's fully healthy. He brings a jolt of energy to this group when he comes back. He's explosive. He looks much more rounded out into his frame. I remember at Texas, he was just kind of a lean, long-limbed guy who just flew around the field, but he's added a lot of muscle to his frame, and he looks very impressive. So that's going to be a very welcome addition to this linebacker room and defense as a whole whenever it is that he does come back on the field. I have a feeling that's probably going to be one where they're going to use most of the 21-day window before they put him back out on the field.
Did he circle a game to return for?
Yesterday, he circled the Raiders game on it's a Monday Night Football game. I believe that's the first one after the bye. Correct me if I'm wrong, fellas. But,
when we have Crosby,
he had kind of been aiming for that for the month of November at some point. Thanksgiving was talked about. So the fact that he's able to get back before Thanksgiving, he's done a great job in the rehab process. Britt Brown, their director of rehabilitation, and the Cowboys training staff have really enjoyed working with him, and they've done their part too. And so he's obviously very excited to get back and ready to go.
Tommy, do the Denver Broncos need to buckle up for the return of Javonte Williams this weekend?
With that defense, I think they have a pretty good shot. Look, Javonte's been playing really well, and so I think that he kind of downplayed yesterday all the the return to Denver stuff. I'm just here to win the game and help my teammates. I think with most players, there's always just a little bit more internal fire within them to go out and play well against their former team. But it's going to be a tough challenge. This is what I think is one of, if not the best defenses in the league. They're super impressive at the line of scrimmage. They do a lot of different things with how they line a defensive lineup and how they send guys into the gaps. So it's a lot of fun to watch them on tape. Their linebackers are probably the weakest spot of the defense, but that's not really saying much because they're still pretty solid. But it's really the defensive line and that secondary that just fly out at you on film. And it's going to be a tough challenge for Javonte and this Cowboys offense as a whole.
If it comes down to paying Pickens and getting no defensive help versus getting a big-time player, paying him, and having George leave, which option are you circling?
I think you pay Pickens and use your picks. I think that's probably the smartest way to do it because, 2 first-round picks, that's really valuable, man. That is really valuable. If you sit in there and make those picks, and obviously you run the risk of, you have to hit those picks to make it count, right? You can't whiff on them, and because all of a sudden then it doesn't matter. But what George Pickens has done for this offense is unbelievable, and his talent is just flying off the radar. And I think that long term, if he and CeeDee Lamb can stay together with Dak Prescott and they continue to stay in a rhythm, this can be one of the best offenses in the league for years to come. And then if you go on the defensive side of the ball and you draft well, which I know the personnel department has struggled in some of the recent drafts with their picks, but if they can come back and rebound and get the extra pick to try and help them out, and they hit those 2 picks and they're on the defensive side of the ball, then you're looking at a pretty good football team.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. We'll catch up with you.
All right, guys. Thank you. Have a good one.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. We have a last-second addition and surprise to Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece in studio. Find out what it is. And, Choppy, you better be all over this gambling story because we got details breaking everywhere. Let's recap the Cooper Flagg debut with Kevin Hagelin and a surprise after this.
Very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Davis does start the second half on the floor. Flagg is finally on the board. Those are the first points in the career of Cooper Flagg.
So much to get to. ESPN with the call of the Wemby show. Are you okay, Kevin Hagelin?
Kind of upset. I had some really profitable poker games that got broken up last night, so I'm disappointed about that.
All right, we have so much to get to. Bobby's holding up his Fire Nico banner that Jake Riepma got him outside of the AAC. But the surprise in studio, in for a sick Corey Majors, is Zach Wolchuk. What's up?
What's up, dudes? How you doing?
When did you get the call?
Like 7:45, 8 o'clock this morning. So drop the
at the same
kiddo
time
off.
that Chauncey's door got broke down.
Yeah.
Man.
Crazy.
And I thought it was just part of the gambling scheme, but now you're reading into it and it's like, no, it's part of a mafia card game with x-ray tables and super contacts that help you see marked cards for the other players.
Sounds
and you're like,
pretty bad.
what?
Reset it all, Choppy.
So this is from
And
the
shoot the
U.S.
ball,
attorney in the
Cooper.
press conference. X-ray machines, like you said, built into the table so you could read the face-down cards. So this is like
I had no idea that was a thing. That
I
people
didn't. If
did.
I'm playing, if this thing is a poker table and I'm the guy who is rigging this entire operation, y'all would have like X-ray machines under your cards where I could see them. I don't know how they're seeing them. Maybe somebody's relaying it to an earpiece. They also had guys that had contact lenses in that could see the markings on the back of cards. So these would be decks that you have compromised, and you could make any kind of notation on the back of the card. It could be an invisible ink that shows up with a black light or whatever. If you want to write an A for ace or a specific suit,
clarifying.
right? And then finally,
A
secret cameras on the card trays, which I don't know what that
is. Like the shoe deck? The deck?
I would assume that's the shoe deck. But in a poker game, you shuffle every time. You do a wash and shuffle every time. A wash is where you spread all the cards and you mix them all together. So you do a wash and shuffle just about every hand anyway. So I don't know what that does.
And this is who all involved right now?
So far, it's Terry Rozier, Chauncey Billups, and then Damon Jones, which is super random. But former Mavericks legend Damon Jones.
It's a group of like 35 people, so they're caught up with a bunch of
And 4 of the 5 mob families.
Yeah, and Cash.
4 of the 5?
Mhm.
Kyle.
The 5. The
No,
5 families.
not Kyle.
The only one they didn't have in there was the hooches of the Colombo
family's
That
only
Cal
one in
gets
there.
around.
But so Cash Patel was doing his thing. And I just only heard a portion of it, but he said,
It's not politics.
he's the FBI director. It's not politics.
Yet.
It's a legal gambling
It's
operation
all politics
and sports rigging operation. They're saying the last like 30 years or a bunch of years. They've already arrested 30 guys. But the sports rigging, he did say it goes into basketball. So that's as far as I got with it. I haven't heard more in terms of what detail he went into.
This is bad. But you know who's really thankful today? Steve Ballmer and Kawhi Leonard. They're like, we do not look like the biggest criminals in this league right now.
Did you hear that sweet burn?
Way
that
to repeat
Barkley
my take.
Got off
Did you say
on
that?
Kawhi?
I don't remember that.
And I said Damon Jones was involved.
Look, we have a lot of repeating things on the station that were said 30 seconds earlier.
Yep.
But
That's about it.
You heard that? Come on. I had a good run, okay?
What was your comment?
Did you hear Barkley's burn on Kawhi? I'm sure you did.
No.
Oh, you couldn't expect him to have 2 other jobs and actually play basketball at the same time.
Dang.
it's good.
All right, Zachary, your Maverick / Cooper Flagg freak out from last night is what?
It's like a 70%. I'm pretty not in this basketball team right now. I think it's more
This is
glazing.
game 1. What do you mean you're not in right now?
I think that they're just lost without a
wanna
point
read your
guard, man.
text?
I really do. I mean, I think that this is going to be tough. I mean, you really just need to kind of stay top 9 in the West until Kyrie comes back. But if you don't have Kyrie Irving back and he is as good as he was before, this team's not going anywhere.
See,
Wait, yesterday on G-Bag, I might have to tell you again what you said.
I do listen to myself.
I was watching, and you said, I can't wait for it. I'm excited.
50 wins, top 5 seed in the West.
Were you only talking about the TNT guys on ESPN? Because you said, like, I can't wait. I'm really excited.
Well, I couldn't
but now
watch
you
the
just
TNT
said
guys.
this.
I was on the air.
What's that?
I can't watch the TNT guys. I was on the air.
Okay,
We didn't
so
get done
what were
till
you
7.
excited for?
Cooper Flagg and the Mavs.
Oh, but you just said I'm not into this team right now.
Well, after how they played last night.
Oh,
Sean.
it's like,
well, it's
New
information.
New information.
Right? We're talking about the reaction to game 1, right?
Yeah,
That's
but
what
I
you
didn't know
asked
that
about.
would say I'm not into this team now when you were 12
Well,
hours ago.
The turnovers left and right. I think more of it is to do with Wemby. Like, I think Wemby just served notice to the rest of the West. I am here, and they are capable of making
No.
Western Conference Finals.
Because the Mavericks, Nico went and built the perfect team to stop players like this. That was the whole point of his big athletic front court that gets injured for half the season every time.
Bobby and I have a big old nice bottle of liquor bet on regular season wins. You guys tell me what side you would pick.
Okay.
I got Chauncey Billups on my side.
Luka and the Lakers. Well, you should go to jail too. Luka and the Lakers will have more, or the Mavericks will have more regular season wins.
I'm assuming your Mavs and.
Well, don't worry about your assumptions.
Okay.
Luka and the Lakers. And I don't think the Lakers are as good of a roster as the Mavs, but
I'm trying to figure it out.
It's going to be a lot of growing on the fly here.
Yeah.
You think it's like a toss-up?
Yeah, kind of. I'll probably lean towards Luka and the Lakers, but if he's already complaining about being hurt after the first game.
Who?
Luka.
What'd he say?
Like, oh, I'm sore. I don't know.
Well,
And
you're
I'm
a
like, it's
Luka
game
hater,
one.
Kevin.
I'm not a Luka hater. I'm saying
You are a Luka hater.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
I'm
you are.
saying for the purposes of
LA
this
Lucas.
bet, if he's sore after game one.
Well, we do have Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know. Who's played more games in the last several years than Luka?
So I said more wins for the Mavericks. Bobby is taking the Lakers.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you can't. That's actually not accurate.
I mean, after the trade for Luka, they finished, third in the West last year? And I didn't think the roster was any good then. I don't know.
This is still a league that will reward ISO stars. Like it hasn't come around yet, and then you don't have that, and they do. So I mean, they will just, if he's healthy consistently enough, they'll win 40 games easy just from that.
Are you okay? Even without like LeBron? and
Yeah, they'll
stuff?
win 40 easy just with Luka.
How many
being
games do you
Luka.
think what do you think the Mavs will be at?
Between like on the lower end, if Cooper Flagg takes more time to come around than they thought, 38. If he's better and they get Kyrie back early enough, 44, 45.
See that?
What was your biggest worry? What bothered you the most about Flagg's game yesterday?
I mean, it's the thing that we've been talking about for months. He can run the point, but I would not advise him running the point. I get for defensive reasons why you don't want like D'Angelo Russell and Klay Thompson as your starting backcourt. But look, he can run the point. I was afraid of this exact thing because then he becomes a little bit more passive in the game once he gets the ball over half court. And I thought it was a mistake then, and I'm still not a fan.
Okay, let's get to Zach Wolchuk. Bobby has been bothering me all morning to play this.
Gosh dang it.
I haven't bothered all morning. I've been trying to see if, because this has happened before where I'll send somebody and then you'll be like, why didn't you remind me? So I just said, like, I when we get into the show, sometimes we forget. So I was just like, did you want to play today or did you want to play tomorrow?
But you did remind me once.
Yes.
All I need is once.
I ask you before we get into segments that I know are going to be more general where we're not doing sports. That's all I just asked. Because I want to know what I should play him for.
I think you were really eager to bust on Zach. You wanted to make sure it got played.
I always want to bust on Zach.
So
I just figured it'd be better if we could all bust on Zach.
Zach
together.
Wolchuk, paying attention.
No, nobody bust on me.
On the G-Bag Nation.
Wow. DeMarvion Overshone with a clarification about 20 minutes ago. That knee brace that he's wearing, it's an accessory, not a necessity, says DeMarvion Overshone on Twitter, if you were wondering.
I think they're just testing some equipment is what they're doing.
It's a pretty sweet-looking brace.
Yes.
But I always get nervous when I see my players with braces on.
Yeah, I get that. Especially Rebels look crazy.
How much do those slow you down?
Doesn't help.
Yeah, it doesn't help.
Look at offensive linemen wear them for knee protection.
Overshone just tweeted 30 minutes ago, the knee brace is an accessory, not a necessity.
Wow. Okay. I love that.
So that's show worthy. That's a different type of thought now. New perspective. New perspective.
Did you play with a knee brace, Chief?
I did. Just after an ACL as well.
Wait a minute. Yeah. Did you just report?
I did.
Did you say that?
Some things are so important you have to repeat them.
You know what? It's a badass bar.
Lucius, is that why you jumped?
Yes.
I was sitting there. I was thinking I missed something, and
I thought I did miss something.
Oh my gosh, he's got a knee brace. It's not a necessity. And I looked at Dawson like, did you just say that like 30 seconds ago?
Must have stepped outside in the hall there for a second.
Damn it.
Tense moment. Mid-show.
Walter put his hand up first before he said it.
Guys, hold on. I mean, that's a pretty sick
This is fresh.
30 minutes.
I really thought I messed up. I really did.
No, that wasn't you.
Yeah, okay.
That wasn't me.
I blame Twilight Zone, G-Bag Nation.
Penn Roethlisberger.
He didn't react.
Oh, no, I was trying to contain my laughter.
Oh, no, he was cheesy.
He was making eye
I
contact
knew
with
it
Chief.
immediately. Dawson's reaction, I was like, crap, he said
I
this.
looked over at you, and then Lucius stood up and started walking to the door.
He dropped the K-bomb.
I mean, the good news here is at least we weren't in the midst of interviewing one of the team's GMs.
Yeah, that's a good
That mistake has not been made since.
Steven, these knee braces we're wearing.
We're locking in. We should.
This is the funny thing about that. Listening back to it, Broadus trying to go, I thought I made this. Shut up. No, you didn't. You're trying to call it out, but
Broadus
you
even has to interrupt to make the mistake his.
Wow.
Haagen-Dazs, everything. Listen, I do this.
I'm an interrupter as well.
I just tune out when Gavin's talking.
That's all.
Oh.
I do this. I do this once a show.
It's.
I just hope that I hope that I don't say something that I missed.
I'll be RJ here again today.
Yeah.
I have a theory, Kevin. I think you and I can only speak to this.
Oh.
Do you think that like if you're more susceptible to that if you're not setting everything up?
Yeah.
If you're in Choppy or Bobby's chair or Zach's chair where Dawson, you know, do you think that?
Not necessarily.
Okay, well,
because
that
I don't-
excuse out the window.
Hey, hold on. Because I don't think that's what happens with Corey. I think he gets too upset about fan texting people, and he's like, I'm going to respond to you. And then you lose sight of what the other person's saying, and then...
If you're setting the segment up, I'm trying to get my thing ready.
Yeah.
I don't hear a word you say.
That's how it goes.
I don't hear a word you say.
It most frequently happens if you guys are talking about something and then I go, oh, let me look something up about that. And then I'm sitting there and then I just realize I didn't hear what was said the last 30 seconds.
That's my theory.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, like when I'm sitting there, even if I'm driving the car, my son will say something to me, and like I don't, and I was 5 minutes later, I'm like, hey, by the way, did you just say something?
Yeah, you're a total. You're no doubt a what's the right word?
I space.
Not rude, but it's a synonym.
Inconsiderate.
Inconsiderate.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely inconsiderate.
That's it. So you'll inconsiderately space. I don't think it's intentional. You just don't care enough to pay all the attention. It happens with me with like interviews.
Oh yeah,
that's the scary.
Not that I space when we're communicating. When we're communicating with each other, and Jerry has said something, the Twitter will jump us. Where's the follow up? What are you doing when we're trying to coordinate with everyone else? Of what did you want to ask about? Let's bring that up here.
The thing you miss the most being locked in is like orchestrating everything. You will sometimes miss if RJ and I are like saying something like we'll say
I don't
a joke.
miss it. I just don't think it's funny.
No, that's wrong. There have been some times where we've said the joke. No, there's 100%. There'll be sometimes where we'll say a joke and then you'll like not catch it. I know I can tell you didn't catch what we said.
Yeah, because I'm like, really? It takes me a second to be like, are they going to make an 8th grader joke?
Yes, we are.
And then it finally occurs to to me 30 seconds later.
We're trying to grow a demo.
They are that stupid. They are that immature. So then I laugh late.
Show on the radio that's got that demo.
Oh gosh, okay, you made that
again the second time.
Zach Wolchuk with Kevin Hegden. It's the KNC Masterpiece. We'll see you tomorrow morning in Denton for the Firehouse Store. KNC is next.
To remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got the famous Alec Medford. And, oh, man, you are not Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
It is the woolly bully, Zach Wolchuk. Zach, what the hell are you doing here?
I don't know. Corey apparently pooped his pants or something this morning.
No.
Might have also vomited. And I got the call or text from the boss and was like, hey, late notice. Any chance you could host with Kevin? So I said, look, I got you. Went ahead, dropped off Eliza at preschool, and then just booked it right here. So I'm flying by the seat of my pants. We're talking zero prep. I'm just going with the flow here, Kevin, and I'm here to piss you off.
Once you hear all that information, Alec, do you think we should really try to box Zach out of the show today?
I don't know. I've got like a wall separating us. You kind of got to deal with that more than me.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get into it. How did the Mavericks do yesterday?
Not good, Kevin.
Oh, well,
not good.
Let's go to cut number 1, where this is Cooper Flagg's first basket in the NBA in the third quarter. Now, I should have phrased that differently. I'm not saying this is the first time he scored in the third quarter. These are the first points of his NBA career, and they came in the third quarter. And you know what really sucks about that is in the first 15 seconds, he had a steal and then just about had an assist off of the assist to the alley-oop of himself, and then it just didn't go in, and then he didn't score for the rest of the first half. So I guess give me cut 1.
Davis does start the second half on the floor as Flagg is finally on the board. Those are the first points in the career of Cooper Flagg.
Now, after he could not finish the alley-oop, Cooper Flagg took one whole shot the rest of the half. And so he was a robust 0 for 2 going into the second half. But guess what? Whether Cooper Flagg would have shot more, I don't really think it would have mattered yesterday.
Don't think so.
Because Victor Wembanyama looked every bit of maybe already the best player on the face of planet Earth.
Yes.
And the Mavericks got their asses kicked.
Yeah, so I didn't get to grow up and watch Wilt Chamberlain. I know Brian did, and he talks about him all the time and how damn good he was.
Because he's proud about that.
He's proud about that. Were you there? But goodness, is this like the modern day Wilt? Like Wemby is a freak show. It was like varsity versus JV out there, a man amongst boys. It's like when you see like a Rex Burkhead at Plano, and I know you got to see it, but like
I did.
The high school player that's going to go on to be in the NFL, like Derrick Henry and his high school stats, playing against everybody else. I don't know how you can stop him. And Wemby just looks like a force that is now. We knew it was a matter of time, but it was just a reminder what a freak of nature Wemby really is. He's unguardable.
Yeah. Look. And from the 469, this thought had actually crossed my mind. Do you think Corey got sick from watching the Mavericks? I don't
blame him if he did. I mean, the turnovers were just disgusting.
I cannot confirm that, but I would not rule it out either. So I don't know, and I want to get y'all's thoughts on this as well. I don't know what was the singular play or run of play that made the biggest bit of difference. Was it when Wemby got fouled and got an and one and kind of did a pump fake reverse jam at the same time? Was it when he got yet another block and Jay Billis made the comparison of it feeling like you're a dad playing an 8-year-old on your driveway? Or I think that might have been in the middle of the sequence where he hit a bank in, got the block shot, and then go ahead and give me cut number 2. He goes down to the other side of the court and does this, and I'm like, well, I don't know what the hell to do either.
Wembanyama crossing up Lively behind his back. Victor for 3. Wee-wee! And the foul! Victor Wembanyama stirring the drink that tastes so good here tonight.
It's too much on that call.
Wee-wee.
Too much on that call, but he was freaking amazing yesterday. He outclassed, well, obviously Cooper Flagg, but he outclassed the Mavericks and Anthony Davis and Derek Lively. He looked ridiculous. You can see why a couple of years ago his prospect discussion was through the freaking roof. The ability to just like move into the post, bank one in, then get a block, then come to the other side, take like, I don't know, 2 dribbles to get all the way across the court, hit a 3 while getting fouled. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and his handles.
That's not really a question. I'm just.
No, I agree with you. And his handles for his size, and he does look bigger. Like we had the report that he grew 2 inches. I was like, oh, whatever. That's a ball sack report. No, he did look bigger.
Yes.
And I thought Lively had played well against him throughout his career,
including that very first game.
But no, there was nobody. And really, it was just the sloppiness that the Mavericks played. Like, I'm not going to overreact to Cooper's debut. If you look at it side by side,
it's almost exactly the same as Lucas.
It is. So I think Cooper's still going to be fine. I do think I underestimated their ability to overcome not having a true point guard, because I don't think Jaden Hardy's any good. Nembhard could be. Like, Nembhard is the guy that they're going to need to probably develop into that guy. The problem is, and Coop talked about this yesterday, like, you've got 50 games with him because he's a two-way player.
Yep.
So are you just going to go ahead and burn all of that until maybe you can get Kyrie back? Because I don't know about D'Lo. I'm not a huge D'Lo fan.
Is that a defensive issue or just in general?
Well, they clearly don't want to play him, but also, I mean, I don't know. Like, he is more of a, I'm going to create my own shot than he is a facilitator. So I really think they need like a maestro. Like, you need that true point guard to kind of be the puppet master for the bigs. That would be Kyrie. But there's so many questions of, one, when is Kyrie coming back? Two, what version of Kyrie are you going to have when he comes back? So there's a lot of talent, but I don't think you've really got anybody to maximize the skill set of everybody around you. And to ask two rookies, Cooper Flagg and Ryan Nembhard, to kind of slide in and facilitate the action, it's a big ask.
From the 214, it's one effing game. Here's a reminder. The opening segment is your complete overreactions to the Mavs season opener. And
it's one effing game, though, Kevin.
Yeah,
Come on.
I mean, it is.
Take a chill pill, dude.
From the 214, Victor Wembanyama is better than Cooper Flagg. Sure. I don't think anyone was debating that going into the season.
Wemby better than Flagg?
Yeah.
Are you freaking kidding?
I feel like everybody was on board with that. And the thought was already that even coming off of the thoracic outlets surgery and syndrome, that he was already primed and was already a top 10 player. I don't think anybody was arguing that about Cooper Flagg, but he looked freaking unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now for Cooper Flagg. This is what I was worried about. I know we talked about it some in Crosstalk. This is what I was worried about the idea of him being a point guard or the primary point guard for the team. Now, again, you can say one freaking game, but that's why it's complete overreactions to the Mavs opener. And I appreciate Cooper Flagg is usually like very straightforward. And he was talking about how he played and he goes, not great. Yeah. Obviously, didn't play incredibly well, but I have to move past it, turn our focus and start getting ready for Friday. My issue in the first half primarily, and by the time he started scoring in the second half, it felt like essentially midway through the third quarter, the game was over. My primary issue with it was he was way too passive in terms of taking charge of the offense. There were multiple threes that I thought he could have taken. If you don't want him just taking threes and you want him to be able to cut into the paint, I thought he had a couple opportunities for that.
Sure.
Though if Stephen Jones, they pay their players too. Yeah. If we're giving him some credit, twice when he moved to the basket pretty easily, there was Wemby there as a brick wall to get him the hell out of there.
Well, then when he went on his run, I think it was towards the end of the third quarter, Wemby was on the bench. So clearly, I do think just the impact of Wemby's presence probably was, even he was suffocating defensively. Sure. It's unbelievable. I mean, he's a tarantula. It's like the guy is, who's Mr. Fantastic?
Yes, who can stretch.
All of a sudden, he's just the wingspan. I mean, it's just unbelievable his ability to gain ground with how long he is.
You're right, because there's a kind of a range, Alec, where I'm like, well, you shouldn't be able to block that shot from there. And I'm like, that person is too far away. Yeah. And then even one of Wemby's blocks was coming around from the backside, and I'm like, well, what the hell are you supposed to do about that?
I felt like after last night, all the hype surrounding him still somehow wasn't enough. Because, like, to your credit, what you were saying about some of the blocks he was making, some of the plays, like, if healthy Anthony Davis can't stop Wemby in any of his mid-range bag, nobody in the league can. Yeah. Like, nobody can. Because I don't even think they were doing anything necessarily wrong defensively against Wemby for most of the night. Some of when he was attacking the rim, I would have liked to see some better spacing and some better positioning. But I thought a lot of the time, AD was in his face. And he even said after the game, whenever you see him lean back for that mid-range kind of floater, you just pray he misses. You can't stop that. Like, the hype somehow wasn't enough, because watching him, even after the first quarter, I was like, this is going to be a 40-point night, because nobody can get in his face. And the whistle for him was great, too. He was drawing lots of fouls, got them in foul trouble early, and it was just all San Antonio from that point.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. I also, if we're talking about defense, I wanted to give a shout out to Stephon Castle. I thought he was doing a really good job, especially earlier in the game as the primary defender consistently on Cooper Flagg. I thought he did a fantastic job as well. He is the reigning rookie of the year. But just remember, it's one game. It's very similar, almost exactly the same as the opening game that Luka had, and Cooper Flagg is the youngest player in the NBA. Not the youngest player on the Mavericks, the youngest player on the NBA. And they're going to switch up their lineups, I think, quite a bit in these first probably 20 games. And I'm curious.
No doubt.
Yeah.
That's Jason Kidd's MO.
That's
he
true.
He does it every year, and we would get frustrated about it. Like some of his closing lineups. Like
This
he was
year,
just
I
starting
get
five
it.
to end
Yeah.
the game.
Yeah.
But he would be mixing. I mean, CA would always talk about that. Like he's mixing and matching to try and figure out, hey, if you get to postseason time and in the second half of the season, who are the guys I can really rely on? But I think you're spot on there. I mean, I'm not as worried about Cooper. I am worried about just the team as a whole and how is this going to work offensively? Because I think you've right now got a lot of good parts, but you don't have the connecting piece to make it all work.
Yes, and some more blunt versions of that, as I saw several people say, is this team is put together stupidly, which I understand.
It's weird because they had put it together perfectly for Luka.
Yeah, and then
they nuked the whole damn thing.
And they were like, we don't like your hustle, so you're out of here. And like, for example, this is, and I appreciate this level of overreaction because I think this is very well thought out. I disagree with most of it, but I think it's very well thought out. The big issue with Flagg is he doesn't have the handle to ever be a primary shot creator on offense. On defense, he won't be able to stay in front of people on the perimeter. He doesn't look like a physical freak when playing actual NBA talent. He will be very good, but never a top 5 player in the league. And so I disagree with pretty much every single one of those points, but I appreciate how well thought out that is. My counter arguments to all of that would be, I think he is able to eventually create his own shot. It has to improve from here, absolutely. I disagree about his ability to defend on the perimeter. I disagree with that now,
big time.
Not only in the future. And I think he absolutely has an opportunity to be a consistent top 5 player in the league. The great news is he doesn't even turn 19 for a couple months. So he's the youngest player in the league. It was a rough start. But the thing that bothered me the most, aside from the fact that he missed an alley-oop and a putback that I'm sure he was mad about as well, is he was too tentative on offense in the first half. Too tentative. Yeah. And this is one of the things that we saw, like we went up to New Jersey for the East Regionals. In the East Regional Final, there was a moment where John Shire said, go be effing Cooper Flagg. And he was like, because you get to that point where you're like, I'm tired of you being like, ooh, I need to help this team.
Cut yourself loose, man.
Exactly. And so you did not see that yesterday. And that might be a byproduct of nerves. It might be a byproduct of he's not good enough to do that yet. It could be a byproduct of a lot of things. But he was way, way too tenuous for me in the first half offensively.
Very passive. I would agree.
Defensively, though,
I think he's going to be just fine.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about Flagg, and honestly, I'm probably more of a glazing Wemby and just how damn good he is.
I mean,
it sucks because I hate the Spurs. But
yeah,
I think they're back in a big way.
He was freaking unbelievable. But I think the bigger concern that people have is whether it's getting to the Kyrie return or what you think it's going to look like when Kyrie returns, or the fact that, and we talked about this a lot all week, unfortunately, Anthony Davis and Derek Lively have had injury issues. And then Daniel Gafford wasn't able to go last night. You worry about his health. And so if this team can stay healthy, great. I think they could be really good. But, like, what is that based on? Yeah. Like, what leads you to believe that that's what's going to happen?
It's just the roster on paper.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, Anthony Davis is a good player. P.J. Washington is a good player. Derek Lively, I love. I'm a big Derek Lively stan. Gafford out, but we know Gafford's a good player when he's back healthy. They are really deep. Like, on paper, this is a talented team, but I mean, didn't Dwight Powell getting as many minutes as he got? I get it. Anthony Davis got into foul trouble early, and there were some questionable decisions by Jason Kidd night one as well.
Was it the final 2 minutes?
Yes, like him out there and just risking that, and Wemby going to work down low in the post, and then AD getting that fourth foul. But Dwight Powell having to play as many minutes as he did was a problem. And just the lackadaisical, it felt like they were going through the motions like a preseason game. The amount of turnovers and sloppy possessions they had is inexcusable.
Yeah. That is impossible to argue. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's switch gears over to football. Who do you fear on the Broncos, and where do the Cowboys hold an advantage? Or if you want to complain more about the Mavericks, that's okay too. Next, right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to card truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It's Ward looking to throw, under pressure, and down he goes. Nick Bonito, high money man on the money down, comes up for Denver.
And that is the player that is going to lead the way for me. I'm guessing perhaps for Wolchuk, perhaps Alec, perhaps all of us. Who do you fear on the Denver Broncos, and where do the Cowboys hold an advantage? Now, this is normally, Corey would say a similar thing. He fears no one, and I'm playing scared, and I will readily admit.
You coward.
Yes, I am a coward when it comes to stopping Nick Bonito. So my question, across the board, who do you fear on the Broncos, and where do the Cowboys hold an advantage? For you, does it start with Nick Bonito?
Yes, it does. I think that's a totally fair evaluation. I am worried about the tackles in this one. And look, Brian brought this up in his breakdown yesterday, and make sure, just to plug, the G-Bag Nation 340, he's going to be breaking down the Broncos defense today in Krusty's Corner. But he did mention, and it was a good point, when you look at the defensive line with Zach Allen, DJ Jones, and John Franklin Myers, they're all big bodies. And the Cowboys' offensive line struggled against Carolina in that front with Derek Brown and Ashawn Robinson and company, and they were big bodies, right? So now you've got Booker back, and there's a possibility BB could play. I think that is going to help. But that is an area of concern because I did not think Brock Hoffman had his best game. And when they're trying to pull the pulls and the traps, and they'll do that with Tyler Smith, then you've got the responsibility of the center and Brock Hoffman to have to switch and block down. And I did not think that he did a great job of always communicating and passing off his responsibilities, and then also just being out of position or maybe being a tick late. And now Ashawn Robinson was able to come up field and break down and sniff out a run play.
Can I ask you a quick question about that? Because we talk a lot about offensive line. I mean, some people will say just put out your best five. Other people will agree with that, but they're like, there can be some nuance to it depending on how the relationships are and how people gel together. Did you think Hoffman being apart from TJ Bass had a negative impact?
I thought they ran the ball really well last week.
Okay.
So no, I don't think it did, because I think Tyler Booker is a better player than TJ Bass is. I mean, quite frankly, the game before, I did not think TJ Bass played great. I know the PFF, pass protection was totally fine.
Yeah.
But just in the run game, I thought he was on the ground a lot. And he is a guy that I know athletically, I got, Dawson tried to throw out there maybe the backups were better than the starters. And then he pulled up TJ Bass's athletic score in college. And we know that Booker's athletic score, the RAS, was not good. Well, TJ Bass was also a tackle in college, not a guard, so that's going to be a little bit different there. But no, I think that you're now, especially if BB plays, you're better equipped in the middle because they're better power players, those three inside there with Smith, BB, and especially Booker to be able to fortify a front like that. But to go back to your original point, I am worried about how are they going to be able to contain Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito. And that's a big ask for Guyton and Steele.
Because if you want to focus on just Bonito, 8 sacks for 7 games of the year. But probably more terrifying is the fact that Denver is far and away the most effective at getting to the quarterback this year. They have a league-high 34 sacks. That's the most by any team through 7 games in 12 years. And that's the terrifying part, because I know I started with Nick Bonito, but whether you're mentioning Cooper or anybody else, it is not by any means a one-man show. And you just said Guyton and Steele.
Let's get ready to take off half the Cowboy fans, shall we? Are you so confident right now in the way Dak Prescott is playing that it's okay? Dak's going to mitigate this because his numbers, and he has played so well under pressure. His pocket command and awareness and his ability to slide and step over has been so much better. I mean, we saw it in the Green Bay game, right?
Yes.
They did get pressure. Micah was getting after him quite a bit. Other players along that defense front, not Rashawn Gary, but he was under pressure and was able to navigate the pocket. This is going to be a big task for him. And one thing that Guyton and Steele do well is even if they're going to get beat to their spot, they'll at least be able to drift the edge around the quarterback to allow Dak a step-up lane to throw the football. So this is going to be a big look. Dak's playing, I think, at the best level of his career. There's Cowboy fans out there that are always going to say he can't win in the playoffs. He's not it. I get it, and we can have that conversation hopefully when they're playing in January.
Right.
But right now, and we've seen Dak be good in the regular season, Dak's going to need to be the man that can mitigate this because I think, without question, the Broncos are going to get pressure. I don't trust Guyton and Steele to be able to hold up. And there's things that they can do, whether that's have the sniffer, Lipke helping up Brevin Span-Ford, the tight ends, being able, maybe they go with 6 big linemen. Maybe now you have Nate Thomas coming in or Hakeem Adeniji or somebody else to help as well.
Do you think they'll put Schoonmaker in a position to be able to make blocks that are not poorly schemed for him?
God, I hope not. I mean, if it were me, no disrespect to the Schoonmaker family, if you're listening, I love you. But
feels like it's about to be.
He wouldn't be on the team anymore.
Wow. Who else do you want to cut?
Mozzie.
I figured you'd say that.
Diggs.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to cut Diggs.
Kyle Yeomans.
No, not Kyle. We need him for tomorrow.
God, I can't stand Kyle.
How do you feel about Nate Thomas versus, I know you said, what's that?
What?
How do you feel about Nate Thomas? And then I'm not saying like eventual ceiling because I know we all have high hopes still for Tyler Guyton, but just immediately you still like Tyler Guyton over Nate Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, I think Steele's been awesome out in space in the run game. Like him and Brevin Span-Ford, they've got something special there. But if you are in a salary cap crunch, I believe, and we talked about this, I think, this past year, you can save some money if you moved on from Steele.
Yeah.
I think Terrence Steele does a lot of things well, and he probably gets a little bit of a bad rap at times. But I think moving forward, I would kind of love Guyton and Nate Thomas to be my tackles.
Ooh, okay. You slide Nate over to the right side?
Yeah, or I mean, look, if Guyton, I think Guyton played well last week. I think he's shown great strides and improvement at left tackle. I think he's going to be fine there. But he did play right tackle, at Oklahoma. So if you wanted to, you could also eventually, if you decided Guyton doesn't end up by the end of the year making the strides at left that you wanted him to, you could kick him over, and now he's your right tackle and Nate Thomas is your left.
Now, the thing that fascinates me about this Denver team defensively is I know it's easy to say how good they are defensively because EPA, they're top 5 just absolutely across the board. However, you look at that Jets game and you're like, holy crap, this is the best defense in the history of football. Hyperbole, people. And then you look at this last game. They have busted coverages. They had missed tackles. Tyrone Tracy just ran all the way, or was able to cut all the way through the middle without being touched. And Daniel Bellinger, the tight end for the Giants, he hadn't done jack S all season. He had more yards by halftime than he did in the first 6 games combined. So I realize we're still taking big picture, and I absolutely think this is a very, very good Denver defense. But then you look at, especially the first 3 quarters, actually probably the whole game, against the Giants. What the hell happened there? Because they looked very pedestrian in that game.
They did, and they did run the ball all over them.
Yes.
I think that Dart did a good job running around Scadaboo and Tyrone Tracy. Both their offensive line for the Giants, surprisingly, was in. I think the missed tackles had a lot to do with it. I don't know that they're going to be. It might have been your opponent a little bit there. Like they could have said, "This is the Giants, and we're not really. We don't respect our opponent here." Well, they certainly did come the fourth quarter, and they went ahead and put up 30 points there. But yeah. The Denver defense hasn't been as good as I thought they were going to be. Like some of the analytics and the stats that I've seen come out in regards to Patrick Surtain II and Riley Moss have been really good. I love the matchup of George Pickens and Riley Moss, especially down the field. Like Riley Moss, according to Next Gen Stats, has been one of the best cover corners in all of the NFL this year, number 31 out of Iowa, and he's a white corner. Shocking. But I do think that
Jean changing the world.
That could be the mark right there. Like if I get Riley Moss on George Pickens, I'm throwing the ball down the field. And I don't think Riley Moss can run with Pickens. I think certainly there's a size advantage for Pickens. And then the ability to move CeeDee Lamb around. Jahdae Barron is interesting. I loved Jahdae Barron coming out of the draft, Texas corner. I think Jahdae Barron would be the guy that I would actually have Barron matching up with CeeDee Lamb, then have PS2 travel with George Pickens. Yeah. If I were Vance Joseph here, that's how I would play this. I don't know what Denver's going to do, but I do think...
What do you think they're going to do?
I think they're just going to end up sticking with their sides. Okay. I don't know if they're going to... And if they traveled, I think they would do PS2 versus CeeDee Lamb. But also, I don't know how much. I'd have to go back and look. Like, how much does he kick inside and play the slot corner? I think he's mostly playing outside on the boundary. But there is something about, like, on paper, this Broncos defense feels better than they've performed at times this year. They've definitely given up, to your point, points and yards.
Yes. Bo Nix is...
Was that a terrible answer?
No, I don't know. Bo Nix...
I felt very passive.
I was doing my Cooper Flagg impersonation for the first half yesterday.
Interesting.
Sorry, too spicy. Tops basketball comes out today. I'm really excited. All right. So on the Bo Nix front, it's kind of funny because we talk about like it's a week by week league, but it was a quarter by quarter league last week. And Bo Nix, like, they didn't just fall into a hole where they had no points in the first three quarters by happenstance. He was missing receivers left and right, and it was just problematic. But then you flip the switch, and like you said, maybe they were playing down to their level of opponent. Lord knows the Cowboys would never do that. But in the fourth quarter, Bo Nix, 16 for 24, 174 yards. But I think what's most terrifying, especially because we always will talk about defensive backs, he connected with 7 different receivers in the fourth quarter. What is your thoughts about not only Bo Nix, the quarterback, and that's all fine and well, but like his ability to spread the ball out and how that could be problematic for the Cowboys?
Well, I think that he's a guy that is, if you can get pressure on him, and again, that's the big question. Can the Cowboys find a way to get pressure? The answer is most likely no. But he's definitely going to look at his first reader, and if it's not there, he's going to take off and run. So that's really my bigger fear with Bo Nix. It's not necessarily spreading the ball around. It's his ability to take off like we saw week one. Like, I'm nervous about week one Jalen Hurts, where he didn't really even test the Cowboys secondary much, but all of a sudden it's 3rd and 8 and he scrambles for 11. You know, that's what I'm worried about when it comes to Bo Nix. I'm a big Marvin Mims Jr. fan. I'm biased. I got to cover him at Frisco Lone Star locally. I love him. I think he's a guy that is going to create problems, and I don't know if it's ready. You got to be physical with him. So Reddy Stewart's going to have to be physical. You got to get a jam at him in the line. Maybe it's Deron Bland. They started playing him more.
You think Reddy can be physical, though, right?
He absolutely can. Yeah, 100% he can. And then Cortland Sutton, I mean, I don't mind the matchup. Like, Kyrie Elam's gone against him before, and I think Cortland Sutton has had a lot of success. So did really everybody in the AFC against Kyrie Elam. We'll see if Diggs even plays. But they do have weapons. Like, Evan Ingram was always a guy, I remember, and even when you guys were at night, when you had Brian on, and it was the Giants week. Yeah. Well, who did we talk about? Circle Evan Ingram, right? Yeah. But it never ended up happening.
Right.
And the Cowboys versus tight ends this year, I mean, Zach Ertz just scored a touchdown. It's like Evan Ingram is actually the guy underneath. I'm nervous about him and being able to kind of crush the Cowboys dink and dunk style.
I know that we just talked about how effective the Cowboys passing offense could be. You also have 2 of the more efficient running backs in the league. I want to say going head to head. I realize that's not really how that works. Do you think this could turn out into a offensive line running back war of attrition at all?
Sure. And I think Javonte Williams, buckle up, baby. I'm hoping he goes out there and
and I know he's like, I'm not really calling it a man
of few words.
Game. Yeah.
But it's a revenge game. You know it is.
Okay.
And J.K. Dobbins on the other side, he totally leaned into it against the Chargers and had a pretty darn good game for Denver.
Yeah.
So, it is. I mean, you're going to have a physical, and I think the Cowboys are going to be able to get the running game going. I think offensively, I mean, this is really what it's going to come down to. You've got your 2 elite units, Denver's defense, Cowboys offense. I mean, you could argue the other side of this, like, okay, how well is the Cowboys defense able to slow up Denver at all? I think we kind of go into it with low expectations. The Cowboys if they can't run the football, they have no chance in this game. So Javonte Williams and this running game are going to have to show up, or else it's going to be a long afternoon. In the history of the Cowboys in Denver, not good.
See, you say that, but let's remember the last 4 times the Cowboys beat the Broncos, it was on their way to the Super Bowl. So,
and Denver's wearing those orange crush unis. You know what they wore in the Super Bowl when the Cowboys beat them?
Oh, that's right.
The orange crush unis.
Crushed them. Have I painted myself into a corner where if we win, I have to come back on Monday and say we're going to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, you better be. The rest of the year. You know the Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl. You said it right here. They're not losing the game. Never lost.
Man, I do feel like that's how people hear the things we say sometimes.
100% they do.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, ranking the last 25 World Series champions as part of baseball, Nuggets, and Rangers prospects ready to contribute in 2026. All of it next right here on The Fan.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, that's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Sewald in his 5th big league season now faces Seager. And the pitch to Corey, swung on and a high drive, deep right field. This one is way back. This one is history. The game is tied 5-5. Globe Life Field is on its feet for Corey Seager.
We will get to baseball nuggets in just a second, and then I do believe at some time in this show, Wolchuk's going to tell us about this really fun underground poker game that he's been running. I don't know how that's been going.
I told you that in confidence.
Oh, my bad.
That was a confession.
Right now, will you give us a Cowboys update? We'll see if we can dump that other stuff.
Yes, per the golden phone on the Doing All Right podcast with Foch Lombardi and my co-host on the G-Bag Nation, Brian Broaddus. The Cowboys are ramping Cooper Beebe up today and tomorrow with the hope that he could be available for Sunday's game. Quote from Brian's source, it's trending that way. So our full 5 could be ready to rock in Denver on Sunday.
Man. But let's just make sure we take a moment of appreciation.
Brock Hoffman's been awesome.
Yeah.
And TJ Bass, you also did a great job. And hopefully, maybe we can mix in some creative ways to still get those guys on the field, because I love Brock Hoffman fighting people all the time.
Man, I do too. Right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets. So we're getting ready for the World Series. Starts tomorrow. The last 25 World Series champions were ranked by Sports Illustrated and by Fox Sports. Where do you think the Rangers in 2023 fall in the hierarchy of best World Series champions?
Ooh. Oh, well, number 1, Kevin. Number 1 in our heart.
Well,
but according to the national people, it's probably pretty damn low.
I was going to say, I'm afraid of.
They all were whining and complaining that, screw Texas and Arizona, nobody cares. Let's go with 22.
Oh, Alec, what do you say? Top 25 World Series last 25 champions. Where do the Rangers rank?
I think they're very down on it. I would say more like 23.
Man. Well,
24.
I have
dead last.
I have good news for
30,
you.
Kevin.
Sports, that's too low.
It's only 30 teams.
Well, and that's not the question I asked. Sports Illustrated has them ranked 19th, but Fox Sports has them ranked 14th. Ooh. So right in the middle of the pack. Now, in case you were curious, they flip positions at 1 and 2, but both Sports Illustrated and Fox Sports have the 2016 Cubs and the 2018 Red Sox in the top 2. Like I said, one has one at 1 and the other one has the other one at 1, but those are the top 2 on the list. Now, let's go to this World Series. Baseball is riding high going into the World Series as their postseason viewership is the highest it's been since 2017.
You believe that?
I kind of can't.
I don't either.
I get the Dodgers, and I know they were loaded up with the Phillies as well, but
I don't think a lot of people were watching that ALCS.
Yeah, and that's what I think.
And they're burying it on FS1. They're doing it at random times. It's going up against college football and the NFL, and I think this is a total butt crack situation.
Oh, you think?
I think we're being fibbed too. I think we got some liars out there.
MLB is finessing the numbers.
I think they need to. What are they doing putting these games on FS1? Like every single CS, like if you're a championship series,
you should be on.
That needs to be on Fox.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. What are we anticipating for these ratings? Because obviously the Dodgers are a juggernaut. Toronto, look, maybe they'll win and they'll turn into a juggernaut. But in terms of national United States appeal, doesn't feel that high.
Question: Do the Toronto ratings factor in?
Now, that is a great question because they have the way they put out the press release. It is American and Canadian TV ratings. And so they're saying year over year compared to last year, it's up. Well, last year I didn't see the Blue Jays making a run to the World Series. So that probably makes a difference. But
like Canada wasn't paying attention last year.
Yeah, they were all getting ready for the Who Killed the Montreal Expos Netflix documentary,
Right.
which is out. I haven't watched it yet, but I'm very excited. It looks awesome. Yeah, I'm not either because of one of the teams in there or the fact that I guess I still kind of think that the Dodgers are just going to absolutely steamroll them. I don't know how highly rated this World Series is going to be. By the way, Blake Snell, Game 1, Yamamoto, Game 2 for the Dodgers. If they pitch anywhere in the vicinity of how they pitch to the NLCS, it feels like it will be 2-0 Dodgers.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what you said last week. Like if Toronto or whoever were to win that Game 7,
it's to lose.
Can you just get to 5?
Yeah. Yeah, Corey brought up an interesting factoid maybe at the beginning of the week that I did not know, is the last 4 times a World Series has been between a team that swept the CS and a team that won in 7.
Yeah.
The team that won in 7 has won all 4 of those World Series. So perhaps we're totally misreading this, and then in a couple weeks we'll be like, yeah, dummy, Corey told us what was going to happen. Or maybe that's time for a play on underdog. This is my spot. It's underdog.
I'm not going to say a word.
Now, let's talk about somebody who already hit it big on the Blue Jays. They made a $93 4-leg parlay, and it was for the Eagles to win the NFC, for Canada to win the Four Nations face-off, for the Toronto Maple Leafs to win the Atlantic Division.
Wow.
And for the Toronto Blue Jays to win the American League. Now that all 4 of those hit, it's $100,000 cash. Off of $93.
That's why it's worth it. Just throw a little bit down.
Look, I give people more reasonable plays, but my favorite thing, I'm not kidding, to do on underdog is to stack like 6, 7, 8.
The problem is you'll get like 5 of the 6.
Oh, I know.
Or 7 of the 8.
And
like
it's
always
infuriating.
that one. Ugh, I went on a bad run on Prize Picks.
It is absolutely, and that's why. Don't worry, I got an underdog code for you. Masterpiece. All right, let's talk about the Angels.
Promo. Tolo on Prize Picks. TOLO. $50 when you play your first $5 lineup.
For the Angels, they have given mine's 100. Very strange. I couldn't
Prize
help
Picks
it.
isn't as desperate.
Wow. Hey.
I'm sorry. I got to stand for my comps.
That's fair. All right.
What did I say?
For the Angels, your comps. For the Angels, we already knew that they hired Kirk Suzuki. But did you see they gave him a 1-year deal?
No, I did not realize it was a 1-year. What?
So has
that ever happened?
I not that I immediately
You're
recalled.
hiring a manager on a 1-year deal?
Well,
he's already lame duck?
Here's the part of the reason. Well, first, it might just be general cheapness
of true.
the deal, but also that some people think that's a way to avoid paying a manager during a potential work stoppage in 2027 that I know a lot of people in the baseball world think is going to happen. So it could be cheapness. It could be a way to avoid paying during the work stoppage. I don't know, but Suzuki, just a 1-year deal with the Angels, which I think is pretty freaking wild.
Why, Mike Trout, what are you doing, dude? And now it's probably too late. Like, he's still a good player, but he's not at the level that he was.
Yeah.
I don't think he's an MVP candidate anymore.
Yeah.
But, you just wasted your career.
Yeah. No,
it's so sad. And it's like Myles Garrett in Cleveland.
It really is.
I was so happy when he tried to say trade me, and then he just and I get it, you get your money, but come on, dude.
Get out
of there.
It is unfortunate.
Like Max Crosby wasting away in Vegas.
I mean, I hear you on
Force
that.
your way out, bro.
All right, Lou Gehrig, the final appearance that he made at Yankee Stadium, his jersey from that game, sold for $2.7 million. Do you think Mike Trout bought it because he had all the money by staying with the Angels, and he's like, I can afford whatever the hell you want?
That's awesome. Move over Golden Auctions. It's now Trout Auctions.
Yes!
That's what I've been doing my entire career. I've just been saving my money to buy all of the memorabilia.
Dude, that would be freaking amazing. Now, I was fascinated by this. Deion Sanders was talking about how he hopes Shohei Ohtani opens the doors for more two-way MLB stars. Are you guys anticipating that? I know Shohei is a freak of nature. I'm not saying they would do it just like Shohei, but do you think this would open up the doors at multiple levels, especially as you move up the pro ranks, to being able to have more two-way players, or do you think like, hey, this is once in a generation, probably longer? Not really.
I think it's once in a generation.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna. Shohei is a unique one of one. He is a unicorn, and it's gonna. I mean, look, I think that it's possible. Like if you get somebody else that has any talent in the realm of Shohei, they might try it, but I don't think it's going to become the norm. I don't think we're going to see like 10 plus players that are now playing two-way. I think it's still going to be, you can count on one hand the players that are able to do this.
And I'm sorry we don't have time to go in depth on this right now, but I just wanted to shout out Kennedy Landry. She has a really good article up on TexasRangers.com mentioning Sebastian Walcott, Jose Corniel, and Emiliano Teodo, who we've talked about quite a bit, as three folks from the pipeline right now that think they could be able to contribute at some point for the Rangers next season. Sorry we didn't go more in depth on that, but if you get the opportunity, TexasRangers.com. Really great stuff from Kennedy. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, plus maybe more Mavs or gambling, and in the next hour, we're going to give away Stars tickets.
Yeah!
All of it next on The Fan.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Chad. My name's Chad. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Zach Wolchuk rocking and rolling with us today. We'll get to why that is in just a second. And in the 11 o'clock hour and the noon o'clock hour, we will be giving away pairs of Stars tickets. But right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring in our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Kevin. Zach, how's things going?
Fantastic. Good to catch up with you, Mick.
Now, I'm glad that Zach is here, but I'm a little concerned, Mickey.
Why's that?
Corey said he's sick, but do you think there's any chance he was arrested in these gambling investigations that also took down Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups?
I'm going to say no.
Okay. Because I haven't heard from him since he said he was sick at like 3 a.m. So I wonder
those
if that's...
guys did what?
Yeah. Did you hear about that?
No.
Okay. So Chauncey Billups, the Trailblazers head coach, and the Heat guard Terry Rozier, among several other people, I think it's like 35 people, got arrested in a gambling investigation. Terry Rozier, he's been implicated in maybe shaving points off or giving a professional gambler insights like 2 years ago. And then Chauncey Billups is implicated in a mafia underground card game that included x-ray tables and special contacts with invisible ink on the back of cards to cheat in these games.
Was he next to Tony Soprano?
It does feel like that, doesn't it?
Golly.
Where's the gabagool?
Yeah.
It feels like Chauncey Billups is the Trailblazers head coach and coach of waste management.
Head coach?
Yes.
Now, did he do this before he was the head coach?
I don't think so.
Oh, my.
Now,
which means you're probably in debt and
Yes.
have to do something that they're taking advantage of.
Okay, so think about this, Mickey, and this kind of crosses over into the world of football. I'm not saying like Cowboys players are implicated or anything of the like, but it feels like a tough spot for sports when this is happening, but also like when you see it covered on ESPN, they have the ESPN bet tracker.
Oh, yeah.
At the bottom.
And
you're-
during the games.
Yes, or you're going to Caesars Stadium or whatever. Like, how are sports leagues supposed to square that up versus like this is a big story right now?
And like having a team in Vegas?
Yes. Yes.
And having all the advertising they have during the games?
It feels, dare I say, somewhat hypocritical.
Well, it's kind of scary that it'll catch up with you.
Yeah.
And then I see where the NCAA said, well, yeah, college athletes, they can be like normal people. They can bet.
Yeah, they can bet on pro
games.
sports.
Yeah,
There's-
well, where are you going to draw the line?
There's no chance of a slippery slope there, right?
Man.
No chance.
I, for one, would never violate rules.
We're in trouble.
Yeah. And
in so many ways.
But when you see how much money is involved in gambling, there's no way we're going backwards, right?
Yeah, you would think so, huh?
Yeah.
But there's so much money involved.
So
think about it.
There's your update. Hopefully,
Thank you.
Hopefully Corey is not involved.
They didn't come knock on the door.
Yeah. If you hear him tomorrow, he's free and clear. If you
Okay.
don't,
We got problems.
yeah,
huh?
exactly. Now, I heard Schottenheimer talking about this yesterday in his press conference, and I used to hear combat sports athletes talk about this all the time, how big of a deal it actually is to be up, like not at the stadium, but a mile high. And Shotty talked about hydration. Are there anything else that you think can be done or is being done to help prepare for a unique environment?
Yeah, I think the hydration is real. I usually go up there, in the mountains skiing every year. And I have learned that to drink a lot of water on the way beforehand. And once you get there, and don't down like 6 beers once you're in altitude. So you would hope these guys aren't drinking the night before. But the altitude and the alcohol is real, especially when you first get there. I can vouch for that. I learned some lessons.
I was going to
along
say,
the
it
way
definitely
after
sounded
all
like you
these
chugged
years.
the 6 beers.
Yeah. No, I don't do that anymore, especially when you get older. Maybe when you're 21, you can deal with it, right? But yeah, the hydration part I think is real. And the initial, to me, it's the initial shock, like when you first get there and you do something or exert yourself. It's like, I thought I was in good shape,
right?
And then you sort of get used to it. I think the second, third day, for sure. I can remember we were in Mexico City for a preseason game.
Oh, yeah.
So it had to be back in the late 90s or whenever they were there. And I remember being on the treadmill, and Mike Zimmer was next to me, right? And we were on the treadmill, and I was sitting there, and it was early, like, and I hadn't been on there that long, and I'm dying. And I said, Mike, what's the deal? And he goes, you forgot you're at altitude. And I said, oh, yes, that's right. They could set Olympic long jump records here in Mexico City.
Yeah, man.
So there is something to it. It's, and then the other thing is, and I think, I can't remember if I mentioned it with you guys yesterday or not, but they remind you every step of the way of, 5,240 feet or whatever
80.
it is.
Yeah.
80. Yeah. Like at the free throw line in basketball.
Yeah.
So, they'll put it in your head from a mental aspect.
I know a lot of people have talked about Trayvon Diggs being in concussion protocol, and I totally understand. But I also keep seeing Wanye Thomas with the migraine issues, and that also feels pretty concerning for him as a human and as a football player.
Yeah, because it started last week.
Yeah.
And they were listing him as did not or limited, and then he didn't play. So that's somewhat concerning that it's still going on. And I guess right away you think concussion, but if it was a concussion, he'd be in concussion protocol. So it's got to be something more, which means that 2 of your top 4 safeties would be missing with Malik Hooker still out.
Right.
And he was kind of a chess piece that they can use back, they can use close to the line of scrimmage, and Marquise Bell now has kind of taken over that role. And if Donovan Wilson can't go, then Marquise Bell and then Clark, Johnny Clark, is that how I say his first name? Would be your safeties, and you're starting to get a little thin there. Not to mention missing one of your corners, if indeed he's still in concussion protocol. And if he doesn't do anything today, then I think he's out.
Are we getting positive news that maybe Cooper Beebe could be back in the lineup?
Yeah, here's the deal with Beebe. Because the other 2 guys, Ravel and Overshown, they hadn't played any football since their injuries, right? And so it's going to take them probably the full 21 days to get back. But at least Beebe had the whole off season. He had the whole training camp. He actually played in a game or so. And so it's not like he's got to remember how to play football. And talking to him yesterday, he thought that he was pretty good. He said initially, and this happens to any of us that have suffered some sort of injury, when you come back, the first thing is, okay, I'm physically healthy, but is it really good? Can I trust it? And he said the first couple times out there, it was like, oh, I don't know. And then he said it came around. So the limited part, again, for him is he didn't take all the snaps. It wasn't like he was physically limited. That was on purpose, not to rush him. But he thought that there was a chance he could play, and if not, for sure next week.
Okay.
And so that would really help if you actually had your starting offensive line back together again. Because I know after, the backups played well against the Jets, I heard some people go, well, dude, I don't know. They played so well. Let's just keep those guys out there. And it's like, yeah, maybe not so much.
He's talking about Gavin Dawson, I feel like. Yeah.
And then the other thing is the other team now has tape on the backups, right?
Exactly.
And they can figure out where their weaknesses are and then attack them the next week. And I guarantee you that happened the following week with Carolina.
Now, Overshone has, look, I love DeMarvion Overshone.
He's just amazing,
isn't
he?
Yeah, personality-wise, ability.
Yeah.
And he has said November 17th, ironically enough, since we were just talking about this, against Vegas and the Raiders in prime time with the world and the gamblers watching. Does that sound like, when you were talking about taking the full ramp-up period, does that sound about right in terms of a potential return date for him?
Yeah, because if they start the 21, then that would be the week that they would have to at least put him on the 53. Right? The 21 days would be up. And I always thought if he wasn't ready for that game, then he's not going to play until after Thanksgiving, because you're not going to send him out the Sunday before Thanksgiving and say, oh, hey, big guy, 4 days later you're playing again. That's probably not going to happen after you've not played football since December 9th. So I always thought after the bye, if he can be ready for that November 17th game, then that's probably the target date. And it looks like in his mind and probably their mind, starting the practice 21-day window this week, that's kind of what they're looking at. Because there's nothing wrong with him physically. I can watch him do all that stuff. And, usually the guys are on the cords, the resistant cords, and they do their one set or whatever, and then they take the belt off or the buckle off and buckle somebody else, and the other guy stands and watch. He doesn't watch. He just simulates what the other guy's doing without the cord. So that's where that's him, though, right? And so I think physically he's good. He's just got to remember, because Wednesday would have been the first time he had pads on since he tore his ACL in December. So it takes a while to get back to playing actual football. And, it's simulated in practice, but at least you got a helmet on and pads to kind of help you out. So, yeah, I think that's realistic from him. I mean, for him, he'd play, Sunday.
I'm sure.
Right?
Gosh.
What a smile.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
He's an absolute force of nature. When it comes to Jonathan Mingo, he's making his debut, Mickey. So what do you think that has ramification-wise, like the domino effect now to the rest of the wide receivers?
Yeah, because I'm thinking that's 6 wide receivers, right?
Yeah.
Can all 6 be active on Sunday? Because if they are, then you're shorting yourself somewhere else. So, I like the fact that it's another kind of big outside body at wide receiver, and the fact that they kind of have, they'll put, we know that, CD in the slot. I've seen, George Pickens go in the slot at times, and so if you're doing that, then you need outside guys, right? And they don't always put Kevontae Turpin outside unless they motion him. Sort of the way they did on the little short pass that he turned into 15 yards. It gets a little crowded because Flanoy is, a guy they use outside. Tolbert's a guy they use outside. Can they have all these guys active on game day? No, maybe you look at Kevontae Turpin, and I, as you know, I'm behind using him as a wide receiver.
For
but maybe
sure. Yeah.
you count him as a special teams guy, right? And then say, okay, I got 5 wide receivers, but they better use him and use that speed because I bet he gets faster a mile high.
I could see that, don't we all? Thank you very much for the time, good sir. We will catch you again tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good. See you guys.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. So I know we've touched on it a little bit. I wanted to go back to it for just a second. We mentioned Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, another person involved in it, Damon Jones, who he played for like half a season, I think, for the Mavericks. And so he was an unofficial assistant coach with the Lakers just a few years ago. He's implicated as well. But Jones specifically played 11 NBA seasons with 10 different NBA teams. But he is associated with the Dallas Mavericks, and he was an assistant coach on that LeBron Cavs team in 2016 that made the comeback against the Warriors and won the championship there.
Yeah.
So for Billups, we mentioned it's an illegal poker operation. So it's not exactly the same as Rozier. It was just part of an all-encompassing like investigation into gambling, but it's separate from the charges against Rozier. We had talked about this a couple of months ago, and Rozier's already met with the NBA multiple times about this. I wonder if they're going to feel stupid if the FBI was like, hey, good investigation. So back on March 23rd, there was one particular professional gambler that put 30 wagers on Rozier in 46 minutes, and all of them were on the under. On points, rebounds, assists. He went to different kiosks and different things like that. And he bet about $14,000. And then Rozier, who was then with the Hornets, played under 10 minutes and he left the game because he said he had a foot injury. And so obviously that looks really suspicious. Now, I've seen other reports that say maybe that guy bet a lot more, or maybe he passed that information on to other people and it could have been upwards of $150,000 to $200,000 that got bet on the unders for Rozier. So that feels pretty damning, but that was 2.5 years ago, and he's talked to the NBA multiple times, so I don't understand what the disconnect there is.
Yeah.
When the FBI is like, no, yeah, we did our own investigation. We're going to arrest you.
You guys didn't do a good enough investigation. It is strange. And Terry Rozier's the one that seems like he's getting the majority right now of like, okay, you're banned for life, and we're kind of waiting to see what happens with Billups.
Yeah.
And he just got inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2024. I know, like, I think the Basketball Hall of Fame is the easiest to get into.
Sure, for sure.
But does that, I mean, can you remove him? Does that end up like he's besmirched?
I don't.
Is that the right word? Besmirched?
I don't think so, but maybe it's because gambling in the sports world is considered worse. But like, isn't OJ still in the NFL Hall of Fame?
Good point.
Did he kidnap somebody?
I concede. Did he kidnap somebody?
Yeah,
he did.
I mean, remember he took that person hostage for having his memorabilia and selling it and stuff like that.
Oh my gosh, dude, you're so
If
right.
we're only trusting the results of the justice system, that's what I'm going with.
Killed somebody too.
Well, I am
maybe
trusting
people.
The results of the justice system so people don't get mad. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Oh, yeah. Also, I don't know if this is breaking news. Did you know Overshown's knee brace is just for show?
Is it?
Yeah. I don't know if you'd heard that.
Oh, my gosh.
What are you doing?
That is such good news. I am so happy to hear that because I was concerned.
I bet you were.
I mean, that was definitely like the level of fear right there for me.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Hey, Overshown?
Yeah.
That brace?
Yeah.
Just for
Just
show.
for show.
He doesn't actually need it, baby.
Coming up next, the segment we always put out for show. It's AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus Joe Flacco gets philosophical next on the Fan. KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, tomorrow we will be at Freebirds for the Friday Football Feast in Addison. 5,000 Beltline Road. Going to have those Tolo trucker hats to give away and other giveaways. And, of course, delicious Freebirds food. If you want to come out and see us, that would be delightful. And right now, always delightful, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Yeah.
877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, Joe Flacco getting philosophical on us. And I must say, I've never agreed with him more than I do now.
Oh.
We're going to play some sound from him here in just a little bit, talking about how he's getting used to life in a new town away from his family. And I think he said the most true thing I've ever heard an athlete say. We will get to that here in just a moment. And Kevin, I told you this off air. I'm going to throw this out there into the world, manifest it. Should the powers that be decide that Corey cannot go tomorrow and I get sent out to Freebirds, I could be talked into doing the Super Monster Challenge.
Oh, man, I really
I could be talked into it.
Please do that.
Because I told you guys,
really want to see
I usually have football games to call on Friday, and I wouldn't want to be super bloated and run into the bathroom all the time during the broadcast. It got rescheduled to today for weather, so that means I can party tomorrow. So I
think
could be
we all want to
swayed.
see it.
I want to see
I think this is a good sell, Alec.
I could be swayed.
I think Corey should stay in jail.
I don't know if he'll have a choice.
Yeah, him and Chauncey Billups are going to have some tough conversations.
I mean, like, I know that's not really happening, and it would be terrible. Oh, well, I think for Corey's life, but from a content standpoint, how amazing
incredible
would it be if Corey did, in fact, get taken down as part of Chauncey Billups' underground mafia gambling ring? That would be crazy.
Wild.
I did not expect to wake up this morning and see that Chauncey Billups has mafia ties.
I bet Chauncey Billups expected to wake up this morning at his house.
Yeah. Well, we don't always get what we expect sometimes, Kevin. We don't always get what we expect. But
if you try sometime, you just might find that you get what you need.
Mm-hmm. I knew that was coming. The question of the day, gentlemen, today is National Horror Movie Day.
Ooh.
And I would like to know, what is your favorite horror movie of all time? 877-881-1053, or just a scary movie. It doesn't have to be anything crazy intense. If you're not into that, if you're not into the gory stuff, I get it.
All right.
Your favorite scary horror movie of all time.
I'm hoping this is acceptable. I'm going to go with the Nightmare on Elm Street series. The rankings go like this. Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Nightmare on Elm Street 1. Wes Craven's New Nightmare. Nightmare on Elm Street 4. Nightmare on Elm Street 2. And then Nightmare on Elm Street 5. And then Nightmare on Elm Street 6 is just an abomination.
That's right.
But those movies are badass. Freddy Krueger is awesome. Those are my favorite horror movies for sure.
Okay, those are good. I think the freakiest movie that I ever have seen in my life, Sinister.
Yeah.
Sinister stayed with me in like a weird,
Is Ethan Hawke in that?
Yes, and
I have seen that.
And I don't know about Black Phone 2 that just came out, if that's any good. I thought the first one was okay.
Oh, see, I liked the first one.
It was solid. But man, Sinister is just one of those where like you're gonna be left thinking about it. And
yes.
It's just creepy and disturbing and weird.
Okay.
It bothered me.
I want you to, if that's what you're into, movies that are creepy, weird, and will bother you.
I don't know if I'm into it, but...
Well, you're going to have a decision to make. The movie's Skidamarink.
Oh, Skidamarink Dinky.
Yeah. Yes. So my older son watched it.
Should I dump that?
And he said he didn't know if it was good or not, but he couldn't stop thinking about it. And I watched it. And I also don't know if it's good or not, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. And it's super freaking weird. It is creepy as hell, but you'll keep thinking about it.
Huh. Okay, I'm gonna have to write that one down. And
Skinamarink.
Yeah, it is.
Still don't know if that's something we can say on the air.
Is it like streaming anywhere? Is there? Any way we can
Yeah,
find
I
it?
saw it on Hulu.
Okay.
I will warn you, it does not have a conventional plot line. So if you're looking for like, a more straight through narrative, this movie is not for you.
Okay. 28 Days Later, I also
Yes!
thought
That's a
was
good one. That
freaky
movie
as hell.
rules.
That that one definitely had an impression when I saw that. And then the first Conjuring and the
movie
first
scared the crap out of
Insidious.
me.
Yes, both of those I thought were awesome.
This is a great one because it's a little bit more offbeat from the 858. Tucker and Dale versus Evil. If you've never seen that, I don't know which streaming
Tucker and
service.
Dale?
Yeah, it's on some streaming service. It's kind of more of a horror comedy. It is tremendous. Kind of in the vein of Shaun of the Dead in terms of it's fun. It's fun.
I like the idea of movies that stuck with you, Wolchuk, because that instantly takes me to the one that my dad would pick is The Shining.
Oh,
because that, to this day, is the reason why he sleeps with a baseball bat next to his bed. Like, it has stuck with him that long.
Have your dad, if he's never seen it, I think I've mentioned this before. I believe the name of the documentary is Room 237. It's a documentary about The Shining, but what's great about it is it's a documentary about all these people arguing about what The Shining's actually about, from wiping out Native Americans to sexual revolutions to the moon landing. These people have crazily different ideas of what that movie's really about. It's pretty fun, especially if you love that movie.
Huh. I didn't know there was conspiracies behind it.
Oh,
me either.
So many.
That's
and like
interesting.
the moon landing guy is the best because there's this moment
can
where
see
he
that.
goes, and then I saw him riding on his trike in the Apollo 11 sweater, and I knew. Stanley Kubrick was telling us he faked the moon landing. That's a real thing that gets said in that documentary.
Let's see, the 785 says 28 years later is even more wild and freaking nuts.
Haven't seen it yet.
I did like that.
It was good?
Yeah, I thought it was better than 28 weeks later, months later,
weeks.
whatever the second one.
I think it was weeks.
The 214, The Ring, got me a little bit.
So I watched that movie in the theater and people were losing their freaking minds at the end. I thought the end was just tremendous.
Yeah.
See, from the 817 Midsummer, that movie disturbed me.
No!
I couldn't see it because Hereditary just put me off so much.
Okay, well then don't watch. I believe in Sweden they say Midsommar. That movie, if you watch Hereditary and you're like, you know what I would like if it was longer and weirder, then Midsommar is the movie for you.
I mean, that movie ended with like just a bunch of old naked people.
Yes.
It was so
And this other movie is longer and weirder.
So more old naked people.
If that's what you took from that.
And then this poor little girl gets her head chopped. Not even, I don't. It was just. I didn't like it.
Obviously, you know what I'm going to say, Alec. Besides all those movies we mentioned, you need to go watch Sleepaway Camp.
Yeah,
Oh, I
babe.
heard you
I knew
talking
that was
about
going to come
this.
back somehow.
I don't think
I
you
have-
do.
This agenda you've been pushing.
I have told, look, and am I going to watch Chopping Mall in the next couple of days? Yes. Yes, I am.
Chopping Mall?
Yes. So they break into this mall. Well, guess what? There's lots of high-tech, different robots run amok and whatever. But Sleepaway Camp came out in 1983. I'm not here to tell you it's a great movie, but it'll entertain you enough until you get to the end, and then it will rock your world.
I can't believe you're still pushing this agenda.
You should.
And every time you do, somebody on the fan text does check it out, and we get a text the next day that's like, hey, what
Watch
the heck?
it today.
Sleepaway
Come
Camp.
to Freebirds tomorrow, and let's talk about it.
Man, I got to check this out at some point just to see what all the hype is about. From the 832.
What all the hype is.
What all the
me.
hype is.
I feel like I'm single-handedly
Camp.
You
pushing.
single-handedly, yes, you are. Like, I swear, any kind of boost it's getting on streaming or whatever, it's because of you.
I want an email from
Crap, there's a
Amazon
lot of
Prime
these, man.
that says, hey, we've had a bizarre uptick in Sleepaway Camp viewers.
You ever see
Sleepaway
like a Hollywood Reporter article
Yes.
that's like, by some weird reason, we've seen a spike in streaming for this movie.
I hope so.
Have you seen all of them?
No, I just watched the first one because I just saw it a couple weeks ago.
Unhappy Campers.
And it rocked.
Teenage Wasteland.
Yeah.
The Survivor. What Happened to Molly. Tony Lives.
Wow, there's so many of
There's
them.
a lot.
I didn't know
That's
there were that many.
Too many. From the 832, this is probably my pick, the original It.
The TV movie, It?
Yes.
Man,
Okay.
I was too young when I watched that for sure because the very end of the first part of it, because the first part's the better part, probably like the newer movies with the kids and stuff as opposed to the adults. But the very end, and if you've never seen it, go watch it. 1990, Tim Curry rules all over that movie. But the very end of part one just gave me nightmares forever.
Gentlemen, Joe Flacco is getting philosophical on us. So he was talking to the local media, I believe, yesterday, and they asked him about, being away from his family and whatnot, because in his past trips bouncing around teams, he's brought the family with him and relocated them. And he was like, no, the kids are older now. I kind of want them to have a routine and enjoy being in one place for once. So they asked him, like, how are you dealing with being alone and being away with the family? And I think that he just understands life. And I recently discovered that I think exactly like Joe Flacco.
I think there's always a challenge of sitting in a room by yourself and being lonely. So for me, it's trying to find ways to maybe stay over here a little bit longer and then, just kind of take myself out of that mindset, call home, go sit at a restaurant by myself and realize that, man, that's pretty enjoyable to do. After there's not too many situations. I tell people all the time. I mean, I used to see guys sitting at a bar by themselves, or just sitting by themselves eating and grabbing a little meal, and I'm like, man, I feel so bad for that guy. You almost want to go join him. And now I realize, like, that dude was in heaven. And not to say that that's obviously not what I want. I'd rather be at home sitting at the dinner table with my kids and hearing what the hell they were talking about all day. But if you have to do it, then you might as well take advantage of it. So, just little things like that.
He said that guy was probably in heaven.
And he tipped his hand more so because he was so forceful. And he goes, I would, rather.
Well, of course, I'd rather my family be there.
Be at home with the kids and whatever the hell
Wouldn't be heaven
saying.
anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, because I have to say that or I'm going to sound like a bad guy. But, man, that might be the Hall of Fame most relatable quotes and most understood in my mind, because I just recently kind of became okay with that concept of doing stuff on your own. I went to Monday Night Raw a couple weeks ago by myself. Nobody that I knew there. There were some people in the building, but I didn't go with them. I didn't even catch up with them. I just kind of took in the show. It was great. And then I went to a concert by myself, sat front row, because, hey, it's my money. I don't have to worry about somebody else paying for the other expensive ticket. I went by myself, and I had the time of my life. So, Joe Flacco, I think you might be in the Hall of Most Relatable.
I love it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Let's power rank the quarterback power rankings. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Mahomes searching, cuts across with a touchdown to Hollywood Brown for the second time in the second half.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to Gridiron Gravy in just a second, but I feel as though it's about that time.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see the Dallas Stars face off against the Edmonton Oilers November 4th at the American Airlines Center. These tickets are courtesy of PNC Bank. Caller number 10 right now, 877-881-1053. Now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, not MT Clinic, Men's Tea Clinic. Let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. How interested are you in Vikings Chargers this evening for Thursday Night Football?
I'm interested. Look, I think the Vikings really ruined an opportunity to beat the Eagles last week. Thanks a lot to Carson Wentz. But this is a big game, I think, for both teams. I mean, the Chargers just had a big L. Yes. They're super injured.
So and they need a big dub.
They need a big dub. And the Vikings also are kind of treading water in that division right now. So this is a pretty big game moving forward for both teams. They both have to have it. So desperate team theory working for both.
If Justin Jefferson has 40 yards or more receiving tonight, he will surpass Julio Jones as the fastest wide receiver to ever get to 8,000 career yards. Wow. If you needed something extra to keep an eye out on. Now, let's power rank those quarterback power rankings. It is up to you, Wolchuk, to decide the source. Would you prefer the USA Today or CBS Sports?
Let's go with USA Today.
Okay, USA Today. Who is the worst starting quarterback?
Okay, let's go with Dylan Gabriel. Incorrect?
Gosh dang it. Such a hater. Dylan Gabriel has rocketed all the way up to number 25.
25?
From USA Today.
He's at 25? Well, okay.
They think you're a chump.
Is this anybody who's ever started this year?
Who's starting right now?
Starting right now?
Ooh, although I get one of them's a little questionable.
What do we mean by questionable?
Cooper Rush is 31, and it looks like
he's probably not going to be
starting. Moving in a direction. It probably won't surprise you to know that Justin Fields is listed
Justin
at
Fields
32, followed by Andy Dalton and Tua. Now,
Tua.
Yes. He's really fallen on tough times. At the top of the list, who is the bestest quarterback in the world right now?
Dak Prescott.
And this is where choosing your source wisely is important.
Crap. What do we do? Is this okay? Well, some of these lists are like Mahomes haters. Some of them are going to be real when it comes to one Patrick Mahomes.
I don't think you're going to have an issue with where Patrick Mahomes is ranked. He's ranked number 1.
He is ranked number 1. Wow.
But I want you to listen to this. Remember, USA Today. Drake May is 2nd. Josh Allen is 3rd.
Josh Allen's had 2 really bad weeks.
Baker Mayfield, Matthew Stafford, Justin Herbert, Jared Goff, Sam Darnold is number 8. Wow. Daniel Jones is 9.
Wow.
Jalen Hurts is 10. And Dak Prescott is number 11 on USA Today's quarterback list.
How is he so low?
Because the USA has turned into trash.
My goodness, dude. 11? I don't know how you can watch Dak play this year and not have him at least in the top 3.
Okay, so who would you bump out then? Because I'm going to go over to CBS. I think I know who you would bump out. Their top 5 goes like this. Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Jared Goff, Lamar Jackson, which I completely disagree with that, and Dak Prescott. So Dak's 5th there. Assuming you take out Lamar, I know he's coming back, but still. Who would you bump out of the top 3 for Dak? Allen, Mahomes, Goff?
I think right now it's got to be Allen. I mean, Allen's played and they just came off a bye. But the previous 2 games, at least Goff and Mahomes have been playing really well lately. Allen, and I still overall, I get it. Big picture, who would I take, Allen or Dak? I'm probably still going to take Josh Allen.
I get you, but that's not representative of this
who's
moment.
playing right now.
Yeah.
This is quarterback power rankings week to week. Dak's got to be ahead of Josh Allen. I mean, he should really be ahead of all of those quarterbacks.
Yeah. And so if you want to focus on the more logical CBS Sports, I get Mahomes. I get Goff. He's been playing,
Goff's been playing
very
great.
well, too. And then maybe Dak 3, maybe Stafford and Mayfield are 4 and 5, unless you think Mayfield, I know he had a rough Monday night. But maybe
Baker's been playing great.
Baker and Matthew Stafford maybe 4 or 5, or maybe you think Josh Allen needs to be inserted before that. But
no, I don't.
I wanted to make sure I mentioned the USA Today because I thought people would find it outrageous that he is number 11. This isn't a who's the best in the playoffs quarterback. It's who's playing the best right now. And having Dak at 11, even the most ardent Dak hater would have to admit that is pure foolishness.
Yeah, that's asthma, dude.
Let's talk about Baker Mayfield. He said, well, he's not really looking forward to the Saints game. Specifically, he said this. It has not exactly been clean play from their part when we play them. It's a physical game. It is what it is. You expect it from a divisional rival. But yeah, not much else to say besides for the fact that I do not like them. He should like them. They stink.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, I love it. Rivalries. And I think sometimes we're a little too nice to each other. Go ahead. Be honest, Baker. Let them know you hate them. I like this.
And Baker Mayfield's one of the people that you would go to, right, to get a real person quote.
He's going to tell it like it is.
Yeah, I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. We talked about how Lamar Jackson was on the way back to the field. He did return to practice for the first time since suffering that hamstring injury. Looks like he is going to be on pace to be able to play in their next game. We'll take a second for perhaps some Carolina Panthers appreciation.
Oh, say what?
They're over 500 for the first time in 4 years. Now.
What?
Yes.
Holy.
Is that an indictment on their franchise as a whole?
Yeah,
yes.
Pretty bad.
Do you give some credit to Dave Canales for smoke and mirroring this thing together?
Sure.
And Rico Dowdle, I know, had a back-to-back games where he's running wild. And now Hubbard is back just in time for Bryce Young to be hurt again. But yeah, the Panthers are over 500. It feels like Canales is doing a heck of a job.
He is, and that defensive coordinator Evero, I think he's that's a tough one to say. His last name, Carolina. Joe Person, we had him on from The Athletic, and he tried to tell us what it was, and I can't remember. I don't remember a lot of things, but he's been fantastic for them. So I do think they're actually doing a really good coaching job. And Carolina's got some. I love Tedero McMillan. I loved him coming out. So and Bryce Young, now he's hurt, but Bryce was playing okay. Dave Canales does deserve a little bit of props, but that's going to be coming crashing down with Andy Red Rifle Dalton.
And
I just short-circuited.
I thought I said the USA Today was trash.
No, you said...
I left off the Today?
You were besmirching our country, Kevin.
I love the United States.
Tell us how you really feel.
The USA Today newspaper is trash.
Okay.
I love the country, but...
Hope you do.
I have a feeling that is going to come back to haunt me.
I think it is too. A lot of people are ticked off right now.
Son of a gun. I'm sorry about that. America, you're awesome. All right. Do you want to change the onside kick?
Yeah, I think that the onside kick, oh, wow, Sandler's listening, love you, Jared. Damn
it.
I do think we need to do something about this. It's impossible. I hate that you have to announce this.
Yeah.
I missed the element of a surprise onside kick.
For sure.
Okay?
Like, you think back to the Saints Super Bowl, where you're like,
Saints
the
Super Bowl,
hell?
even before that.
Yeah.
The freaking Eagles got us on that pickle juice game. They started off that game, the season opener was that 2000, and they beat the brakes off of us, but then they came back and did it again. I think it was in 2004, maybe 03, and Randall Williams catches it, runs it back for a touchdown. I'm like, hell yes. Let's effing go. I miss that. I miss the elements of the surprise onside. But if you want to get rid of it and you want to do this 4th and 20 stuff or whatever they're talking about,
okay,
I'm in favor.
Now, that seems to be the prevailing wisdom. And so onside kick conversion rate down to 4.7%. And the league has been very effective at changing the kickoff, right? This is exactly what they wanted to get out of the kickoff. So now I know there are a lot of people in the league that say, let's examine the onside kick and let's take a new look at it, whether it is no longer having to announce it, whether it is going with the dynamic onside kick or whatever the hell you want to call it, the 4th and 15 or 4th and 20. I would love to see that.
I would too. I think it'd be fun. And I think that it will strategically change the game quite a bit. I mean, can you see the fight in Man Campbell's?
Yeah.
Doing this every single time?
Yes. Oh, man. In the 575. Zach, off topic. Heard you talk about Cooper Flagg rebounds yesterday. 10-plus rebounds, plus almost 6-1 on their money right there.
Had a baby.
Boom.
Love you.
Man, I'm seeing a lot of texts about
Cha-ching.
this.
Yeah, dude, you need to watch your mouth.
I still love Cooper Flagg, and I love America.
That's not what you said.
I'm sorry that the USA Today infuriated me and made me misspeak.
No wonder you hate Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford just 817. So
I don't hate either one.
it all makes sense
of
now.
those people.
You don't even celebrate the 4th of July. You wear your lobster outfit for the Redcoats.
What? We're 2-0 against them. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our World Series preview. Plus, are the Dodgers ruining baseball or setting the template to win? And we'll have more positive America talk.
Woo, America!
Next on The Fan.
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to dive into our World Series preview here, but it feels like we need to go back to the Mavericks for at least a minute. Alec, could you... I'm sorry. I feel like we need to. Alec, can you give me cut number 3 and Victor Wembanyama looking like the best player on planet Earth?
Wembanyama, the spin move on Christie. Pull-up baseline jumper. Got it. Victor Wembanyama. It's a 40-point game. It's his 5th career 40-point game. 112-82. Spurs, their largest lead of 30, and the Spurs bench starting to empty out a little bit.
Yeah, which makes sense. So there was a stat out there in the world, Stats Williams on Twitter. Wemby is the first player to have 40 points, 15 rebounds, 0 turnovers, and shoot 70+% from the field since 1978.
Wow. 1978.
Yeah, so it's been 47 years.
Modern day Wilt, man.
It feels like that potential is there. And we go back just a couple of years. I know we talked a lot about Cooper Flagg. We go back just a couple of years before Wemby came out. This was the player that other NBA players were looking forward to seeing. Yeah. And he probably should have won. Yeah, that I just saw a replay. I think it was Castle who threw a pass up to him from about the 3-point line. Wemby catches it, turns around and does a reverse jam after jumping like between the two circles. It was unfreaking believable. This was the player that other NBA players wanted to see. He arguably should have been Defensive Player of the Year his first year. Sure. He finished second. He definitely would have won the award last year if he didn't get hurt. He led the league in blocks last year, even though he played like 45 games. That's crazy.
That's insane.
He played it's like between 43 and 46 out of the 82 games, and he led the league in blocks. I swear I think the stat sheet is wrong because I thought he had 10 blocks last night.
It felt like he did.
It really did.
He's unbelievable. I mean, it was like I get it. There's probably some Mavs panic, and I also feel that. I'm not sure. I mean, for a team that was supposed to be, and we thought, okay, defensively they could be a juggernaut.
Right.
You have 93 points in 3 quarters.
Yeah.
But some of that's also, I don't know how you guard Wemby. I mean, to Alex's point earlier with Anthony Davis, like he's backing Anthony Davis down in the post.
Easily.
AD's doing everything he can, and Wemby's just like, I got you. I mean, you can't block his shot. He covers ground. The reach that he's got, the wingspan, he can do everything. He's got the handles of a point guard for somebody that's like 8 foot tall.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
It feels. I
didn't want to believe the Wemby hype, and it's just me hating the Spurs. The guy's, I think he's already the best player in the league.
Man, and easily, a lot of folks had him tabbed as top 10. The biggest thing for him, obviously, is going to be staying healthy. And if he stays healthy...
Yeah. And I'm glazing 2-4. I am.
You have a possibility.
I don't like it, but I'm doing it.
It's only one game, but consider this. He is now the favorite to win MVP.
And he should be.
Not from me, from the Vegas betting odds. He's already the overwhelming favorite to win Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
And you can't help but wonder how good the Spurs will get and how quickly they will get that good. Now, I want to throw it to cut number 6. Here's Cooper Flagg right to the point, breaking down how he played.
Not great. I mean, obviously didn't play incredibly well, but got to move past it. Trying to focus and start getting Friday.
Did you feel like you were starting to assert yourself a little bit in the third quarter?
Just trying to be a little bit more aggressive. Trying to assert myself a little bit, but just trying to take what was there. But I got to be a little more aggressive out the rim.
I like that even with the question that was a positive question to move him in that direction. He was like, yeah, kind of, I guess. And yeah, not great. And I think that's a fair way to put it. 10 points, 10 rebounds. He had 2, whether it was the tip in or the lob to start the game. And man, how quickly did that change? In the first 15 seconds of the game, I was like, holy crap, we're going to be awesome forever. Because it was a bad pass. He gets it. I don't know if they actually registered that as a steal, leads it down. And you could see he gives the perfect pass and tells the guy, throw it back up to me. And he does. And you're like, oh my God, this is going to be awesome. And then he does not finish the alley-oop, and the rest of the game was terrible.
But still the youngest player in NBA history to have a double-double in his debut.
Oh, in your face, LeBron. And like I said, you look back at it, I know the Wizards are not supposed to be good. I want to see how he does Friday night in game 2. He had a very similar stat line to Luka in his first ever game. And then Luka in game 2, I think, had like 21 points, give or take. So we'll see how that goes. All right, World Series.
What about it?
That actually might answer my first question. What is your excitement level? That feels like perhaps your excitement level is not super high.
No, I just think that the Dodgers are too good. Like, the Dodgers are just a juggernaut. It'd be fun if Toronto could give them a series. And what Vlad Guerrero Jr.'s done this postseason's been epic.
Yes,
but the Dodgers pitching is unbelievable. Their lineup on paper, it's like a Hall of Fame roster. So I'm not really super excited or pumped up at all, and I don't really care for either team.
Alec, excitement level in the World Series, but also 6.5 to 1 on your money if the Dodgers sweep.
Oh,
that feels like, just value wise, that feels like perhaps a reasonable play to look at.
Well, yeah, I would make a play on that because after this morning's events with Corey, I'm scared to bet. So I'll make fantasy plays instead. Interest level, it's a little bit higher than I expected because I'm really intrigued to see if Vladdy can continue this just earth-shattering streak that he's been on.
Yes.
And it's kind of at the point where I don't know if Bo Bichette coming back really changes anything for me because I think Vladdy is going to dictate if Toronto's even in this series or not. I'm still generally uninterested because I think the Dodgers are superhuman, and the way their pitching has rebounded this season, they went into a slump at the perfect time because they figured it out, and it is looking beautiful. It's some of the best pitching that we've seen all season from any team, including the bullpen, which their bullpen was not great at one point this year. And we joked because it felt like they had 15 different closers that they signed in the offseason. Well, they figured out how to make it all work in the postseason, moving some guys around. Putting Sasaki in the bullpen was a genius move because he's figured things out.
Man, no kidding.
Like, I'm interested just because there is some really talented players that are going to be playing in this series. But generally, I know that Toronto doesn't really have a chance.
Do you think then you would get more into the series if, like, let's say you did steal a game off of Sasaki or Vlad Guerrero goes double home run in one of them and all of a sudden it's 2-2?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you would get more into the series once you realize, like, it's going to be uber competitive? If that in fact
if
happen.
this is tied at 2 after 4 and it's best of 3, then absolutely.
Okay.
I think that's going to be a pretty exciting finish. I'd be stunned if that's the case. I mean, ESPN ranked the top players in the series.
7 of the top 10 are Dodgers. Players? Yeah.
But 11 of the top 20 are Dodgers. So, I mean, they evened it out pretty well with the Blue Jays. But, I mean, they've got players, and I get it, like Vlad Guerrero Jr. and George Springer. Vlad's been awesome throughout the entire postseason. Springer was great in the CS, had the big Game 7 home run. But ahead of Blake Snell, who has been lights out, ahead of Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman, who have been on the stage before, I don't know. I just expect the Dodgers to step up and flex their muscle. And I could see the Blue Jays getting 1, but Dodgers in 5 just seems like that's what's going to happen.
And I want to go back to that top 10. It feels particularly difficult for the Blue Jays in that number 1 is a Dodger in Shohei by probably a pretty good margin. But then also 4, 5, 6, 7 are Dodgers. But probably more important than that, 1, 4, and 5 are all Dodger starting pitchers.
Yeah.
Like,
it's been historic.
Good luck.
Right.
They had the greatest rotational ERA in the history of the NLCS. That happened. Like, outside of Shohei in his maybe the greatest single game performance in the history of organized athletics, and certainly in baseball, they have that. And so 4-1 Dodgers win is the lowest betting wager that you can get in terms of the tightest line. So it goes, and this kind of gives you an idea of how lopsided they feel this series will be. 4-1 is first, 4-2 Dodgers is second, 4-3 Dodgers is third, 4-3 Blue Jays is fourth, barely ahead of the Dodgers sweep. So from the betting odds, they think it's about as likely that the Dodgers sweep, that the Blue Jays can win in 7 games. And then the Blue Jays winning in 6, 5, and 4 go way down the list. If you think the Blue Jays can sweep, that's 16-1. Even that feels like an inaccurate line. I feel like that should be like 30-1 or something along those
That would
lines.
be an all-time upset in sports history. Maybe the biggest. If the Blue Jays were to sweep the Dodgers.
So let's assume it doesn't go that way. Let's assume it goes the way that Zach thinks it's going to go. Are the Dodgers ruining baseball then, or are they showing you the way that this thing is going to need to get done? Because you've seen Tampa in the mix plenty of times. We had when Kansas City won with not an outrageous payroll and things like that. But now you have what feels like it's shifting into the new kind of evil empire based on all the money they spend, the very clever accounting tactics that they have used with a couple of their players. If they roll through this after having a fine regular season, but nothing amazing about it, and then just flipping the switch and crushing everybody. They've lost 1 postseason game. So let's say they sweep or they win in 5. They lose 1 or 2 total postseason games, win back-to-back. Is that good for the game? Because maybe now you have an enemy or a super team to root for?
Right.
Or is it bad for the game to show, buy the best players and you'll win?
To me, I don't think it's good for the game. Right, because that's why I'm also just not interested in the series. Because I think the Dodgers have, on paper, like every offseason, you're going to say, okay, we've got Tarek Skubal.
Yes.
And the Tigers.
Yes.
They're $250 million apart.
$250 million apart.
Would any of us be surprised at all if all of a sudden here's the Dodgers and they're signing Tarek Skubal? It's like, how the hell are they doing this? But this is what's happening right now to the sport. And I don't like it at all. I don't think that's good for the sport.
Right.
But at the same time, I do wonder if the NBA has suffered with their ratings because now the last, 5 years? What's the stretch we've got?
7.
We've had 7 years of different champion.
And as much as people bitched about it, the Warriors winning sold tickets and it brought eyeballs to the screen, especially when you saw the Warriors and Cleveland playing again and again. People might have said, but people watch. A lot of people watch. So you can make a pretty strong argument that dynasties are good for sports viewership.
We might like the dynasty.
Yeah.
Because it either gives you something to root to hate or you just want to watch greatness.
Yes. And that is the perfect way to put it, Zach, because I could see falling either way. I could see how you're like, I just want to see something great happen. We haven't had a repeat World Series champion in 25 years. So you're like, I want to see that happen. You want to see if they can win 4 and 5 years like the Yankees or, go on a run. Whereas I totally understand it. I would probably be in the other group of people that is like, okay, great. You had some development, but all of your best players you went out and bought because you look at it. Who are their best players on the team right now? Ohtani went out and bought. Now, Yamamoto, he went out and bought. Snell, Betts, Freeman. You didn't develop any of those people.
No. It's no doubt. And I get the 858's point. Why is everyone making a stink about this? The Yankees used to do the same thing in the early 2000s. You're right. They did, and that's part of the lack of a salary cap in Major League Baseball or whatever you want to say, their ability to just throw money around.
Does it change your dynamics? Sorry, Zach. Does it change your dynamics about, I know they said early 2000, but at least with the late 90s Yankees, whether it was Jeter, Rivera, Bernie Williams, Jorge Posada, they had a ton of their best players they created.
And I felt, and this is why I don't consider it the same, when the Yankees did after that, they were trying to chase the championships and spend all the money, and it didn't work.
Yes.
It worked once in 2009.
Correct.
So to me, I look like, yes, the Yankees tried that, but it failed. I think the Red Sox have tried that to some extent, and it's failed. But the Dodgers are the team that, they're collecting all the Infinity Stones and just going ahead and telling the rest of the league, tell me what it tastes like.
It probably won't surprise you to know that there's only 2 players that are lower than 10-1 to win the World Series MVP, Shohei and Vlad.
Yeah.
That's it. Shohei's 2-1.
You think who's the second Dodger? I don't think Shohei's going to get this.
This is a controversial opinion. I don't think he should have won NLCS MVP
because he had one. It was the one game.
It was
game.
It was
all-time great performance, maybe the best.
You're right, but they jumped out to a 3-0 lead with him doing Jack S.
Right. Yeah.
So I realized that's probably a controversial opinion. Would you say Betts?
I kind of think Freddie Freeman.
Ooh, I could see that. That's a good
did he
answer.
win it last year?
Yeah, that's a better answer. Yeah, because he was a home run machine. Yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey is not feeling well, or he's using that as a cover story for getting busted as part of the gambling ring. I think it's probably the first one, but not 100%.
It's jail.
Coming up next, let's do some NFL overreaction or reality. Plus, in studio, we're going to have the Ring of Honor Forever Women's World Champion and Garland native Athena. All of it coming at you next. And a Stars ticket giveaway on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
I left formation. Span forward the fullback. Handoff Williams right up the middle. Walking in behind Tyler Smith. And Schoonmaker. Touchdown, Cowboys. And it is the 6th touchdown rushing for Javonte Williams.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got NFL overreaction or reality coming up in just a minute, but something really cool. We already did One Star's ticket giveaway today, and Alexis from Fate won, and it is also her birthday.
Happy birthday!
So, you know what I wondered, Wolchuk? Could we make that magic happen one more time?
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see the Stars face off against the Edmonton Oilers on November 4th at the American Airlines Center. These tickets are courtesy of PNC Bank. Caller number 10 right now, 877-881-1053. Now, we have one more Mavs thing to go over, then NFL overreaction reality.
Gosh darn it.
Per Zach Wolchuk.
Yeah.
I don't know if you did these stats, but you brought them to me. So
my math is not good like yours, so I've got to rely on others.
The Spurs outscored the Mavericks in the paint 68-26 last night.
Yeah, if you're a team that's built on size, that's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
This team might just be Poochies.
Maybe so. All right. Let's try to cheer people up with NFL overreaction or reality. Here we go. CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens are easily the best 1-2 wide receiver combo in the league right now. Overreaction or reality?
I think that's reality. And I know you've got, like, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith just put up a crazy stat line this past week. But in T. Higgins and Jamar Chase with a quarterback are certainly in the conversation. But right now, I think you saw it this past week, just the challenges that they both pose. I mean, George Pickens has been an absolute monster at drawing defensive pass interference calls.
Yes.
The ability now that they figured out, okay, we can move him around. So you have two receivers now that you can move around all over the formation. When CD was out, the offense didn't skip a beat because George Pickens is that good. I believe if George Pickens was out and you still had CD, we've seen that before. Like CD has scored, has over 100 yards in every single game he's played this year, besides Chicago, where he was hurt after 6 plays. Like it's pick your poison, man. I don't think there is a better duo right now in the game. There's some that you can certainly have the conversation about that are right there. But I think they are, and I don't think that's being a homer.
The combo has played only 3 full games together, and in those games, the Cowboys are averaging 34.6 points per game. Lamb plus 100 yards in all 3 of those.
Unreal.
Games. Man, I think I'm with you on that. Okay, we're going to get spicy.
Let's do it.
NFL overreaction or reality. The Commanders will finish last in the NFC East.
Oh, Lord, that is spicy. I'm going to say overreaction. I still think it's going to be the Giants.
No Jaden Daniels this week.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to play it off like the Jaden Daniels injury wasn't going to be a long-term one.
They did.
But, gosh, they really have been just injury depleted so far. Like now Dorrance Armstrong, their best defensive end, who we know well, is out for the year. I don't know what's going on with their wide receivers, Terry McLaurin and Debo. So, yeah, I'm still just going to go with the Giants until they prove they can stack up some wins consistently. They're just losers. They just lost to Denver in a historical fashion.
Yes.
Like they're a team that finds ways to lose. I hope they beat the Eagles and sweep them this year. That'd be awesome. But I also wonder, and I'm not trying to wish, okay, I know my show's got a history of this. I do not want to wish injury on anybody, but the playing style of one Jackson Dart, who did get banged up in the previous game against Philly with his running style, and then Scat. I mean, I think both of them, like, I wonder how sustainable that's going to be with their playing style.
Okay, so you just hit on something that is one of my other questions. NFL overreaction or reality? To have a true NFL career and maybe a good life after, Cam Skattebo has to change his style.
I think that's an overreaction.
Because Edgerrin James came out, and that was the exact message that he delivered to Skattebo, so I wanted to get people's thoughts on it.
But he can't change his style. That's who he is.
Then you think he won't be good?
Yeah. I mean, I think
I get it.
The way he plays and his play temperament, that's him. And that's his superpower, if you will. I don't think that it has a lifespan for more than 4 years. But I mean, we remember that doesn't mean that he didn't have a successful career. Like, I think as many years as he plays, he's going to be good. It's just going to be a short shelf life, and I think that he's already probably done damage when it comes to the mentals.
Right.
So, I mean, even if you were to change now his playing style, I think the damage is done in terms of post-career life.
Alec, overreaction reality. To have a true NFL career and maybe a good life after, Cam Scadaboo has to change his style.
Yeah, because he invites contact and he invites unnecessary contact a lot of times. So I joked about it, but I kind of mean it when I said it a couple days ago. He's going to have the best 3 or 4 year career we've seen in a while. But it's fun to watch as a fan. It's just not great. And then you think about the stuff that he's talked about from his childhood where he would run into telephone poles for fun and stuff like that, running into walls. You've seen the videos of him in college, walking out the tunnel, just banging his head on a brick wall. Like, you're going to have to tone it down at least off the field. Tone it down a little bit. Just take a little step back and try to take care of that body, man.
NFL overreaction or reality. The Cowboys can win the NFC East.
That's going to be a reality. I do believe that this is possible. I'm a buyer in this. You don't have repeat division winners in the East.
Yes, for like 20 years, 18 years.
That's why last year I thought, okay, Washington pop up here, and I went with Washington to win the division. I picked the Cowboys preseason. I know the defense looks bad, but the offense is playing so darn well. Can you get a move here at the deadline to just help get an extra stop or two a game? And that can really be the big difference. You're going to need some help because the Eagles keep winning games. I mean, they're the opposite to the Giants. Like, the Eagles find ways to win.
Yes.
The Giants will find ways to lose, even when you think the Eagles. And I don't know how good the Eagles are. Like, you guys had great stats about Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
He is an ultimate difference maker defensively.
I didn't realize. I knew he was a difference maker defensively. I didn't know that. I guess he's the ultimate difference maker on that team.
Well, they don't have anybody else.
Yeah.
Like, they lost a lot. And now Brandon Graham's coming back. I don't know what to expect from him, but like Josh Sweat was probably their most consistent pass rusher. Nolan Smith Jr.'s hurt. He's done with a triceps or biceps injury. So they're struggling when it comes to really good front seven players outside of Nick Bond at linebacker or Zach Bond at linebacker. So, yeah, I mean, Jalen Carter, if he's missing substantial time, I still don't know. Like, their defense, they've got holes. They've got weaknesses. And I do think there's a world where the Cowboys can find a way to steal this thing. I really do.
NFL overreaction or reality, Alec. The Cowboys can win the NFC East.
It's a reality they can. I don't know if they will. I'm going to be like Corey, push.
No push. Bonus overreaction reality. They will win the NFC East.
Okay, thank you for the phrasing. Overreaction, I don't think they will right now. But I think they have shown me enough offensively to where they can. Now, a lot of this is going to be predicated on, for me, if and what they do at the trade deadline. If they go and add some defensive help, it doesn't have to be anybody worthy of moving a first-round pick. It could just be somebody who is a good player that can pass rush, that can cover, or what have you, a safety that can play good coverage and play center field for you, whatever it is. If they do something, I think I'm going to start to alter my answer because I still don't believe in Philly, even after a really good game this past Sunday. I still think that there's something weird going on there. I don't believe enough in the Giants coaching staff to let their team win. I think they're good enough to win games, but I don't think their coaching staff is smart enough to let them win games. And then the Commanders, I think, are just shooting themselves in their own foot too much.
Now, we say we're going to continue to get spicy. NFL overreaction reality. The Broncos waiting till the final quarter to be good is going to cost them. They were down 17-3 against the Eagles. They were down 19-0 against the Giants. They ended up winning both of those games. Overreaction or reality, that's going to cost them.
I'm going to say, cost them in what way?
Cost them in terms of they're going to be pretenders and maybe not even make the playoffs.
Yeah, I think that could be a reality here. They've been playing with their food quite a lot. And again, defensively, just not sure that they're as good as I thought that they would initially be, right? So I think that in a division that is, the Chiefs are starting to figure it out again. I think the Chargers are going to be in the hunt throughout the entire season. That is a crowded AFC playoff picture now. So it absolutely could be a reality.
Carter, same question for y'all, as we have got Athena and the wrestlers showing up. I'm going to give Alex, excuse me, I think I said Carter, an opportunity. Go ahead and answer that as well. And if y'all want to just walk up to all the microphones, we'll get all of y'all on, including this one.
And I do think that's going to be a reality, Kevin, as we see the AFC picture unfold. It's going to be highly contested. There's going to be lots of weird games going on and lots of odd situations, especially in that division. I think that they need to be a little bit more consistent, a little bit more steadfast. You've seen it with the Bucks already. We've had the same conversation about them the first few weeks of the season. The Cardiac Bucks have shown you that they can lose a game, that situational football is just going to kick them in the rear end. So, yeah, I think it's a reality there.
NFL overreaction or reality? I guess wrestling overreaction or reality. We got the highest chair in the world for the Ring of Honor Forever Women's World Champion and Garland native Athena. How's that chair working out for you? That is...
I love this chair.
Okay.
Finally, getting the respect I deserve.
Here we go.
That's what you do when it's the Forever Women's World Champion in with us. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you. Thanks for having us today.
Absolutely. All right. So we've got the event coming up on Saturday. We're just 2 days away. Southern Junction in Irving. Who runs the world? I almost said women runs the world, but that
we already know we do, though.
You're right. Who runs the world too? All right, Athena, who else do we have today? Because I know the all-women's card is stacked and about 48 hours away.
Well, you guys can go ahead and introduce yourselves.
And just talk right up to the mic.
I'm Shay Carmichael.
Okay.
I like that you gave one of the tallest people the shortest chair ever, so this is great.
Hi, I'm the Dread Pirate, Reza Clark.
And I am the Diamond Princess, London Dior.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys all for joining us today. Now, I know, obviously, as the name would suggest, who runs the world too. They're switching chairs. I like that. Can you walk us back through your experience with the first event and how you knew, hey, this is something that we can continue to do?
Originally, when we started coming up with events, there was another promoter in the area that had ran an all-women's promotion, and we were kind of doing the same idea at the same time.
Right.
And he asked me to come and be a part of that. It was absolutely awesome, and I was so ecstatic that there was a place for women's wrestling in the DFW area. That event sold out. We started our Who Runs the World just to continue on with just pushing women's wrestling in this area on a bigger platform to show people that, hey, we're still here, we're still kicking. So Who Runs the World 1 was absolutely fantastic. We had a sold-out crowd. The day
Turnaway crowd, yeah.
Turnaway crowd. We had turnaway over 100 people. So it made sense for us to come to Southern Junction in Irving, and we're running triple the size venue.
Right.
So front row is sold out, second row is sold out, and general admission is going fast. So we're looking to sell this event out, and my ladies here have some fantastic matches. I'll let them tell you about it, though. Shay, go ahead.
Yeah, please.
I'm in a triple tag team match. It's going to be me, Ella Envy, and Evelyn Carter versus Nova Phoenix, Morgan Mercy, and Anarchid Ash.
What has led to this match? How we feeling about these people?
I'm feeling like it's a, pretty easy W.
Okay. Wow. Okay. I
No
like
hesitation.
that. Yeah, I like that. Absolutely.
I'm on a win streak now at Who Runs the World, and I'm going to continue that. So,
all right. What's the win streak at?
well, there's only been one show, but I won that one.
Is that a win streak? Do we count one win as a win streak?
Technically, as her coach, I feel like, yes, absolutely, that does count. Undefeated. I think that's how we would say that.
All right. And then
We're not in total agreement over here.
Yeah. How about y'all then?
I have a triple threat match. It's me versus Chris Statlander. And unfortunately, Maya World is also in that match as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I am in a bad expletive brawl.
Triple B's.
Is
everybody.
it? Oh, okay.
Triple B's.
I gotcha.
We're watching that censorship today.
Tedfic the Gamer, Diona Perazzo, myself, and Hyan.
So I unfortunately am not on a win streak after the one show that we had. So I'm, looking to turn that around since apparently it only takes one.
Okay, so you know what? Let me ask you something, because we talk about the desperate team theory, the desperate wrestler theory. Does that make you even more fired up to get the win than actually create the start of a win streak? I'm sorry, it's got to be at least 2, right?
Well, it would be.
Okay.
Look, I feel like you can't do anything once and be like, I'm on a streak. All right.
Well, calm down, guys. Hold on now.
No, I like it. This is perfect.
Me personally, because I wouldn't consider the one loss a losing streak. So,
well, I mean, considering you did lose the MPX Women's Championship, I think we're forgetting to neglect. We're neglecting that part. Remember, like you lost to Abaddon.
I haven't forgotten.
Yeah, so
I saw it in first person. I had a great
pretty intense though. So.
Abaddon is one of those spooky hussies. We don't mess with the supernatural. So we leave them where they are and just kind of just let them do their thing.
Yeah.
Even as an owner, I tried to congratulate them, and they screamed in my face, and I just felt like, you know what? I'm gonna go back here now. So
you brought up an interesting aspect, because so many people know you, like, obviously for wrestling, whether it's now for 3 years almost, the Ring of Honor forever women's world champion. Don't worry, I have learned now. And plus, we're getting up on 3 years, so it is hard to argue with. Or in AEW, or going back to WWE years ago. But what is that dynamic of being the promoter, being the booker, being the owner, outside of just, hey, get ready for your match?
I think these lovely ladies will also tell you I am a crazy person. Like currently right now, I'm going off in no sleep. I just got back from AEW Dynamite this morning and drove right over here.
Wow.
So like it's just going nonstop. But like Who Runs the World, like I said many a time before, it's my passion project. There's such a big void in women's wrestling right now, just in general across the entire U.S. And like with promotions like Stardom, TJPW, and even CMLL with their stacked women's division, there has to be a bigger place for that for us here in the United States, especially on the independent level, because there are so many amazing women out there that no one has seen before.
Yeah.
So Who Runs the World is just giving them a platform to be seen. And if, I have to put my name behind it to have everyone just pay more attention to these amazing women. Week after week, they work so hard. And I know each and every one of them personally. It's just a platform to give back. It's my way to give back, on a different level than just going around and being everywhere all at once, I guess. Yes, I am throwing shade, Miss Monet.
And I do actually kind of have a couple more questions about that. Any inspiration taken, and I hope it's okay to ask it like this, from Shimmer, for example, because that used to be the promotion that I think was like, you'd see them here, there, and all over the place.
Shimmer provided a unique platform, I think, because they would bring women from Japan, England, Australia, Mexico, women from all over the world. And I think at that time, we only kind of had YouTube, sort of.
Right.
We were just kind of getting into the memes and, this guy, all that stuff.
Just live your life, Zach.
We were just getting into all of that. So, we would see an Akio Hamada. We would see an Ayumi Kurihara. We would see a Madison Eagles. And all these women, and you're like, I've never really... I saw them once on YouTube, but it gave them a platform to come to the United States and see people that you've never seen before. And, Shimmer definitely has a lot of inspiration behind this. Anarchy Championship Wrestling with their American Joshi tournament every year, where they brought women in worldwide, is inspiration for this. That's why we have a mid-card championship belt coming out soon. I will announce what we're going to do with that at the next show.
Okay.
But
or you're always welcome here to make that announcement.
Well, I mean, we're going to do a one-night tournament, right? I can tell you that.
Okay.
We're going to do a one-night tournament. I'm just working out, the dates around it right now.
Right.
But it's going to be a one-night tournament, just like it used to be at Anarchy Championship Wrestling. Women from around the world competing for a prestigious prize in wrestling.
Now, we're talking with Athena, and we talked previously when you were here about just how awesome and terrible Garland is all at once, one time. But so how important is it to do all of this in the Metroplex then?
It's extremely important. I came up here in the independent scene. I wrestled at a place called PCW in Arlington, a place called XCW in Denton, Texas.
Yes.
And every show in between, from the Irving Bazaar shows doing lucha to Metroplex Wrestling, even before I ended up purchasing it. So this is kind of where I have so many roots. Like I trained in Mesquite, Texas, with Skandar Akbar. Like it's just a huge wrestling area that I don't think people know about. But of course, like it's my roots, and I just want to give, like I said, I just want to give these women the platform they deserve. That's it.
Now, speaking of that platform, one of the things that Athena just said is she can be a crazy person as an owner, promoter, however you want to put it. How has she been to work with? And can you see when she says she's a crazy person sometimes? Is that a fair assessment? That was her assessment.
I mean, I would say she's not that crazy. She's Athena. And, you know, I'm a little scared of her, so I'm going to say that she's amazing and great.
Well, but she's also sitting closest next to her.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about that same logic?
Honestly, I feel like she probably feels like she probably feels more crazy than she acts. Yeah. So I feel like we've all probably been on shows where like the person who's running it is absolutely running around with like a chicken with their head cut off. And I feel like with her, it's kind of, you know, making sure all of the loose ends are handled, but it's not so much like a craziness in the sense of it feeling like unorganized or like you don't know what's going on. So I don't have any complaints. I have been in way wilder work environments.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, this business is not always known, especially at the independent level, to have the most trustworthy people who run shows. Is that, sorry to say, is that fair to say?
I mean, I think like probably when I was wrestling, that was more so
more of a
thing.
problem.
I feel like all the companies in the area have a level of professionalism across the board that we're all trying to make this environment better for the younger talent coming up. So when they get in these positions that we're in, they're going to pay it forward to the next generation of talent that comes up. You know, the goal is always to leave the independent scene better than when you got in. Right. And for me personally, like I love the indies. I love just the vibe of like NCAA, so to speak.
Yeah.
Like it's like where the grit, the fights coming. What's the next big thing? Who's going to make it to the major leagues? It's getting that insider information before you actually get it, you know, and you're just watching and scouting and just puzzle piecing everything in.
See, and the example, because I would always think, like, I used to tell people about the show Arrested Development when nobody watched it, and I thought it was really good. And then everyone afterwards claimed that they watched it, and you're like, no, you didn't. That's why it got canceled. I always feel like oddly superior when I'm like, oh, yeah, I saw that person wrestle in Arlington or in Irving.
You get it at the beginning, the ground floor.
I already knew about Statlander or Abaddon or obviously you. And so now I can add you guys all to the list. I brought up those couple names for a reason. What is it like to have, you know, those folks on the card that do have like a lot of kind of national notoriety to, you know, that's a great spot. It feels like to make your name off of it as well. Any of y'all can jump in on that one.
It's honestly, it's a surreal feeling.
Yeah, just move them up. Yeah, thank you. She's producing on the spot. I love it.
You're like, you watch these people on TV every week. So to be at shows with them or even in matches with them, it's a testament to your hard work, but it's also like, oh, wow, I'm here, you know, everything that I've dreamt about, I'm here. So I think it's really awesome.
Do you love, well, what kind of satisfaction, I guess, do you take out of seeing those people break through to the next level? I mean, I know it's their own hard work and talent, but maybe being like, I kind of helped. Yeah.
I think like I learned a long time ago, just showing people new moves, showing people, being a mentor, being a coach, like I found a lot of satisfaction out of paying it forward. Like I would see someone that I would train with at the performance center and they were having a hard time with something and I'd help them out. Then I'd see them do that on TV and I'd be swelling with pride. You know I'll like, maybe I shouldn't say this in front of these three right here, but like I take a lot of pride in what I do as a coach. I take a lot of pride in what I do as a mentor. Riza here has been with me probably the longest out of everyone in the room, almost 8 years maybe now. And when we met, she had just tore her ACL. And she was kicking this dude's butt all the way around the ring. And I was like, I want to train you. What can I do to help you? And she was like, I have a torn ACL, but I'll be there. Like, and like, that's just kind of how we started our relationship. Is just like, I saw something special in each and every one of these girls, and especially my guys too at MPX. You know, I see something special and I'm like, oh, I could help them. Oh, I could do that, and like because we run like the only weekly wrestling show in the Metroplex,
right.
you know, we have a unique opportunity to develop them in a different way, prepare them for AEW, prepare them for Ring of Honor, prepare them for where they want to go in the wrestling world, and give them the opportunity to present themselves as characters, to tell their story. You know, doing an all-women show with that process in mind, that's giving them a unique opportunity to tell their own story in that way.
Now, I would recommend everyone make their way to mpxwrestling.com. Tickets will be available online until 6 o'clock on Saturday. This show will sell out. I'll go ahead and say that.
We're gonna say it.
Yeah, it's going to sell out. So I would recommend you get your tickets now. But you can also watch it on Twitch.
Yes.
Is it just twitch.tv/Metroplex Wrestling?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And it will be subscriber only. But hey, if you have Amazon Prime, you get a free sub. So you automatically jump in for free if you have that.
Okay. Now, I would love to go to all three of y'all and kind of, I'm hoping that you can walk us through, let's say people either haven't been out to go see a wrestling event, or they only think in terms of WWE and now AEW and stuff like that, and they're just not used to this scene. Why would you recommend people come to Southern Junction on Saturday?
I mean, if people really aren't used to the indie scene, the show does have signed talent on it and huge names. So it can really be a good time for people to blend in with the indie and see both sides of it and really enjoy the show and learn more about the indies and more about the different women wrestlers.
And I'm not kidding. I know we mentioned this before. It really is cool when you see the people like before they take over. I know they were already getting big time, but I got to hang out with the Young Bucks at a Ring of Honor show because they were just like hanging out in the back of the arena where I was standing. And so it really is amazing to see those people as they progress through the years. All right, same question for y'all. Like, why would you tell people, hey, who runs the world too? Saturday, got to be there.
That's where you're going to see some of the best wrestling and best women's wrestling, in my opinion. And I feel like with indie wrestling, you get that intimacy that you won't get at bigger shows. And that's the best thing about indie shows.
And there's not a bad seat in the place. That's another...
Southern Junction is an amazing venue.
Yeah.
An amazing venue. So we're very thankful and pumped that they're having this as well.
Absolutely. Same question across the horn.
Kind of like what Athena said earlier. It feels, if you're someone who's like super into sports, it feels like watching college sports in comparison to like watching, the NFL on TV. The energy is different. You get a chance to kind of be in the thick of it with other people that are into something that you're in. Obviously, like everyone's talked about, the quality is there. That's not up for like really a question at all. But if you kind of not wanted to come to a show because maybe you don't have someone to come with you or anything like that, that's not something you have to worry about. I started out going to indie shows by myself. And it's just like the crowd, people take you in. It's such a unnecessarily niche thing now that like people are excited to bring you into the fold. So if you are scared about going by yourself or you feel like you don't know anybody, genuinely and truly, like that's not something you have to worry about. You have the luxury, especially in this case, it's kind of a showcase of you get to leave people to look up. You get to talk to the other people who've been to maybe more shows than you have and see what they think about some of these people. But again, I think it's just a testament to obviously women's wrestling as a whole right now, but especially women's wrestling in this area. And I think that, like you said, you want to get in on the ground floor and be able to say, I've been watching this person for 5 years by the time they hit TV.
Now, I know the answer is probably let's get through Saturday first and see how it goes. But you mentioned venue size jumped from the first event to the second event about 3 times. So are we thinking, hey, you're from Garland, Curtis Colwell Center? Like, what could happen for part 3, part 4?
That would be amazing. I'll never say never, but I want to take baby steps with this. Like the first event, we had to turn away over 100 people. We went to a bigger venue knowing that like, hey, we want to fill this place out. We want to have fun. We want an adult scene with a bar and food and have a little bit more of an intimate community that we're trying to build.
Yeah.
As far as who runs the world go. Down the road, that would be absolutely amazing. Curtis Caldwell. Hell, I'll take the Arlington Esports Arena, baby.
Yes. Yeah.
But like, my goal down the road is just to present independent wrestling on a bigger platform, whether it be the guys that go out there and kill it every week, whether it be my gals that go out there and kill it every week. I just want to show how much passion and pride everyone takes in every single tiny minuscule thing that they do when it comes to independent wrestling, and sharing that with not only family, making new friends at shows, making just a new experience for all to come and just forget about your boss that you want to punch in your face. I remember y'all's boss. I don't know where he is.
He's here, but I don't want to punch him in the face.
He was too scared last time we were going to have words. We were going to have
they're
words
calling you out. They are calling you out.
No, but we're providing a fun escape for one night, and it's so cool to be able to come see all these amazing women from around the world, like Ella Envy, Deanna Perrazzo, Chris Statlander. Not only that, women that you might not be familiar with, like London, Riza, Shay, Maya World, Nova Phoenix, Morgan Mercy. There's so many amazing women. There's women that have come from all over.
Yeah.
Like I'm just like, we have Alejandra the Lion, who's competed in CMLL in Mexico. Like, the roster is stacked. These women are ready to just perform and show you everything that they got on their sleeves. And I think it's going to be a unique experience that no one is going to want to miss.
MPXWrestling.com. You can get your tickets there right now. If you want to try your luck at the door, I don't know if I would advise that. Or twitch.tv/Metroplex Wrestling. If you're not able to get tickets, or maybe you're not immediately in the area and you want to watch Saturday, 7 p.m., first bell, 6 o'clock, doors open, Southern Junction in Irving. Who runs the world to? And thank you guys very much.
I'm going to have to correct you on one minor little thing. Doors open at 7. We have a meet and greet from 7 to 8. Bell's time starts at 8 o'clock, baby. 8 o'clock. I'm so sorry.
I thought I had it all.
I didn't want people, like, we love y'all.
I'm sorry. I
but
thought I
like,
had it down.
you ain't. If you show up at 6, I will happily film you stand outside, be like, who runs the world? Who runs the world? But yeah, doors open at 7.
My apologies. Thank you very much. Hopefully I got the rest of the information correct. I
Absolutely
apologize
perfect
about that. Y'all, thank you so much for jumping on. We really, really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next is Zach up to filling Corey's 1 o'clock slot. We'll find out next right here on The Fan.
Hey, it's Corey Majors, and we're having a...
studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You don't have old man Corey Majors. In his stead, we have Zach Wolchuk and, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Now, normally we would do the C block here, but we've got a couple of different things that we need to get into. First of all, the captivating audio from the fun that is the Jets. But also, I want to go back to the sports gambling investigation for just a minute. The NBA put out a statement, which you can probably guess more or less what they said. They are cooperating and aware of the investigation. Both Rozier and Billups have been put on leave, and they will continue to cooperate with the FBI, which pretty much feels like the only logical thing you can say in this situation.
Yeah, we're cooperating.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But do you guys wonder if this is just the next step of what could be even something bigger? Because it feels like in the last couple of years, we've talked a lot about one-offs here and there of like, oh, this person's being investigated, this person being investigated. Then in baseball, we've got a couple of Cleveland Guardians, including former Ranger Emmanuel Clase, who might not ever pitch in Major League Baseball again. And right now, the FBI has arrested a current NBA head coach as part of the gambling investigation, though I know that part is different than Terry Rozier. It feels like we just keep going further and further, and what's the next shoe to drop, I guess?
Yeah, I'm very interested in what other names come out of this, because there's no way it's just the three of them when it comes to
former Mavericks player as well.
Yeah, hopefully there's no Mavs, but you never know. I think that this is probably a lot bigger, and we will start to hear about other NBA players, coaches, referees. I mean, like how do you get this thing in, and could it trickle into other sports?
So if you're a player, do you just say, I'm better off not even playing fantasy? Like I'm better off just not
if
doing anything.
It's tough, right? Because I do think it's pretty hypocritical that the leagues make so much money off of this.
100% I agree.
But I do understand, like, if you were allowed to bet on other sports, just not the sport that you're living in, it's just or that you play in. I mean, how challenging would that be to regulate? But then also, if you're in the sphere of professional athlete and in that world, are you now having friends in other sports, MLB, NFL, and you're exchanging information, and so now you have an upper hand on what you can and cannot bet on? I mean, it's a can of worms. And I do think that's probably the way to go. Like, I mean, even this morning when you have Tommy Arish on the morning show, when we have, Mickey on, or you have anybody from DallasCowboys.com, they can't talk about like Max Crosby, for instance.
Yeah.
Right. And Brian told us the story many times when they went to Vegas, you couldn't step into the sports book. Like, that's against the NFL rules. So it probably is safe. Just be safe. Better be safe than sorry. Just don't do it. Just don't dabble.
Yeah.
Unless it's Prize Picks.
Which is different.
Daily fantasy, baby.
And plus, we're not in the league, obviously. But I would seriously worry.
Speak for yourself.
Okay,
I'm a long snapper, baby.
Old Chuck still has dreams of getting into the league. Now,
I can spin it.
Here's the thing. If you get into the league, you might be up for criticism from your owner.
Yeah.
So we talked about this the other day, and Justin Fields responded, and I know Glenn responded, and it was this whole thing. But essentially, if you missed it, the owner for the Jets came out and said, well, any coach who has this level of quarterback play is going to be in the exact same position, while giving the thumbs up to Coach Glenn, and then added, we just need to complete some passes. So, Wolchuk, where do we go from there? Because obviously that was not the end of it.
So Justin Fields, who is still currently the starting quarterback, although I don't think he's going to be starting. I think they're going to move to Tyrod Taylor, but Aaron Glenn wants to not, give a competitive advantage and tell exactly who they're starting. But he's asked about Woody Johnson's comments, and here was Justin Fields.
Nah, I wasn't. Like I said, I'm not on social media. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't. Of course, everybody knows. I need to play better. We need to play better as a team. And of course, no matter how the offense does as a unit, I'm going to get the blame, and I understand that. That's just what comes with the job. But honestly, it's what comes with it. So you can't let anything kind of affect your mind, my mind, and that's is what it is. No matter if it's him, no matter if it's family members, even teammates. Sometimes there's gonna be times where you have to be the only one who believes in yourself. So like I said, that's his opinion, and like I told you guys after the game on Sunday, I'm at peace, and all my focus is right now is working each and every day and getting better.
So my big question here was, and I thought Justin Fields answered that.
By the way, there was one more thing he went on to add was, I am not planning on talking to him. If he wants to come and talk to me about it, that's fine. And he goes, but I doubt that will happen.
Right.
Which, that felt, you're right. He answered it great. That felt like the one part where he's like, let me just get just a little something.
Well, so from what he said, he had no idea what Woody Johnson's comments were.
Oh.
So when they asked him that question, he said, Woody made some comments, and he's like, well, what do you mean? What did he say? And so the reporter then follows up and tells him what Woody Johnson said. And when I'm watching that back, it's like, I feel like that person did the right thing from a media sense.
Yeah.
Like, you got to follow up and ask that. Me as a human being, I was like, man, he doesn't even know about this, that the owner just threw him down under the bus. Like, I might just say, oh, well, you should go ask Woody. It's not my place to
right.
or ask Brick or whoever the hell's really running things for their Madden ratings there with the Jets. But
then your editor or your web
why
team
didn't you
leader,
follow up? Yeah, it's like the human element of it. Like, I don't want to be the one to tell this guy that his owner just totally told him that he's the problem and he can't complete a pass, and if they could, maybe they'd win a football game.
And is that why you got to say props to Justin Fields for like maybe learning that at that exact minute and not being like, he said what?
Yeah, like in the moment, you're taking all of that in and having to process it in real time and still give a great answer, but I would have loved for him to have gone off on Woody Johnson. I mean, that's one thing. If you're a Cowboy fan, you're frustrated like I am and like Kevin is, born and raised, we're born into this thing like that Jets fan.
Yes.
Like, even at times, I hate this team.
Yes.
I still will always love the Cowboys. They're my first love. I'll never quit on them, but at least we're not the Jets.
Man, that's a good point. How many teams fall into that category? Because I still think the same thing, sorry, Derek Holland, about the Browns. How many other teams fit into that category where you're like, at least we're not them? Ooh. Because I don't know how many more I would automatically say at least we're not like
Vegas.
That. You know what? You're right. I would throw the Raiders in there, and I know a Raiders fan was really mad at me the other day, but I think I would throw the Raiders in there as well.
The Dolphins?
I'm not going to lie. I also would put the Jags in there. I know we have Tony Khan on all the time, and I appreciate that, but like, I think I would kind of throw that in there. Now, I don't want to shade them for taking a can't-miss prospect number one and not being able to develop him, because I saw the Mavericks game last night.
You don't think they're going to develop Cooper Flagg?
No, I do. I'm saying that's why I don't want to throw shade at them just in case. No, I think Cooper Flagg is going to be just fine if we're tying it all together, what we've been talking about today. It was one game. It's going to be fine. But if it goes badly on Friday, then
Luka, America, and now Cooper Flagg, the things that Kevin hates. What is going on?
Love at least two of those things.
Okay.
I like Luka. I love America, and I love Cooper Flagg. But I can't love Luka now because he plays for the Lakers. I can never support the Lakers.
No, but you can support a player. I hope Luka does well, but I hope the Lakers suck.
See, I don't know if I have.
Does that not work?
I don't know if I'm able to separate it like that.
Okay.
Like, I think Aaron Judge is really awesome, but I can't support him all the way because he still plays for the Yankees.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can't really do that for any Eagles players.
See? Yeah, it's the concept.
Even though there's Eagle players that I like. I mean, I liked coming out of the draft. They end up drafting them, but now they're an Eagles, so I hate them.
No, the concept is the same.
I get what you mean.
You're right on there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Campus Connection, Double Death Valley, Saudi Arabia Bowl games. And is Nick Saban right about this? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey, everybody. I want you to get the best value and the best windows for your home with Best Buy Windows and Siding. Dax Kirk's family-owned business offers gimmick-free, straightforward pricing on quality windows made right here in Texas. You're going to get 10 single-hung custom windows installed for just...
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
To throw again into the end zone. Touch pass, touchdown. KC Concepcion, second of the night.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the Campus Connection. We bring in Carter Freeman from Fan University. When can we hear Fan University this week?
This Saturday, 9 to noon, we will be previewing all the big games. We've got another, it just seems like every week is just a huge slate of SEC ranked matchups. And
right.
We got more of those again this week. But yeah, 9 to noon right here on these airwaves and on YouTube and Twitch as well.
See, now to your point, I'm thinking Texas A&M, LSU, Ole Miss, Oklahoma, Missouri, Vanderbilt. But I want to go back around to a game that we had talked about on Tuesday. Texas and Mississippi State. How much should the Longhorns be on upset watch here?
I think it should be pretty high because what we just saw them going to the worst team in the SEC and struggling there to barely get a win in overtime is massively concerning. Then you have Michael Taft, their standout safety, come out and say, no, our offense is actually really good. Then he's out for a month with a thumb injury. I think it's actually concussion because I think his brain's scrambled eggs if he thinks their offense has been
Holy
good
moly.
this year. But point being, Taft is out. He's one of their best defensive players. Your offense has struggled immensely outside of one half of football in SEC play and against Power 4 competition. This is a Mississippi State team that's been knocking on the door of getting an SEC win, something they haven't done since 2023. It's been a minute, and they've been really close against teams that have played better than Texas this year. So I think Texas should absolutely be on upset watch. And it's just weird. Like, I know Texas beat Oklahoma, and that's a top 10 win that they have on their resume. Outside of that, they've not looked like a team that deserves to be ranked. When you have other teams from like the Big Ten, say USC, whose only losses are very close losses on the road to ranked teams as well that's not ranked. Maybe that's just a personal pet peeve because I went to OU, but like there are other things in there that I'm like, I think because Texas was the number one team to start the season, they're going to get that benefit of the doubt, even if I don't think they deserve it.
Could this be a pivot point in the season? I know thus far the season hasn't been what they wanted, the Longhorns, that is. But it feels like if you were to lose this game, then it could like really spiral out of control.
I feel like the Kentucky game should have been the pivot point because you just came off that super hot second half you had against your biggest rival, and you get the win in a game like that, and Arch looked very good in that second half. So then to come out and just continue to lay eggs like they have against Florida, against Ohio State, even against some of the group of 5 teams they played, I feel like we're past that point. And this is the same thing I look at with Oklahoma last year with Jackson Arnold. It was like, okay, maybe this is the weekend that'll break out. Maybe he'll have that game this time. I just think you get to a certain point in the season, we only have 5 games left, where it's just not going to happen. That's what this team is.
Now, I want to go to my favorite quote of the college football week. Let's go ahead and go to cut number 16. Texas A&M is going up against LSU. And look, this is just a personal thought strategy of mine. If you're on Underdog, if you're on Prize Picks.
There we go. We're teaming up.
Perhaps you make your play against the team that you love. So that way, you'll be sad if your team loses, but you'll get some money.
You hedge.
On the flip side, I would gladly pay, let's just say, theoretically, $35 for Texas A&M to defeat LSU. I would be fine if that money went out the window. Theoretically.
Allegedly.
Promo code Masterpiece.
Respectively.
But I want to go to Mike Elko, who is the head coach for A&M, and he was asked about, very kindly, the, quote, struggles of the team.
A&M's had a tough time beating LSU on the road since they've been in the SEC. I'm just curious.
By tough time, you mean we've never done it?
To that point.
Yeah.
So
you mean we've never done it?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that he cut to the chase, and it felt like he was like, thank you for saying it like that. But yes, we have never done it. I know that there's a lot of concern around LSU. There's a lot of discussion about their head coach. But still, this is something that A&M has not been able to accomplish. What feels like has the potential to be a very special season for A&M. It feels almost poetic that they're going up against the place where their dreams go to die, in the place where their dreams go to die this weekend.
Yeah, it's another monkey that Texas A&M can get off their back, right? Like they'll have that chance later in the season too when they go to Austin to play Texas. So a lot of this is set up right in front of A&M to kind of overcome those things that they've never been able to. And A&M is a 2.5-point favorite in this game, which is just wild to see at Death Valley at night. The road team being just a favorite in this game. That's wild. The Athletic just ranked Tiger Stadium, Death Valley.
I want to talk about that.
Okay, so we'll get to that in a little bit.
No, absolutely. And Zach, I've been hurt. I have believed in. I went to Texas A&M. I have loved Texas A&M, and I have seen them lose in this situation time and time again. In fact, I meant to send it to you. It's the meme from Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, and Anakin goes, "Hey, Texas A&M is 7-0," and Padme goes, "So we're not going to go 8-4, right?" And he just stares back at her. We're not going to go 8-4, right?
Right. Come on.
And that is still the concern that I have, even with Ruben Owens stepping up, even with Emmett's kid looking like he can absolutely contribute. I am still worried that I know how this show ends.
Well, and LSU has still a very good defense. I think that's something that, and they've played that way really well at home. LSU's 2 losses were both on the road. It was at Ole Miss and at Vanderbilt. So it's a very hard place to play. But in the last 5 or 6 years of this rivalry, they've traded home wins, right?
Yeah.
A&M always wins at home, I think, since 2020.
Game ever.
The longest game ever. And then LSU has handled business at home. So
and Brian Kelly's been pretty good at night.
Yeah,
he lost.
LSU in general is pretty unbeatable at night. Since 2000, like Les Miles, Ed Orgeron, it doesn't matter who's the head coach. Like LSU does not lose night games at home.
That does feel like the Aggie L.
But if they win,
now, I'm buying into Texas A&M this year. I think they're at the line of scrimmage. They're legit. I think Marcel Reed has been really, really good this year. In losing Le'Veon Moss, I think is pretty big. But you do have an LSU team coming off of an L. Brian Kelly's coaching for his life now. I mean, Garrett Nussmeier just looked like a shell of himself. I think he's clearly hurt.
Yeah,
but
it's just wild because the LSU offense is what I really expected to carry them this year, and it just has not. It's just,
I was with you. I thought Nuss for Heisman.
It's just looked broken.
Maybe top pick.
Yeah.
I thought he was the kind of quarterback that could develop into that, and I thought this would be the season where you saw it, and that just has not happened. And the players that they brought in from the portal, like Nick Anderson from Oklahoma, has been anonymous.
Now you mentioned the rankings from the Athletic, so. They did a survey, and not surprisingly, Tiger Stadium came out at number 1 for LSU. Tiger Stadium for LSU. The rest of the top 10, I'll just tell you the schools. Penn State, Notre Dame, Ohio State, and then Michigan is number 5.
All right.
For Choppy, Tennessee 6, Washington 7, A&M 8, UCLA 9, which I have to admit I was a little surprised by that.
It's the Rose Bowl.
That's why.
There's a romanticism to it, and maybe you're not even thinking of UCLA watching UCLA football there. You're
they
thinking
just said
of
the Rose Bowl.
watching the Rose Bowl.
Yeah. And so they surveyed college football writers and editors at The Athletic, and then rounding out the top 10 is Oregon. Obviously, I love Kyle Field. I've already admitted my A&M bias, but everyone you talk to, Tiger Stadium for LSU. I know that is one of Corey's dreams in life, is to show up to a road LSU game Saturday night against a top-notch opponent. So maybe he's not really sick. He's just already traveling to the game because he wants to watch A&M lose. But
that could be it.
I know.
So many things he could be doing.
Gets out of jail and goes straight to LSU. Goes to Baton Rouge.
What a disappointment.
Place a bet, right?
Yeah.
I mean, gambling's legal in Louisiana.
That's right. What a disappointment if he's just sick. Like, now that we've set up.
Now I'd be really upset.
Corey, truth teller.
This better be a cool thing, Corey. Don't be pooping your pants.
Wolchuk, have you ever been to Kyle Field?
Yes, I went to Kyle Field prior to the renovation. So Reggie McNeil beating the crap out of SMU.
Is when I went to Kyle Field. Hey, look,
and it was cool.
If you're an A&M fan, Reggie McNeil holds a special place in your heart, dropping an Oklahoma team that was ranked, at the top at the time. But any surprises in this? Because I feel like we hear Tennessee, we hear Michigan, We hear LSU for sure, and Penn State, and A&M, and Washington. You've mentioned Washington Stadium.
That's one I really want to get out to is Husky Stadium up in Seattle. It just, with the view of the ocean right next to you, the way that the stadium's built, they got the overhang so the sound just stays in the stadium. It's just funny that Lumen Field, right, for the Seahawks is the loudest in the NFL, and then one of the most underratedly loud places in college football right down the road at Husky Stadium.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we can talk about Florida. I know we meant to talk about them on Tuesday, but I want to get to that in a second, if that's okay with you. Nick Saban, this is kind of in reaction to the Florida firing and another giant buyout. Ooh. He had this to say, and it's kind of funny because if you're watching Chad Powers, this is not a main plot, but this is one of the subplots. And Nick Saban said, I'm not surprised because everybody's raising money to pay players. So the people that are giving that money think they have a voice, and they're just like a bunch of fans. When they get frustrated and disappointed, they put pressure on the athletic directors to take action, and it's the way of the world. Do you feel like that's another component of why we've seen some of these high-profile firings and big-time buyouts?
It just goes back into just the whole money situation and where they can get it from and how the places that they put their resources into.
Because wouldn't you think if you helped get like $50 million into the team, I could see how you would think that you have a say.
Like Cody Campbell at Texas Tech, I bet is like, okay, I'm going to have a little bit of a say here on certain things that are going on. If I'm paying for all these 5-star recruits you're about to get, and David Bailey, and name whatever player that they've been able to get in the transfer portal. Like I do understand that, but to your point, at the same time, it's like, you hired me to do a job. Let me do the job, all right?
Yeah, I would think that maybe more of your power is pushing the athletic director out as opposed to, who they end up hiring. Like, because you don't like who they hire, you can get rid of the guy who hired them, right? I think that's always been the boosters' pressure. Now you can, since you're putting money into the program, into players and whatnot, maybe that's more where the power goes. But as far as like the head coaches, I like Wolchuk, what you're saying. Like you brought in this one guy to make all these decisions, right?
Does this not feel exactly kind of like the gambling conversation we were having in terms of that's great, ideally, but that ship has sailed and it ain't never coming back?
Guess what? On November 1st, NCAA athletes and coaches can gamble on pro sports. That passed today.
Right.
Yes,
that just went in crazy
today.
Like, what are we doing?
The day that all this NBA gambling stuff, these arrests happen.
It's nuts.
And if you want to take it one step further, did you see, because Izzo was talking about this, how you can now go to the G League and then go into college?
That doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense. Not at all.
I thought that was the whole appeal of going to
like the
college
one and done
now
rule and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like could you go from high school to the UFL, and then go back to college?
I mean,
once you're a pro, you're a pro.
But apparently not, right?
Until you're not, I guess not.
I guess the G League is thought of that little. I don't know.
Well, but the G League Ignite doesn't exist anymore, right? Because that was their, high school to pro path, and I don't think that's a thing anymore.
And because they were going to be like, hey, come here, we'll pay you $250,000. Now with the explosion of NIL, you're like, oh, that's neat. I want actual money.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: if we're talking about how money moves things, well, the next logical step: Saudi Arabia. The Holiday Bowl almost ended up in Saudi Arabia, and now they want an NFL game as well. And so, here's the thing. The Holiday Bowl, that didn't get confirmed. That fell through for now. But if we're talking about the NCAA, everybody essentially being for sale, it does feel tough to draw a line of oh, you can't do this. Now come play in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I think 2 years ago, Dion's first year at Colorado, I don't remember if it was him or if it was a different Colorado booster, but they went to Saudi Arabia before the season to try and raise funds for them.
Well, you just had Lombardi do it.
It just came out that, Lombardi at North Carolina did it. So, nothing is sacred. And it would... Well, what kind of holiday would it be for you to go to Saudi Arabia to watch college football? Well, it's just funny that the name of that bowl is the one that ends up going over there.
If you don't get your head chopped off.
Yes. Well, I mean, you could also just create a new bowl. Why do you got to move the Holiday Bowl?
That's a good point.
Just have your own bowl game. It's not like you don't have enough. I mean, just make another one.
They always talk about bringing more in. I think there's 41 or 42 now.
Here's another bowl.
ESPN controls 90% of them.
More inventory for you.
Yeah, exactly. More for ESPN, more for the conference.
So you don't think they learned when they're we don't have enough teams that meet our clarification?
Well, that's why, the academic standards are there. That's when you go to your 5-win teams and which one has the best academic, EPA, whatever the heck it is.
Northwestern, you're in.
Okay.
I think they're going to be bowl
North
eligible
Texas,
anyway,
we benefited 1 year from that.
Oh, but you know what? This year, you guys already did it.
Already
right way.
bowl bound,
There
baby.
you go.
Let's go. Ka!
Now, for Florida, this name has become very popular. Would Lane Kiffin work at Florida?
Yes, I think he would. But I still don't think he's going to leave Ole Miss.
I don't really either. I think Ole Miss is about to give him a big pay raise.
I think they'll give him a pay raise. And look, what Florida needs to be is what Ole Miss already is what Lane Kiffin has spent years building in Mississippi, right? Like the way the program's built, the NIL, whatever, everything around the structure of the program is what Lane Kiffin has been doing for years now. Why would he want to do that all over again at a place at Florida where the expectations are infinitely higher?
Yeah.
And you have no guarantee that you're going to get the same stuff that you had at Ole Miss to build at Florida.
It's not infinitely, but do you not think that there could be a monetary discrepancy where you're like, I'll take that chance? I don't know if it's like, we'll give you $10 million. Florida's like, I don't care, $16 million a year, or like whatever.
If Florida really wanted him, yeah, I guess you can money whip him and make him far and away the highest paid head coach in football. But we're talking about with buyouts, right? Every $1 million that you give to your coach, every extra that you give to other places, that's less you can put into your team. So I really do think right now, believe the highest paid coaches are like 11, 12 million. That should be the cap. Like Curt Cignetti on his big extension at Indiana just got around 10.3, I believe, is what he's going to be sitting at. I don't think you're going to see it go much higher than that.
Well, Spurrier was throwing out Eli Drinkwitz from Mizzou, which would be interesting.
Maybe it's the Sooner in me, but I'm like, I just don't respect him.
Really?
I just don't. I think he's
done
had
a
this.
great job.
He's had this nice
Your face
3-year
making.
run, and then they lose to most big games they play.
But is that? I mean, I wonder if it's Mizzou. Is he kind of has he maxed out
You
there?
could
No
look at him
disrespect
like
to Mizzou fans.
You could look at him like Matt Campbell, where he's done a lot more with less per se, and he has turned Mizzou into a nice, competent program. But I just think there's a limit to that. Now, Florida has not been anywhere close to that ceiling, right? Like their floor is just super low, or at least it was under Napier. So if you want to raise your floor, I think Drinkwitz could be a name. I also think Matt Rule could be a name at Florida, because if you need a program builder, that's what Matt Rule does. Just ignore his record against top 25 teams, because Florida just doesn't beat top 25 teams anymore. And that's what they want to do. Maybe Matt Rule's not the guy, but he's a program builder. Matt Rule to Penn State never made any sense to me, because Penn State wants to win now. They don't need to build the program. The program's already set.
Before we bounce, any other stories you guys want to hit?
Well, Wolchuk and I were talking about this off air. Baron Morton for Texas Tech is out another week.
Okay, because they were hoping he would be able to play this week.
Not a go.
So Will Hammond will start again for the Red Raiders this weekend. And that, to me, is the only thing that holds Texas Tech back is these injuries. Like the team, even in that Arizona State game, the way they came back with their backup quarterback on the road to take a lead late in that game, very impressive to me. But if they can't get healthy, that's going to be the only thing that's going to hold them back. Because from a talent perspective and coaching perspective, everything, I do think they are still far and away better than any team in the Big 12. I still think they're a better team than Arizona State, even though they lost to them.
Thank you very much. As always, where can people catch Fan University?
This Saturday, myself, Jake, and Brennan will be here. We will be previewing all the big games. We'll have an Ole Miss guest preview Ole Miss, Oklahoma.
Nice.
We're efforting on a couple other guests. 3-hour show, so it'll be loaded. It'll go quick, and we're going to have a lot of fun. So 9 to noon this Saturday.
Boom. Tune in to Fan University. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the reunification that we've been waiting for all day. We will talk with Zach Wolchuk and the G-Bag Nation.
Yay.
Next on The Fan.
Is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got some news on the Wings front. They are hiring a brand new coach. They're zeroing in on Jose Fernandez as their next coach. And South Florida, I do believe, has already named an interim coach. So it feels logical to think that that is actually happening. Fernandez has been the head coach at South Florida for the last 25 years.
Wow.
Now making his way to the WNBA and the Wings. But right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing well. Thank you very much for asking. Now, we kicked off the show with complete overreactions to the Mavericks' first game. And my overreaction was perhaps my preferred starting lineup of Cooper Flagg, Klay Thompson, P.J. Washington, Anthony Davis, and Derek Lively won't work, or at least it won't work against a 7'5" guy that can block every shot, hit three-pointers while getting fouled, and doing pump fake reverse jams.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. I mean, the take. My biggest overreaction is that we just witnessed like the start of the greatest basketball.
Right.
Supernatural.
Modern day Wilt Chamberlain. That's what I said earlier.
I don't even understand what I witnessed last night. My wife was claiming like it was unfair, and it was like
it is.
Like
Agreed.
He shouldn't be allowed to play.
It was varsity versus JV.
That was the kind of crap that was being said at my house last night, and I was just in awe. I couldn't even fathom how awesome it was.
Wasn't that kind of what Jay Billis said too? And he goes, it's like a dad playing with his 8-year-old kid in the driveway. That's what we were last night.
No, that was if the dad was Shaq and the kid was an 8-day-old infant. That's what we were watching.
There's nothing you can do to defend him.
And you're supposed to be built for something. Not that you're to some extent. Nobody's built to stop what we witnessed last night.
Okay, but
like in general, we are supposed to be a team, and Lively's supposed to be one of the few guys who can somewhat match with the height and the length and the general athleticism to stay with him. And it was just total bully ball. Anthony Davis, that was probably one of those like, I need to get out of the league a little bit sooner than I thought.
It's ridiculous.
I did if I'm Anthony Davis.
That was my concern. Now, Cooper Flagg's passivity, especially in the first half, I have issues with that as well. But he got outscored 68-26 in the first half in the game in the paint. Not all of Wemby's points came in the paint.
That's inexcusable.
And the way he was able to back down Lively, who did really good in their very first matchup, the way he was able to back down Anthony Davis for a team built around like especially interior defense, that whole thing was concerning to me.
Yeah, I think it could have been the beginning of the Wembanyama era in the NBA. We'll see. He scored 40 points or more 5 times. Was this just his game of the year, or is this the new Wembanyama? But I think bigger than that, to bring it back to the Mavs, it might be the beginning of the end of the Nico era if you are not going to play better defense.
Right.
I give them a couple of weeks here to show what they're capable of defensively. And if you have many more of those where the opposition is shooting well over 50% and it's the passes through the paint that were the biggest problems for me because guys just aren't paying attention. They're not connected enough. And that was a pathetic way to start for a team that wants to hang its hat defensively.
Rodis, I saw Sean Sweeney out there and I was like, oh, that makes me sad.
Yeah, Sean's a good dude. And but I kind of feel like to me that there's people in the league, and I was talking to some just afterwards. I know some people that watch the game and stuff, and I'm like, really, what was your thoughts? And it wasn't so much about what San Antonio was doing. It was really about what the Mavericks were doing. And I had one guy describe it to me as it's like putting Derek Carr behind the Houston Texans offensive line as an expansion, quarterback, and then and asking Cooper Flagg to play that way.
Yeah,
and that was the thing that a lot of people said. It wasn't so much, Wembanyama, it looks like to me, only thing that stopped him is injury. But but for the Mavs, like people were telling me that the Mavs actually did San Antonio a favor by making Cooper Flagg have to play point.
For sure. With all the turnovers. It's 16.
And so that was, I had a coach or a guy told me that he goes, this is just dumb. That's just a dumb way of operating. And so, and hopefully the Mavs will figure some things out, but a couple of my guys were more interested about Flagg playing point than they were how good Wemby was.
And that was one of the things going into the game. I said I thought he could play point, especially in short-term stretches, but if you wanted to optimize him, that is not the way to go. I think he can shift out offensively and defensively 2, 3, and 4, no problem. But if you're asking him to run the point and play the level of defense they're hoping for and get more involved offensively, which he did not, especially in the first half, that feels hugely problematic.
Yeah, you're just asking too much from him, and I was excited to see it, but that quickly became something where you go, okay, is this an experiment that we really want to mess with? Like, if this was just kind of a rebuild, figure it out season, then I could understand it. Like, just go out there and take your lumps, and you'll hopefully get better from this over the course of time. But if they're actually serious about trying to win right now, which Nico, of course, told us what the window was, then this cannot be your plan.
Well,
but I don't think D'Angelo Russell can be either.
Yeah,
I agree.
This is kind of one of those things too, though, that Jason Kidd. I didn't hear post game him talk last night, but this is one of those things where he will continue to say, okay, it's very early, very small sample size, and he's gonna probably give 10, 15, 20 games. I asked we were talking about that the other day about how many games do you kind of have an idea what your team is going to be, and we came to that realization. It was like 20 games. I could see Jason Kidd continuing at, Toronto tomorrow night?
Yeah.
Just kind of run that back out there again.
Yeah,
it's
the
Washington.
Wizards,
I'm sorry, the logo was so small.
Yeah.
It might be the Toronto Rangers.
I couldn't tell with that little logo. I thought, man, is that Toronto they're playing? No, but we'll see. He can be really stubborn about these things. He could just say, I'm just going to keep doing this and doing this and doing this, and maybe sacrifice some games.
Take a look after 10 games, because he said a couple days ago, 10 days you'll get a better feel for what you do well.
Okay, there you go. There you go. I knew that was something. He said this before when they don't play defense. Last couple of years they don't play defense. They're trying to figure things out. It's like, well, you got to give it 10 games.
Did you think in the first 15 seconds, though, we were going to dominate forever?
Oh my gosh.
There's the errant pass. Flagg picks up the steal or not, takes it down, makes a great pass, points to him to throw it up, and I was like, yes!
Here it is!
And then everything was downhill from there.
Yeah. I mean, Wemby would have still just done what he did, but what a better night. What a better night it could have been for Flagg with the confidence, because he was clearly a little bit timid.
Very reminiscent of what TCU and North Carolina looked like playing football.
That first try.
And I go, oh my God, this is incredible.
Yeah. And then you see VJ Edgecombe, the third pick, break Wilt's record, and you're like, oh no. What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. It is a Jake Ferguson Tuesday. He'll join us at 5:35.
All right, looking forward to that. Roll home with
Thursday.
I understood.
Thursday.
Hey, I accidentally said something about America earlier. All right, so I'm not here.
He hates America.
To judge.
Did you guys hear what Overshown said about his knee brace?
What? What's wrong? What's up with the knee brace?
It's apparently like it's not a necessity.
It's aesthetic.
Yeah, it's more of an aesthetic thing.
Did you hear what Overshown said about that knee
magical
brace?
back and forth.
You were amazing yesterday.
That was
amazing. Thanks, man.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation.
Obviously.
See us at Freebirds in Addison tomorrow, 5000 Beltline Road, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Super Monster, Kevin.
Super Monster.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, please.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, here we go. It's hour number one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. General at your service. Eddie's. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. You got Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. Master Control here, 75 and fits you. Fixed it to go 5. Flawless. Chiefs here. Of course, you got your Wooly Bully all midday there with Hagee filling in for Majors, who has fallen ill. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us every day, 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. How you doing today, buddy?
You bet Chauncey Billups is having a bad day?
Yes, that does not sound good. And what an amazing story. I got all the details in here for you because I've been wondering throughout the day, what all happened.
I tried to say bet, Chauncey Billups bet. I was trying to be funny right off the jump, and it really didn't work.
Yeah, it went right over my head. That's my bad.
I was trying.
No, yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, man. You're doing good joke work.
But you got all the deets?
I do. And it is incredible. The details of the part of it that Chauncey Billups is involved in. But it's also incredible that players are out here putting their careers on the line for $13,000.
Yeah.
From the Terry Rozier perspective, and that story just keeps popping up right and left.
I've seen players in my lifetime do radio shows and stuff for a T-shirt. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you're not thinking about there's things like, hey, would you come on? What do I get? Oh, you get a T-shirt. Oh yeah, hell, I'll come on. Or hey, we want to do a show with you. Man, you got $500, but man, you make hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
But it's just simple little margins of money in the big picture of what they do.
Yeah.
It is incredible. It really is.
I think there's something to it as well, like giving back to people, or people are asking you for money and saying, hey, how about instead of giving me money, you just make a few less shots tonight and I'll gamble on it. But what we're learning is that all the different sports wagering outlets and the different states and their gambling commissions are monitoring all of this stuff. So if you get $10,000 bet on an over-under for a fringe style player, it's immediately red flagging this thing. They're using artificial intelligence to monitor everything, and it's like instant, like boom, we got to look out for this. But reading into the details of this story, there is so much of it going on that the sports books are now starting to talk to the leagues about, hey, can you just not make over-unders for all the fringe players? Can we just make this about the star players? Because there is a lot of this going on, and I don't know how deep this thing is going to go, but if I'd been involved in this as a player or coach or anything like that, today is a very nervous day. You can bet your ass on that, Brian. I'll shoot that joke back at you.
The FBI doesn't go after you unless they've got something, right?
Pretty much.
They do not just, oh, hey, we got some speculation here. They go after you when they have something.
Depends on who you ask.
And I wonder if this is yeah. Good point. I wonder if this is one of these things where you go after guys like this and then you're trying to get something bigger.
Yes.
Like the Roziers but
well,
Rozier
look, Cosa Nostra is mentioned in this.
Cosa Nostra's, you don't.
Yeah.
See, that's the interesting point that you make. Rozier was cleared by the NBA.
Right. Yeah.
So they're doing these half-ass investigations. They don't want
the truth.
They're trying to cover it up.
Yeah. We're making money hand over fist off the league, but also off of gambling sponsorships.
Yeah.
It's like,
we don't want a big scandal.
Yeah, we're
looked into it.
This. He's fine. He's fine. FBI's like, no, he's not, bro. You're gonna buy what the NBA's about to sell you on Kawhi Leonard?
Yeah.
Bull crap.
Oh, I like that.
Or that actually might even, it might actually be bad for him because now they'll overcorrect and maybe lay the hammer down. I don't know. But it is interesting to see the NBA was like, no, Terry Rozier's good.
Yeah.
FBI's like, yeah, we got a different
not
idea.
so much. Yeah, not so much.
So current head coach, at least for now, Chauncey Billups, we'll have to see to what extent that he was involved in this. Sometimes you're responsible for something technically illegal, but they really want to talk to you to see what other doors you can unlock for them.
That's the
in
thing.
This investigation.
Yeah.
I think that's why our last guy was cleared. Who was the last guy that was? Anyway, these things keep popping up. But this was an illegal gambling and sports rigging operation.
Goofy ass Gilbert Arenas.
Yes, Gilbert Arenas. There you go. Yeah, very similar type of deal. And it's
there was
like
mob ties with that one, and he went live. It was like naming people and what they had on and the color of their shirts and everything. Like, whoa.
Man, I think I'd rather just do the time. Like, what am I in for here? Because I'm not going to start talking about organized crime.
I don't know anything about organized crime.
Yeah.
That's me. I don't know what you're talking about.
No.
Can't even spell
I was playing cards.
That's right.
And drinking liquor.
Yep. Having a good time. I got invited to a game, and they asked me if I wanted to bring some friends.
That's it, man.
But the poker game thing, from a poker player perspective, I've been scammed playing online, so I'm not saying either has more integrity than the other. But I think when you're involved in a big game in person, you'd like to believe that there's nothing foul afoot, but it definitely was here. So let me just get it in from the top here. Billups, Rozier, and also Damon Jones was arrested, the former Cleveland Cavalier.
And that one has LeBron ties because he knew LeBron was going to be out for a game, and so he was telling everybody like, "Okay, here we go. Go ahead and take the Bucks in this Lakers-Bucks matchup."
And this goes back some years. The case involves La Cosa Nostra, the Italian crime family. Charges include illegal gambling, wire fraud, and extortion. There are 2 separate indictments. The first involves 6 defendants accused of participating in a sports corruption scheme that exploited insider info involving players and teams. Defendants leveraged their connections to place prop bets based on confidential insider information, yada yada. And then the other one is the FBI says they used high-tech cheating technology to steal millions of dollars from victims in underground poker games that were secretly fixed. Underground poker games are the coolest. Everybody wants to go to a private underground poker game here. We don't have to go to Vegas. Maybe the house is taking less. It's more of a hangout vibe. The 2 cases are separate, but there are 3 overlapping defendants, including the former player and coach Damon Jones. FBI says Rozier told the defendants he was going to leave a game early, March 23rd, with an injury, and it happened. Yada yada yada. The rigged poker games. Here's where the top interest for me is. Occurred in the Hamptons, Miami, Las Vegas, and Manhattan. The poker scheme targeted victims who were lured to participate in the rigged games by the chance to play alongside former professional athletes. These athletes included Chauncey Billups and Damon Jones. So are you getting a cut? Sure, you're the talent there. You're the draw.
But did they know it was rigged?
Right? Yeah. Did you know?
We have to. That's the thing they have to prove at that point, right?
Yeah. Because it's an appearance fee at this point. And that's easy to understand. It's a $high poker game. Let's bring these guys in, and I guess if you're getting arrested, maybe they feel like they do have strong reason to believe it's possible. The FBI says the defendants utilized altered shuffling machines to read the cards in the deck and then relayed that info to an offsite operator. The offsite operator, known as the QB, then sent that info to somebody at the table. So you're getting a voice in your ear or maybe a text message saying the dude across you's got it. You might want to fold, or the dude across you is weak. Go ahead and re-raise, and boom, he's going to fold. You just picked up a big pot. So it's easy to do with that level of information. But they also say other cheating technologies were involved. Poker chip trays that read cards through hidden cameras. Special contact lenses and glasses that could read marked cards. So you could draw on some sort of secret ink on the back of the card.
James Bond kind of stuff.
Very Bondish.
Yeah.
And I wonder how easy that is to pull off.
Yeah.
X-ray poker tables that could read cards face down.
That's where I was like, what? This is so intricate, dude.
Yeah.
How does that even work?
I don't know.
X-ray
You're about
tables?
to find out.
Right? And how affordable is this technology?
Yeah.
Who else could be
They
doing
do have
this?
those spy shops. You can just walk in and just buy stuff, man. There are spy shops around here.
Yeah, and I guess I would
prefer the
figure
cigar shop myself.
Shoot, I would figure, hey, we're all playing poker here, guys. Everybody's having fun, and it's everybody's good luck. But there's a lot of money to be made at some point, and obviously criminals are going to criminal. Crime's going to happen. The FBI says the defendants robbed a victim at gunpoint to acquire a rigged shuffling machine. Okay, so at least that isn't that common. The sports gambling investigation is called Operation Nothing But Net.
Oh.
The poker investigation is called Operation Royal Flush. The FBI has been working on the investigation for 4 years, with victims losing at least $7 million.
Wow.
One victim individually lost $1.8 million. FBI reviewed thousands of hours of video evidence.
How'd you get around that loss, Dawson?
Right? Yeah. Yeah. That's why I'm,
in radio.
Yeah, working a job and doing 2 podcasts on the side, trying to play catch up. So yes, I would imagine Chauncey Billups is done, much to the joy of Trailblazers fans. I think this is probably great news for them.
Trying to sell their team right now too, aren't they? Don't they have the Carolina Hurricanes owner?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Mr. Plano. I think he's a local guy.
Yeah, Durden, something like that. I like to say I
think we've had him on the show. I should know his name.
Yeah, he owns the Carolina Hurricanes, and so he's. They say this purchase he's going to have is going to take years to do. I guess that's from that family out there in Seattle, right? The
Paul Allen's wife
Allen family. Yeah, the Vulcan Sports.
Yeah, Tom Dundon. And that's that's I think that's the guy. He's a disruptor, and I guess he's really a hard driving son of a gun to work for.
Yeah,
but he's gotten results. Mavs opener was a story of a dud and a stud, and unfortunately the Mavs were the dud overall. Taking Cooper Flagg into the second half to get his first bucket, had 0 assists as the starting point guard. He was out of there 5 minutes in, so I don't think that experiment went terribly well. I mean, he's a skilled player, and you need 5 guys more than ever that can pass, dribble, and shoot, and I like that. And maybe he can grow into being a point guard, but I think that was a fail. But man, Victor Wembanyama, I just hope this isn't the new normal for him, because that was terrifying.
Yeah, I mean all the work that he's put in, hanging out with Olajuwon, doing the monk stuff, like he is now leveled up in a way that is totally scary. You're talking about MVP and Defensive Player of the Year all wrapped in one, a truly unstoppable force. It's not just like, hey, get it into him and let him dunk on everybody. This dude is making majestic, beautiful artistry type plays at that size.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah, he was on fire, obviously. The turnaround jumpers, the fadeaway jumpers in the post, off the dribble, the step back threes, like all of that was falling in a big way for him last night. The Spurs ended up shooting 58% from the floor, and you're under 40. So in some ways, it's a make or miss league, but it's how he got those shots and your inability to slow them down that I think's got to be the biggest concern. Just that you have horrible defense. You're going to play superstars. They're going to have great games, and you're going to lose. But how do you come out and lay that big of an egg defensively on opening night? And I'll say it again. I think this firmly puts the Nico era on maybe not life support, but it's putting on watch right now if this defensive trend continues with this squad they've drawn up. I don't know how Patrick Dumont could avoid recognizing that.
Yeah, I mean, he's got your bigs in foul trouble, like, immediately in the game, and your guys, I mean, you have Anthony Davis and Derek Lively that are just getting embarrassed out there by this dude. I just can't wait to see Wemby moving forward here, and, like, is this about to become the new norm for him? Is this really who he is right now? Because what he did last night, there's not a player in the league who can go toe-to-toe with that.
No, but I think they could have done a much better job of bumping him off of his path and making him earn everything that he gets in the paint. And if he wants to continue to turn around jump shot on you, but he's not a blur. He's not incredibly strong. I think instead of being preoccupied with getting the ball or challenging the shot, just defend him with your hips and your body and your strength and your low center of gravity and try to, disrupt him and throw him off balance as much as possible. I just think they did a poor job all night long trying to stay in front of him.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Like, now everybody's going to be like, oh, no, I'm not trying to be embarrassed in that way. So I'll foul you all game. We'll get super, super physical with you because, like you said, the strength factor is still not really there in his game. But I was completely floored watching him last night. That was unbelievable.
Historic. 40-15 and over 70% from the floor for the first time since 1977-78 season. I don't even know who that was. Was that Jabbar? It was Bill Walton maybe? I mean, you had a number of big men back in the day that could put up that kind of a stat, but you hadn't seen it in 40 years. Dang near 50 years. So congratulations to Victor Wembanyama. Now we brace and cringe and watch how this plays out over the next 20 games or so. And we'll, I guess, hope that was his best game of the year, because if he's going to do anything close to that on a regular basis, I mean, forget about the division, forget about the West for the next 15 years.
Bro, the efficiency that he's putting up these stats. He's shooting like a 77% true shooting percentage, and it's all in 30 minutes.
Yeah. And then when he does get close, he just reaches over and throws it down like it's nothing.
Dude.
Yeah, and I think the team around him is getting good. Like, they have a number of quality players now that exacerbate the issue.
Castle's no freaking joke. They didn't even have. I mean, they didn't even have De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
So I don't think they didn't have the Sochan or whatever either, who's a hell of a defender.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, CA. I bumped into CA earlier, and he said, like, even in the pregame warmups, this dude Wemby was wowing you with the dunks between the legs and all this kind of stuff, just putting on a show. and then that carried into the game, and it was I'll never forget watching that last night.
Yeah, no, there could have been a historic pivot point in the history of the league, really. We got a top 10 at 220 coming up. We got the G-Bag of the Day champion. It's a Jake Ferguson Thursday here in the nation. What's the subject matter for Wooly Bully's top 10, Chief?
National Horror Movie Day, featuring the top 10 scariest horror movies of all time, according to America, next here in the nation.
right, welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. 469 says, Wemby's too big to sustain that playing style, 7'6". He says, I trust he will not be healthy throughout his career. And he wouldn't be the first big man to suffer that fate. But yeah, I think shock on both sides, right? The Spurs, how good they were and how rough the Mavs were. We'll continue to talk about that and look at the Cowboys stories of the day as they're in practice and starting to get healthy. Okay, segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Brian, we're going to get to the champ here, but it sounds like you're wanting to say something.
No, I was just sitting there thinking how, and I'm from the era of Jabbar. The era of Jabbar.
Mm-hmm.
And he played probably in a more physical era of that style, and he made it through. I mean, is there people that just they absolutely don't think this guy can last, or is it just the up and down the court? I mean, Jabbar did the same damn thing being that big, right?
He did. I think he's the outlier. Russell, Jabbar. I just remember like growing up as a kid watching him play. Yeah,
and it seemed like to me that him and Kent Benson, those guys they're always banging on him, knocking him around. Physical style.
Yep.
And it seemed like, but he was fine. Is this guy potentially not that type of player, like a generational player?
He
be that tall and play
for sure.
The thing that slowed him down last year were the blood clots.
Blood clots, yes.
Right.
His rookie season, though, he was dealing with some injuries, and I mean, you're talking about like a 3 or 4 inch difference between Wemby and Jabbar. And I do think, like, just looking at some photos of Kareem, he was a little bit stockier. He had more muscle, and we'll see if Wemby can maybe develop some of that.
Our guy's not that old, right? And our guy, how old is our?
Yeah, super young, absolutely. Yeah. So it's.
I'm just curious that people have already kind of said, "Oh, he won't last. He won't."
Yeah, you can't just write him off. I think
I wouldn't.
When you talk about him, that's really, it seems like, especially after watching him last night, it's like the only thing that can keep him from being
like
the most unbelievable thing we've ever seen is the injuries.
They did this whole thing about him training.
Yeah, he's dedicated.
And working and trying to stretch. All the things that Dawson asked, like, I wish my athletes would do this. I wish they would
into it. Yeah.
Work into stretching
core
and
strength,
and
flexibility.
All that. Yeah.
Just a quick look up. Google AI says there's about an 80% higher chance you'll miss any one game. Like if you're 7 foot and above, the chances of you missing a game are about 24%, and under is about 13%. So I just think it's a numbers game, and it increases the chances of injury. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has our champ.
All right. Hey, anyway, man, I have created players on NBA Live that look just like how dude was playing last night. Seriously.
Yeah.
It's really creepy to see sometimes, bro.
You're a GM.
Yo, and he's like shaking and baking. Yeah, I'm out here creating on that game. Okay. G, back in the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan, 5:30. We play the champ right about here. This would be Mrs. Carmen Gonzalez, the longtime Cowboys fan, Carmen Gonzalez, which has now turned her Instagram to private. Y'all was bugging Miss Carmen a little too much, I guess.
Everybody wanted a piece of her time.
Everybody wanted a piece of her time. Get him out of here! So she turned
him back on. I think she could charge Miss Gonzalez.
Yes. Yeah, okay, I don't know what. Anyway, man.
for watch parties.
Oh, okay,
yeah. I haven't seen the lady.
You gotta clarify.
Yeah.
Our champion right here is a Jets fan. He's a new Jets fan. It's a family tradition to be a Jets fan.
Y'all see them and get your thoughts on the game?
I hate this team. I was born into this, and I'm not gonna ever. I'm always a Jets fan, but like, I hate this team.
I'm not going to ever. I wanted him to finish that sentence. I'm not going to ever tell my kids to be a Jet fan. I'm not gonna...
The biggest surprise is that he wasn't just on like some crazy cussing rant. Like, those child Jets fans, just like the child Eagles fans, like they can be foul.
I mean, they've been dropping F-bombs and see you next Tuesday since preschool in that fan base.
Absolutely.
So
in
I'm
class,
right there with
you don't even get in trouble for it.
Yeah, I think if you grew up a Jets fan, you're hoping that it's all going to be worth it someday. But I think as long as the Johnsons family is owning that team, I would highly encourage my kids to maybe just be college fans because you don't want to go Giants either. Yeah, can we go Bills? If you're in New York City, just make the roadie.
And even that is just inevitable letdown. Just
Sure.
the ultimate teaser.
Boy, they got crushed so many times, bro.
Yeah.
Crazy, dude. Crushed. There's like no way this time.
Yeah. Mahomes, 13 seconds. AFC divisional round in Kansas City. Sorry, Josh Allen.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting study. Like, what's the worst trauma? The Bills fans over the last 30 years or the Jets fans for the last 45 years? At least the lows weren't quite as low for the Jets.
I think the Bills fans, they had high expectations, and they always got tripped up right there at the finish line.
4 in a row.
Jets never really had any expectations.
Yeah.
I guess your name shouldn't be a Jet because you're not flying high.
Imagine if the Rangers in 2011 just kept happening and 2 more times in heartbreaking fashion.
Well, they've had times too where they, as Jet fans, where they have a terrible season and they get a high draft pick, and then they take someone like Kyle Brady, like a tight end, and then everybody's like, "What are we doing?" And then you wait just to think that you have some hope, and then all of a sudden they take a back-to-back tight ends or something, and you're just like.
And then you're watching Sam Darnold light it up for the Seahawks.
Exactly.
Being an MVP fave. That's tough. Let's get Wolchuk's top 10 at 220. In for Wolchuk. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. All right, 877-881-1053. Today is National Horror Movie Day. We inch closer and closer to Halloween. I have the top 10 scariest horror movies of all time, according to America. Around the room we go. Lucius, the scariest movie you have ever seen is what?
I would have to say, at the time I seen it, it hit. Candyman.
Oh, jeez.
That Candyman movie. It was on HBO all the time. And I was staying like summer with my cousins. And then after the movie was over, we go outside like play hide and seek or something. You always think Candyman got you. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Candyman, oh!
Yes.
Yeah, I do think there is some element to this of like when you saw the movie.
Yeah, the shadows was a Candyman. You know what I mean? The hat in the corner. Oh my God, is that Candyman's head?
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah.
That comes in at number 29, by the way.
I think it's on Netflix or Amazon right now. It was up on my screen last night when I hit the home button, and I was trying to talk Abby into watching it. She's about the right age for it, isn't it? 14? Is that good for Candyman?
Yeah, well, I was scared. Yeah. I was definitely around that age, younger.
I think the scariest thing I ever watched as a kid was America's Most Wanted. Like that thing came on one time.
Oh my God.
And my parents had ran up to DQ with my brother and sister, and I'm home alone, terrified. I went to the kitchen and got a steak knife out. I was ready for battle because I don't know, just any sound in the house I figured was that dude.
And it was the face, the compository sketch man.
Yes.
That face was so shadowy and scary.
Yep.
It had no eyes, the soulless eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen this man? Like, oh God.
I might. I don't know.
Last seen in Fort Worth.
It did something to me viscerally that made me paranoid about my surroundings, unlike anything else that I'd ever seen. As far as the scariest, pure movie, I don't know. I think it was that Saw 1. The first Saw was so damn good.
It was awesome.
Yeah, they nailed it.
Really good movie.
The gore and the suspense.
Yes, and then they just leaned into the gore like the rest of the
it got
time.
horrible.
2, 3, 4.
I think I gave up by the time we got to 3. I was like, oh, this has gotten silly.
Yeah, I punted as well. But that
Is
first
that the
one,
Human Centipede guys at the same thing?
it's the creator.
Yes, Human Centipede and Saw. Is that the same thing?
I think from a creator standpoint, I think you're right about that.
What a creep!
Yeah, total creep, dude. That Jigsaw was scary.
Yeah,
that mask and
do you
everything.
want to play a game?
Do you want to play a game? That'll stick with you. Broadus?
The 1970s ruined me, and I vowed after 1978 to never pay money to go see a horror movie again. It started with The Exorcist. When I saw it.
Yes.
In 1970, probably about 1975 or so. It was out. I think it's 1973 is when it came out. But I saw it like a couple of years later, like Linda Blair and all that. And it was scary, awful, bad. And then Halloween came out in 1978, and I saw that. And that's when I said, that's it. I'm done
with these.
I'm done with it.
Yeah.
I'm never paying money again. the Friday the 13th, all those ones, never, ever. If you say we're going to see a horror movie or turn it on or watch it, I'm going to get up and leave. I just don't deal with it.
I'm totally with you, dude.
I just do not watch them at all.
And you know what kills me, especially this time of year, because you start to get them all coming out, like new releases or whatever, and it's like every commercial break while you're watching a sporting event.
Yeah.
Last night was the same thing.
Yeah.
It's like horror movies, and they're all like these demonic, crazy. I'm like, I can't even watch these freaking commercials, dude.
No.
I am so
that
anti-horror
Saw
movie
thing and all that. No,
Saw is the original Saw was a little different. It was definitely scary, but it was just like it was such a genuinely good movie. But all these other like horror movies that come out, I am absolutely against 100%. I think the scariest one there's no question the scariest one I ever saw was The Conjuring. The Conjuring. I mean, it totally ruined me, and I wish I hadn't seen it because for a while, I mean, it stuck with me, dude. That is, I don't know how a movie can be scarier, but I haven't tested the waters since that happened, and that was probably like a movie, like, I don't know, 7 years ago that I saw it.
12 years ago was The Conjuring. Oh, when you saw it?
When I saw it, yeah.
Oh.
That was the end of the line for you?
Yeah, and it was just, it is so freaking scary, I can't even begin to tell you.
Yeah.
Because you get the exorcism kind of stuff intertwined with it.
Here's another one I didn't see, but it was that same era, was that Texas Chainsaw Massacre thing, the 1974. Like I'd seen the other ones, so I'm kind of no, I'm not watching this one. The 70s had these movies that would just play with your mind, like man, like it was so realistic.
Because y'all had to push the boundaries, because y'all had serial killers just walking around outside in the 70s. Y'all was crazy as hell. It was scary to be around in the 70s at some point.
Really crazy. The news every night was somewhat bad. I mean, the news nowadays is bad a lot of times, but yeah, we had a lot of things going on.
I mean, the difference now is you have the internet at your fingertips, so you can debunk things. But when the Blair Witch Project came out, for a couple of weeks, people were talking about it like it was real.
That scared the hell out of me, too.
Yeah, it was a good show.
Yeah, it was really, really scary. We hotboxed the car, so paranoia was way, way up. We were scared walking back to the car after the movie. You know what I mean?
Low
scared
budget.
film.
Yeah,
it got us.
It's brilliant
because it's jump scary. It's a jump scary movie.
Yeah, I'll jump, dude. I will jump in those movies. I respect to the folks that can like just sit there and but it gets me.
Not even going there. Not even.
Okay, so
how about The Shining? Did anybody?
Yeah, The Shining.
Terrific.
I actually. That's a blind spot for me.
Yeah.
Should I watch that, or does it cross the line of so scary that you?
It kind of messes.
I know
with
it's an all-timer.
Yeah,
I never saw it.
Here I'm talking about. Yeah, but that was 1980. I've seen more clips and stuff of The Shining than I have like sat down and watched it. So you kind of know the premise of what's going on, but that'll mess with you a little bit.
Okay, so we have Outside Looking In, The Strangers, that's been texted in quite a bit. The Thing, Saw.
The Thing, that's a black and white movie, out of the water.
The Evil Dead.
Swamp monster thing.
It.
The Thing was that white thing that came out the water was grabbing people? Was that it? Or is that The Stuff? Well, there was one called The Thing and there was one called The Stuff.
The Thing, I think The Thing came out, I think The Thing was I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
It's a group of Antarctic researchers battles a shape-shifting alien organism with the ability to mimic their appearance.
Okay, this is a different movie than what I'm thinking. I'm sorry, Lucius. Yeah, that's me.
Sorry.
That's weed. That's weed.
Poltergeist, Pet Cemetery, Halloween.
Pet Cemetery was scary. Yeah, Pet Cemetery was good.
That's a Stephen King.
Yeah.
Poltergeist definitely got me as a kid. It was one of those my parents let us watch. Guess there was no nudity involved in it.
Yeah. I remember my mom teed that up for us when we were probably in middle school or high school, whatever. It got me for sure. Nightmare on Elm Street is the final Outside Looking In there.
Freddy Krueger,
man. Not really scary. It's more funny to me.
Is it?
Yeah, he has punchlines before he kills you.
That's true. He was witty.
Yeah.
Number 10 is The Omen.
Oh, that was about the young boy. Yeah.
Diplomat who comes to realize his adopted son is the Antichrist.
Yeah.
My gosh. The Ring at 9. That one was scary because I was like probably middle school watching that. You get the 7 days thing. That girl's crawling out of the well and just it's always the little girls, man. They're the freaking scariest things going. The hair covering her face. Silence of the Lambs at 8. That's another one of those that it's like genuinely a good movie.
Yeah, and that's what I need. I can't. I mean the cheap scare tactics, the video tricks of suddenly something on screen or a terrifying face right when they have the music quiet. Like, I'll see right through that stuff and be like, I'm out. But if you can create real suspense, right, along with the horror, I'm totally in.
That's when the year Psycho came out.
Yeah, Psycho was, I believe, Outside Looking In as well.
Oh, was it Outside Looking In? I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. I didn't mention it, but it was on there.
Okay.
Number 7, the Amityville Horror. Didn't see that one. The Shining is at 6.
Okay.
By the way. Texas Chainsaw Massacre at 5.
1974, yeah.
I don't think I've seen that either. I think I saw a remake. But that's it.
It's wild, yeah.
Sinister at 4.
I don't know if I've ever heard of that one.
That's a 2012er. And Ethan Hawke.
Ethan Hawke, there he is.
Yeah. That was pretty scary. That was pretty dang scary.
They get you with the music.
Oh, the music, man. Yeah. These are masters of the art of scary music.
That's like with Jaws, like the movie Jaws.
Jaws was actually number 30 on the list.
You never saw the shark until the very end. You never saw him because they couldn't get the damn thing to work during the movie.
Yeah.
But then they used the music and the angle of the look from the shark. And that, just like, it was devastating again.
It was disappointing. I think we went to L.A. one year. We were at like one of the theme parks where they had the Jaws that came out, and you're on that little boat ride.
Yeah.
It was a little disappointing.
Shark's name was Bruce, the mechanic. They couldn't get the damn thing to work.
Good on you, mate.
Yeah.
Number 3, Insidious.
I don't know.
Never heard of that.
That was a 2011 banger. It was pretty dang scary.
Yeah.
The Conjuring is at number 2.
Yeah.
So for as bone chilling as it was for me, America does agree.
So it was. I read about this. It was a demon was chasing a family. Something going on there.
Yes. And there's just
a lot going on.
There's a lot going on, and it was bad. But the all timer number 1, Brian Broaddus.
Yeah.
The Exorcist.
The Exorcist. Yeah. If you want to just go back and
when she's like backbending down the stairs,
it's crazy. Horror movie that was nominated for Best Picture.
Yeah.
But you never would have that. But yeah, if you want to just take a moment and watch something for a couple hours and just like, holy geez, I see what was going on here.
It's one of my favorite Halloween social media trends is the gymnast that can do that quite fast, and they twitch a little bit and then they drop down like in a park on a trail or something, then fire off like that. And the people are freaking out all over.
Nuts, dude.
It is. And don't do that in Texas, by the way. Yeah. You might end up, getting an ambulance ride home. We got a college football darty coming up, Chief. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, we prep our bodies for the college football weekend. Might sneak in a little restroom revelations as well next year in the nation.
products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen this before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sales. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time now for a college football darty. Here's your captain of the darty team, the Chief.
Yeah, let's check the pulse of one Brian Broaddus and the LSU Tigers. Is this a Waterloo game for their season? Right after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them now to say our name again.
Well, I don't get. They bring the head cold.
All right, it's a night game at LSU with the Aggies in town. Aggies favored by 2.5. This could be all she wrote for the season for LSU if they can't get it figured out. Now, thank God the Aggies defense showed a little bit of slippage versus the Razorbacks. The LSU offense is pretty not that good. But could they find some creases? Brian Kelly, I believe he's 20-1 in night games at LSU.
This is true.
All right, but he's not great versus top 10 opponents. And of course, the Aggies are sitting pretty right now in the rankings.
They are.
This could be all she wrote here for the season. This is do or die.
Oh, there's no LSU.
This is everything.
No, LSU's got other games that they're going to lose likely. They got Alabama on the schedule still.
Yeah, but you win this game all of a sudden now. Don't you get the bye week and then you're into Alabama?
Yeah, but that's the problem is that and again, I was concerned about Pavia and what Vanderbilt was going to do last week. They did. They did a great job. Vanderbilt, quality team. It's just give them credit. But this Marcel Reed, LSU knows about Marcel Reed because last year, this is where he made his debut. He came in and saved the game for Texas A&M. Texas A&M was going to lose this football game against LSU on the road, at home. But then Marcel Reed came in, and he has been very, very, very just incredible the way he plays. And so this type of quarterback will give LSU problems. We'll see. Texas A&M, they've had times where they've gone to other venues and come up short when they've had really good teams. I'd like to believe that LSU would give them a game this week, but I worry about defensively. Vanderbilt did some things to you that probably Texas A&M is going to take advantage of running the football.
Yeah. I mean, I'm excited about this one. The SEC's got a bunch of good games this weekend, and College Game Day will be in Vanderbilt, Vandy, and Mizzou. So that's big time. You have Ole Miss and OU. Back-to-back road games in the SEC there for Ole Miss. You go from Georgia to Oklahoma. We'll see if Mateer's thumb is feeling a little bit better. Could he be a better option on the ground like he was earlier in the season? But that's going to be a big-time game. There was an SEC ref, the guy that was...
Yeah, Williamson.
Yes, Ken Williamson.
Ken Williamson was, they would told him, hey, take a seat.
Take a hike, Ken.
Well, he was the official during the Georgia-Auburn game, I believe.
Yes, when Kirby Smart was lying to the referees, and there was a couple of weird... I mean, that crew had a bad night.
They had a real bad night.
And now they're paying the price for it.
Yeah.
So the SEC's not screwing around with that. Okay, we will get into a little bit more college football later, but I've stumbled upon a couple of things that are pertinent. Pertinent?
Pertinent.
It's an emergency. Restroom Revelations emergency. Here we go.
Oh, let's do this.
Does number 2 work for? That's right, buddy. You show that turd who's boss. Hey, just grab a hold of something, bite your lip, and give it hell. Come on. We're going to get through this.
We'll see if we're going to get through this. Choose your own destiny here. I have 3 bathroom headlines that are pretty extraordinary. The first of which reads, Kohler Toilets wants to put a camera in yours.
For what?
We also have headline reads, butt breathing might soon be a real medical treatment. And finally, Charmin is bringing back Forever Rolls with 1,700 sheets. So there's a lot working
I
here.
saw that at the store the other day.
You saw it? You saw the starter
massive
kit?
roll. I was like, where would you even put that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess they did this some years ago where they have like basically a month's worth of toilet paper in one roll. But they also now sell the starter kits. It's a 21-inch by 8-inch holder and 2 rolls that last you, like I said, a month each. These are like basically tires.
Yeah, like an ATV tire is what you're looking at.
Yeah, sitting right there by your toilet.
Industrial size.
It is. That's
the industrial Jenny King or something like that would do a Gen Pack.
Yes, and so you need you need you need a special holder for it. So you can buy the holder and the rolls for like $35.
King after this.
Not bad.
Not a bad deal.
How much again? I was
$35.
$35.
Sorry.
You get a couple of rolls and you get the 21-inch by 8-inch holder.
So I think the biggest issue is bathroom space. You know, a lot of those are like little closets.
Right.
So I think that'd be the biggest challenge for this. But I like where they're going with it. You know,
it's like we buy so many things in bulk. Why not the toilet paper? One roll, ready to rock. You never have to sit down for a month. You don't have to worry about sitting down, handling business, and then looking over and being like, oh, crap, I don't have the toilet paper right here. You know it's there. There's a comfort level in that.
Yeah.
And you really can't put a price on it either.
Do your guys' families go through a lot of toilet paper?
Yeah, I got like 5 butts in my family.
I can't tell. Seems like I buy it about once a month. Spend $20 on it. You know?
It racks up, man.
Do you just go to the store and grab it, or do you really look for the brand you want to look for?
My wife tells me what to get, and I do it.
I don't.
And oftentimes I screw that up, you know.
I don't think I buy the same thing twice back to back. I have no idea what
I think toilet paper is a fair thing to be a bit picky on, right? Like you don't want it. You don't want this like.
I'm kind of the same way.
thing.
I definitely don't buy the cheap stuff.
Yeah, you'd never go cheap on that. Okay, what are you more interested in? Kohler wants to put a camera in your toilet, or butt breathing might soon be a real medical treatment?
I think I'm more interested by option B.
The butt breathing?
But the camera is fascinating. Are they looking out for disease?
Yeah, basically it's to monitor the health of your...
Who's monitoring?
Yeah, see, that's where it gets a little bit sketchy. I guess you're going to have a team at Kohler that is going...
I don't need a whole team of fools in lab coats.
Let's see
looking
what
at my
Lucius
behind every morning.
What's going on?
Kidding me?
A lot of pairs.
Sending me emails. Hey man, we're worried about something we seen.
All of us in the office are a little bit concerned for you, Lucius.
Lay off the
Give
soy
us a
sauce.
call when you get a chance.
Are you kidding me?
But the butt breathing, huh?
We said it's the. Did we talk about this earlier?
We have never talked about butt breathing on this program.
No, but the lips, the skin. Didn't we do this story the other day?
We did have that story. Yes,
Yeah.
we did.
Yeah,
The skin on your lips is also made of the same
you did
tissue
that last
as
Friday, so that's mouth breathing would make sense then, right?
your beehole. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess so. You can thank the 2024 Nobel Prize in Physiology.
Nobel.
Yeah, Nobel. Excuse me.
Somebody fights their whole life to get with these Nobel Prize. By the way,
There should be two L's.
We just gave away the Nobel Prize.
Bottom line is,
Oh, good for you.
they won the award for discovering that many mammals are capable of breathing through their. And so what they did is like they've conducted a new study on the feasibility of adapting this method to treat people with blocked airways.
$500,000 worth of grants.
That's what I'm saying.
Figuring out mammals can breathe through their butts.
or clogged lungs.
Look at Flipper breathe through his ass.
Talking about, bro.
With promising results that bring rectal oxygen delivery one step closer to medical reality.
They're going to make this happen for humans?
Yeah. They've now done all the testing on the mice. They did it with pigs.
Poor mice.
Yeah, they just have no care in the world.
Poor mice, bro.
How did they talk
Mice show
them
up
into
for work every day.
trying this?
Yeah, that's a good question. They don't go into details on how they suckered in 27 healthy adult men in Japan, each of whom received a dose of non-oxygenated something or other via the anus. They were asked to retain the liquid for a full hour as the dosage slowly increased from 25 to 1,500 milliliters. 20 of the men successfully completed the experiment. Not sure what happened to the other 7. apart from mild...
Came to their senses.
Mild temporary abdominal bloating and discomfort, which proved to be dosage dependent and resolved with no need for medical attention, they experienced no adverse effects. So this is the first human data, and the results are limited solely to demonstrating the safety of the procedure and not its effectiveness. But now that we have established tolerance, the next step will be to evaluate how effective the process is for delivering oxygen to the bloodstream via the beehole.
Doesn't sound like God's plan to me, Chief. It seems like he's got a perfectly good way for us to get our oxygen in our system. But so they're putting oxygenated liquid in your butt and it's making it into your bloodstream?
That's right.
So you're not actually pulling it into your lungs through your butt. You're just getting the oxygen directly through that liquid.
Exactly.
And that's keeping you alert and alive in a non-aerated
That's like dire straits, right? Dire straits is what we're doing this for, right?
Money for nothing and your chicks for free.
Yeah. Our lungs and our esophagus and that whole tract doesn't work anymore. So here's a way for you to live.
Right.
Wow.
Would you even want that? Would you rather just say, you know
it's
what?
Worth a shot.
Lord, take me.
Yeah. I mean, I'm if that's my last resort, I at least want to know what that experience is like before I make an educated decision. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
6 reasons Max Crosby to the Cowboys is not crazy. Oh. And did we just watch the MVP demolish the Mavs? Then some Cowboys Twitter. Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40. He's going to preview the Broncos defense for you, and we're back in the nation.
krl-fm Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got some news coming out of Cowboys practice to get to. We have the 6 reasons why the Cowboys trading for Max Crosby is not insane, and we'll get to that here in just a second. On social media right now, various accounts are starting to unveil the technology being used in this organized crime poker scam that apparently Chauncey Billups, Gilbert Arenas, maybe Damon Jones involved in, that allowed you to you put on these special glasses and see on the back of the card either a number or a letter for the corresponding card. That's just unbelievable. And then somebody in the comments is like, oh yeah, if you go to this account right here, there's all sorts of poker cheating technology that's easily for sale right here on the internet. So I don't know, be careful out there. I guess you got to know who you're playing with. I've always preferred to play online. I just think it's faster, and you know me, I can't stand to listen to people drone on for hours about stuff. Sometimes you just get a talker at a poker table, and that's enough to scare me away.
Would you like to play? Did you play one time with Phil Hellmuth?
I did.
And
I went
did
to an event that he was throwing.
Okay, and he sat next to you at
Yes.
the table?
Yeah.
And he is a constant talker, right?
Yes.
And
in that situation, it's cool. Like sometimes people are super
do you
funny.
learn something by that with like somebody, like if you're just sitting there listening, do you learn something? Kind of, are these guys like him and Phil Ivey? Phil Ivey seems like a very quiet guy. I don't think he says 2 words.
No, he's very stoic.
Is it Daniel Negreanu?
Daniel Negreanu
is
a
a
very good
talker.
talker. Yeah. And he might actually educate you on the game of poker while he's sitting there. Hellmuth is more of an agitator and a personality guy, just I think entertaining himself. And but again, I've always thought that online poker is just better. You get so many more hands, so many more varieties and different kinds of games you can play, and you can play like 6 games at the same time if you're really up for that sort of manic overload of gambling.
Yeah, and dude, there's actually even more that has come out. Fair Play Gov on Twitter, they have some documents, and it says a co-conspirator matching the description of Chauncey Billups is named in the Terry Rozier indictment. So right now we're looking at Chauncey Billups as being the poker guy and less about the in-game fudging, but apparently it's both with him. He's alleged to have told the defendant that the team would bench starters and tank a March 24 game. So I guess that's back in 2024. That defendant shared this info with the bettors previously indicted in the Jonte Porter scandal.
Wow.
So Billups is actually intertwined in both of these.
If a current NBA head coach is involved, then this thing could be wide ranging. I wouldn't be surprised if there's multiple rings going on like that. That is just crazy. But I guess the argument would be this is what you get when you invite gambling into sports. But the other way of looking at it is how much of this stuff has always been going on, and now that you have governments involved and official sports books involved that are employing people to ensure integrity or to try to track down insider gambling. This might just be the top getting blown off that industry of rigging games for profit. I just can't imagine like a finals MVP, players that, made tens and tens of millions of dollars in their career, as is the case with Chauncey Billups, and making a very handsome amount of money now. I guess if you have a criminal mind and trying to get something for nothing and the opportunity is there and other people you respect are doing it, maybe you could get talked into it. I would just be scared of getting caught and losing your career and your reputation.
I think it's one thing to actually play the game and have that thrill of the chase.
Yeah. As
opposed to now, what are you playing it for, to cheat and just make money?
I mean, as a coach, you should have your competitive itch
That's what I'm saying, though.
Good.
Like there's guys and gals that play golf or whatever that thrill gives you to do that. But
yeah.
I mean, I can't understand a professional athlete like playing the game but I guess the cheating aspect of it, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. I mean, like, it'd be one thing. Like, I love the thrill.
Getting away with something.
I love the thrill of it. I love the thrill of gambling. But here I am, like, I'm playing it to cheat at it.
Like Walt White's sister-in-law in Breaking Bad. She was kind of a klepto just for the fun of it.
Just for the fun of it.
Had all the money that she could ever possibly need. It's very interesting. What else is interesting is Cooper Beebe, limited participant in practice yesterday. He was back out there for the media portion today with the hope that he could possibly play against the Broncos. What are you hearing, Brian?
Yeah, it was a good day for Cooper Beebe. As we reported yesterday, they were looking to add a couple of days. He was going to start yesterday and then add some more to it today, and then Friday we'll see how things go. But it seems like that everything is tracking in the right direction for him. They added the stuff that he needed. He got through the day okay. We'll see what happens on Friday, but at least it's looking good.
And you're going to tell us more about this Broncos defense coming up at 3:40, but they're strong and big in the middle, aren't they?
Yeah, it's got a little bit of a Carolina flair to you. You're going to need to take care of that.
Okay, elsewhere in Cowboys land, I just found this item interesting. Special teams coordinator Nick Sorensen talked to the media today. So did Eberflus and so did Clayton Adams, but he was asked about his emergency plans with the specialist group, Brian. And
it's Hunter Lipke, isn't it?
Yeah, he says Hunter is really good at a lot of the specialist stuff. Lipke's like an emergency guru specialist. I'm not kidding. Hold, snap, punt, kick. Apparently he's a lefty.
Yeah,
but he can do a lot of that stuff. He's a talented guy. Apparently, in case of emergency, break the glass, get to Hunter Lipke there.
Yeah.
Maybe. Do you think that's any reason for why they did the deal with him? I know a special teams coordinator can be influential.
I think they just really like him. I think they like the way his demeanor, the way he is as a player. I think that just what we just talked about, all the different things he can do.
It's just so weird. You give him $3.5 million a year, and Miles Sanders goes out. You need a second running back, and we're not hearing anything about Lipke.
No, but he's doing a lot of the blocking stuff and things like that. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So we're tracking all the Cowboys trade rumors. We are now 12 days away from the NFL trade deadline. Nate Davis, USA Today, wrote about 6 reasons it's not as crazy as it might sound. Cowboys and Max Crosby, of course, they need a pass rusher. That's number one. They need a tone setter. He talks about how Michael Irvin set the tone as a player, that what coach asked you to do. Yeah. And if you weren't down with that plan, then you had an issue not only with Jimmy, but also with Michael Irvin. And he believes Max Crosby is that kind of a leader. I hadn't heard he was to that extent. I knew he was the face of the franchise type of guy, and he played hard and, did everything, all the little things well. But, I mean, if you're getting that kind of player, that should, because you desperately need that on the defensive side. I think you have more than enough leadership on the offensive side led by Dak, but also CeeDee Lamb's giving you a bunch of that as well now. And, of course, a couple of the offensive linemen that have been around. Okay, dealing Max Crosby makes sense for the Raiders. They need a bigger rebuild than the Band-Aid they tried to pull this off with Geno Smith. So it makes sense that it's a time where the Raiders would decide we gotta cut bait. We need the extra picks in case we have to trade it for a quarterback, especially this year's draft class where there's not a clear star emerging. You're going to want to be as high as possible, so at least you can have your pick of what is out there. Cowboys have the resources, reason number 4, and I like what Brian is saying here. I don't know about you, Eric, or text 877-881-1053. The Cowboys aren't good at drafting defensive players. That is a fact. And this approach would give you certainty for the assets. How much are you leaning into that, Eric?
I'm leaning into it quite a bit right now. I mean, there's that aspect to it, and then there's just the general idea that you are trying to capitalize on the window that you have with this offense and how next-level dominant they are. So I think that the fact that they can't, or they haven't proven to be able to really draft good players defensively outside of, for the most part, Micah.
Yeah.
And even that, they drafted him thinking they drafted an off-ball linebacker, and then a couple weeks into the season, they're like, oh, we need an edge rusher, and he showed everybody that he can do that. So that just kind of fell into their lap. But for me, it's about the window that you're in right now, and Dak playing as well as he is, the offense playing as well as it is, and being like, dude, we just need to go get surefire players defensively.
Yeah, I think that if you go back to the Micah draft, here's the coach influence. I believe the coaches, as much as the scouts wanted Pat Surtain, the coaches would have pushed to draft J.C. Horn, and that would be nothing.
See, I mean that just shows you.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That the scouts really
Taco instead of TJ.
Yeah, or Watt or what? Yeah, exactly. I mean, these are the things I think the Cowboys can draft good defensive players. I worry, and I've said this the last 3 years. You've had 3 different coordinators. You had three different ways of, hey, we want to play defense this way. You've had Dan Quinn was a shoulder to shoulder with Will McClay guy. He was out there doing it, but he had his mistakes too. It just when coaches are this heavily involved, and this is why you should be encouraged by potentially with what's going on in the offensive line coaches, that they hey, wait in the future we kind of know what type of guy we need to have to play here, so maybe that evaluation. But right now you got to prove to me that some defensive coaches can come in there and evaluate. And I think Will gets put in a bad spot, and I'm not completely defending Will but I know how he has to deal with the coaches and the Joneses and the scouts. And so I fully believe he picked Mozzie Smith because of Dan Quinn. I just that's how I feel about it.
I think he would do a better job by himself.
He absolutely would.
Yeah.
He absolutly would.
Mozzie Smith, Kelvin Joseph.
Yeah.
Everybody clear the room. Will McClay is going to take defensive players.
Yeah,
Sam Williams.
Yeah, there's just this the coaches get so involved over there, and I think that's why I always tell about if Will went off and did his own thing, I think, and people are like, oh, well, he doesn't want to go. I mean, hey, trust me, there's only 32 of these jobs. You get an opportunity to go and run your own thing. We'll see how good he could do this stuff.
And I would add to it the pressure that they put on him by saying, we're going to draft and develop a Super Bowl winner. I just don't think that's realistic. Like the trade that you made for George Pickens took what was probably going to be a pretty good offense and might make it one of the best offenses we've seen this century.
They took a team. This is where they did a good. They looked at a team. They needed somebody better than Michael Gallup and that kind of crew. And they took advantage of a general manager that knew that his head coach had enough of a player. Like they were monitoring the situation with George Pickens in Pittsburgh, and I guarantee you George Pickens and that Steeler group picked up the phone and they called Steven like, hey, we're looking to move. You guys interested? Oh yeah, we'll give you a third. And everybody's like going, oh, you give up a third for a guy that is a malcontent and can't do this, can't do that? Yeah. No, I mean they took advantage of the Steelers, I think, on that one.
They absolutely did, and it's really starting to hit in Pittsburgh how badly they messed up, and what they could have with Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf, George Pickens, and Freiermuth and Jonnu Smith. They're like, holy cow, we might have punted for a third-round pick. The advantage the Cowboys have right now.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, number 5, the contract math works. It's incredibly team-friendly. Max Crosby, $20 million this year. It stays under 30 for the length of his contract, which runs through 2029. Very team-friendly. Crazy this deal was just 7 months ago. I know.
Yeah.
It just exploded the market.
I believe it was one of the first defensive end extensions that we saw out of that whole group, right? It was before even what the guy at Cleveland got.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Myles Garrett came over the top.
Yeah.
I think to add to it, the Raiders want to do right by Crosby. They did right by Devontae Adams, but more than that, the final reason, Jerry Jones needs something like this now to make the fans believe again, and I hope we're there. I hope that light bulb has come on like, hey, guys, we got to get serious about making some winners. We got people turning 30 years old that have never been alive for real playoff success around this organization. It's time to invest in that passion. And if that's the case, then, I'm not letting the Raiders trade him anywhere else, and I'm staying on the phone until we can get this thing hammered out. Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40. Little Cowboys Twitter coming up next. Top tweets going viral about your football team here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Let's chat about my friends at PermaPure Foundation Repair before we do anything else, though, because, hey, with this Texas weather...
remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for some Cowboys Twitter. Top tweets going viral about America's team, from America's team. Segments brought to you by Permapeer. Go to permapeer.com. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. It's the Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Jordan Schultz interviewed DeMarvion Overshown. Pretty good little interview if you can get in there. Guy has some great lines. Says when he walked off the field last year, he asked Britt Brown, how long am I going to be out? Britt said there might not be a 2025 for you, but a guy like you, if you really want it, we can get you back mid-season. And, I mean, he talked about it, and I'm just so impressed with DeMarvion Overshown's perspective as a young man on, he said he walks by faith, and, you know, the rehab was just part of it, but it's been a blessing of a year. He got married, he had a kid, and, you know, he's just, keeping his eye on the prize. And DeMarvion Overshown, you just hope at this point that he can stay healthy, because he could absolutely, based on this interview, I would say, and maybe you guys already feel that way, he could be a Dak-level leader on the defense. That's how much I think of DeMarvion Overshown.
I just like for him, if you ask for a wish for anybody, it's just to be healthy for 4 or 5 years.
He hasn't even had a run where he can figure out the game and get comfortable.
It's been every time it's the one step forward, 2 step back with him, his career, unfortunately. I mean, he's one of those guys that's got rare ability. He's just so, the person off the field and then the person on the field, and his ability just to go. I mean, he finds the ball, he tackles well, he's disruptive. I'd love for him to have like 4 or 5 seasons where he just has absolutely no problems, and then he could just go be a football player, because he's really good at it.
Was he an injured guy in college coming out? This feels like
I tell you what, I'm trying to. I don't think so, because I remember watching the tape of him, and I felt like it was every week I was watching the same player. It wasn't like but I know where, like, it was incredible. Like, it was a converted safety to a linebacker, and you're like, wow, okay, I see what they're doing here. And you start to have those thoughts about, like, what, Darren Woodson was the opposite. He went from linebacker to safety to corner. I mean, he's played all over, but the thing with Overshown, I always just remember watching every week a game that he was playing, and I don't ever remember him being a guy that was struggling with injury.
Last 3 years, he played 10, 11, and 12 games. It was right in the middle of the pandemic, so he had the extra year, made the most of it.
Yeah.
And, man, you're right. He brings what the Cowboys need, some big-time playmaking on the defense right now, and maybe some more pass rush. Like, can you get him and Shamar James, the rookie, freed up to go chase the quarterback a little bit? That might be exactly what the doctor ordered. Jake Ferguson show coming up at 5:35. Ferguson making more history, the first tight end to do what he's done with the 500 yards and the 6 touchdowns through 7 weeks. If you were drafting up tight ends right now, where would Jake Ferguson be coming off the board? He's tight end 1 in fantasy, and I think who's better than him right now? Maybe Tyler Warren.
Tyler Warren in Indianapolis is really good. Yeah. And it's funny because the Bears took the Michigan kid instead of, and everybody was kind of thinking that Warren was going to be the guy, but man, it looks like that Danny Dimes is dealing with a quality player out there throwing that football. I mean, just all over the place. But yeah, Warren would have been number 1 on a lot of teams.
Yeah, Warren's been incredible for the Colts. I still think Brock Bowers is that dude. He's been injured, so we haven't really got to see him like we did last year, but he stepped onto the scene last year and was immediately the best tight end in the league, so he's still there. Trey McBride in Arizona is really good. Yeah. Kittle is still really awesome. Even he didn't have a catch the other night, but he was blocking his tail off. So
keeps getting hurt, though.
He's too banged up for sure, but if you're just talking about like player and talent, he would be up there. Laporta's really, really good, but otherwise, I mean, Tucker Kraft in Green Bay is another guy probably to mention there. He's a beast, and he blocks his tail off as well, but Ferguson has made his way up, and he's certainly benefiting right now. Like, how many tight ends could do what Ferguson's doing in this offense?
Yeah.
Is a fair question to ask.
But he's in the conversation for top 5 guy, you think, just on ability?
I think on ability, probably top 7.
Okay, all right, we'll take it. I think they're already getting good value on that contract, even though it's in year 1 and $15 million. I don't think Cowboys fans would want to go back and not do that deal. It's hard to find one of these guys. I used to call it the Wookiee tight end era, where you got these guys that are big, strong, and fast. They can do everything. And Jake Ferguson probably still has a few shortcomings, particularly in the blocking side of the equation, that you would want more. Maybe he could show more yak ability this year. But as far as being an absolute weapon, he is there. Clarence Hill asked the question about a trade deadline story where the report is the Titans are taking calls on Jeffrey Simmons, Cowboys and Patriots, the teams that are mentioned. And Chill asked basically, how would you feel about trading for another defensive tackle after signing Osa to an extension in the offseason and then trading for Kenny Clark? Is that overdoing it, or is that doing it right, Brian?
I kind of feel like, though, that when you look at Jeffrey Simmons, I'd love to have him. I really would, because to me, where he is so disruptive and the strength level he plays at, his ability. I judge these tackles, like I said, we're going to get into it, 340, these Denver Bronco kind of no-name defensive tackles that they have. But the way that they play on the other side of the ball, the other side of the line of scrimmage, Jeffrey Simmons is like that. He's so disruptive, hard to block, mobile, gets upfield, pass rusher. He's got so much complete elements to his game that, he's just not one of these guys where the grass just dies under his feet. I mean, he is constantly battling blockers and stuff and having success doing it.
Yeah, he's a savage. I think the big thing too would be, like, you can save a ton of money by moving on from Kenny Clark at the end of this season. So if you can get a guy that you have under contract for beyond this season, now you can feel good about moving on from Kenny Clark and saving plenty of money doing it.
And in the time being, you have maybe the best trio of defensive tackles in the game. You include all three of them.
Yeah. Other than those damn Panthers, right?
Oh no, yeah, the law firm of Brown, Brown Robinson Brown. Yeah, that you're going to deal with something very similar to that, but maybe a little bit better pass rush. We're going to get into that. The thing with Simmons right now, he's kind of dealing with a hamstring injury, so that's something. If we start to talk about why isn't he playing? Well, he has a hamstring injury.
It is an interesting question, though, with all of the needs through this defense on every level. Is throwing assets and money at another defensive tackle the best thing to do? In a perfect world, maybe not. I want that level of player at middle linebacker or edge. But if you can't get Crosby, Simmons might be the guy that helps you win the most.
Well, here's where quality defensive tackle helps you. That it allows you to have, if your linebackers aren't great, you kind of protect them a little bit. That you allow guys like that, Overshone and James and those guys don't have to take on blocks. They just run like hell. I mean, they when linemen try to get off on second level blocks, and you got guys like Simmons and those guys, Clark, they're holding up blocks, and the next thing you know, your linebackers are making every single tackle because of that ability up in front of them.
All righty, and then maybe I can get two more in, at least one. We go to Finn's Extra here on Cowboys Twitter, little Miami Dolphins account, saying Minkah Fitzpatrick could be a potential trade candidate as the deadline draws closer. How would you guys look at safety for the trade market? I think already you're below average, and then with these injuries, you're just hoping to get by right now at safety. Minkah Fitzpatrick been one of the better safeties in his career. In this season, at least on PFF, I have not watched him, but this season his scores are really good. 28th out of 83 in run defense and 10th out of 83 in coverage. I feel like this is a guy that can play anywhere on the field. Deep safety, lining him up to cover a guy, or getting down in the box and making plays in tackling. Minkah Fitzpatrick's probably on a very short list of the players I'd like to see them trade for the most, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, I think the safety position, and shout out to our guy Tony in the 214, who has hammered us on the text with safety for a long time.
There you go, Tony.
I'm totally in agreement that position could use an upgrade, and Minkah would be an upgrade for you. I do think we overstate how good he is. I think he has not been the same type of player that we anticipated him being and how he was maybe earlier in his career. He would absolutely be an upgrade for you. He's a versatile player, so I would be open to it. But the problem is there's just not, like, he is probably the best available safety if he is available. There's just not that many. You know, like you can talk about the edge rushers. You can even talk about some linebackers, some defensive tackles, whatever. But the safety position, it kind of starts and stops with Minkah. There's not that many dudes that you can just zero in on.
Yeah.
Like, gosh, we need to go like have a Max Crosby level excitement for this guy. There's just not that many out there.
I need to sit down and look at like how many teams you play that have these tight ends coming forward. I mean, we just mentioned about like Detroit and people like that. I mean, this is where this guy can really help you. Like he can match up and cover tight ends and play in the slot and play deep, play around the ball. I mean, that's where he can, and he's a hard hitter. You know, he brings a physicality back there to your defense. So I just would like to have a guy like that I know. That's the example of a guy like Brian Branch. That's what Branch does for Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
You can put him in the slot. You can put him deep. You can put him down around the line of scrimmage. You know, Mika Fitzpatrick he's super smart. There's a lot to like about his game as far as because Dallas just does not have that hybrid player like that.
Would he shore up your coverage busts?
I think there's some things about him that would absolutely help you with communication and making sure you have the right guys, especially down there in the red zone. You know, when they seem to have a lot of problems with that, you know, and who's supposed to be where. Just the communication aspect to him, veteranized that way, I think would be a positive.
And I mean, you're going to be getting McBride, Bowers. You're going to be getting another Ertz. You're going to get Kelsey. You're going to get Laporta. You're going to get Hawkinson.
And these guys all do great things for their teams. And now you're going to go into a game and you're going to try and hey, listen, Donovan Wilson, I love you. I love your toughness. I love everything about you.
Not everything.
But the coverage aspect, they just do not have anybody. They don't have that Jordan Lewis type of player that can walk over a tight end, one of these special tight ends, and cover when they absolutely have to get off the field.
Yeah, I'd be excited about Fitzpatrick and Malik Hooker together, but not a ton of smoke there. You just got to wait and see what transpires here over the next 12 days on your home of the Cowboys. We're all over it.
I'm wondering, could you make one trade with the Dolphins and get Fitzpatrick, Jordan Brooks at linebacker, and Chubb or Phillips on the edge?
I'm in.
Just a full package deal.
Just send them a one.
Bass, Thomas, and a one.
Well, what Eric? You watched them a ton. What can I give? They need an offensive lineman.
Oh yeah. They could use offensive line.
That's
help.
what I'm saying. Could you give them a potential starting lineman with a one, and go a draft pick, a player from your team, and then for 3?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, if I'm a Dolphins fan, I'm saying T.J. Bass or Nate Thomas and a first-round pick. I will give you Minkah Fitzpatrick, Jordan Brooks, who they just restructured his deal so that the team trading for him will have a easier financial burden, and then Phillips or Chubb.
Yeah.
And Chubb has no guaranteed money. I looked at his contract because he got a big one, but no guaranteed money after this year. So either one of those edge rushers would be fine.
And we could throw in Trayvon Diggs too.
It would be an upgrade for them. I think they're running out Storm Duck at corner right now in Miami. That's how
cool
down
name.
they are.
It must have been a hunting family. Okay, we got Krusty's Corner coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I've got some thoughts about this Denver Bronco defense. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, it's the Firehouse Tour continuing. We are live in Denton, Fire Station number 9 with giveaways and breakfast. Brian Schottenheimer at 8:20, Babe Laufenberg at 9:20. It's a Friday Firehouse morning from Denton on The Fan.
Basketball is back and football is in full swing, not to mention hockey, as Prize Picks the best place to cash in on the Mavs, the Stars, and your Dallas Cowboys this sports season. Super simple to play on Prize Picks. You're going to pick more or less on at least 2 player stats, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in. So, you want to go more or less on the Dak Prescott passing yards? Do you want to go more or less on the Cooper Flagg rebounds? And you can follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app, copy their lineups in one click. So whether it's a friend, I'm doing that with all of my buddies, it's been an absolute blast, or just someone whose picks you like, hit the follow button and check out every lineup they create in the new feed tab on Prize Picks. And Tolo's for you. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code TOLO. That's TOLO. You get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code TOLO. You get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit PrizePicks.com for details.
Hey, Texas, this is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. We have over 600 vehicles in stock like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Elantra. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain, limited warranty, and owner assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
All right, Tolos, let's talk about your hair for a second. If you're losing it and you desire to have it back, then Advanced Hair Restoration has the easiest guaranteed solution for you. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's truly amazing. It's not magic, but it kind of feels like it is. They put hair where you need it most, and then bam, it starts to grow. Advanced Hair has everything you need. Top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So go ahead and schedule your free consultation right now at 469-599-HAIR. Just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and you need to be next. They're the team that I personally recommend. They're absolutely fantastic. You will love them. Do not wait. Check out the before and afters online for yourself. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Hey, Mr. C, it's me. Well, I just picked up the ring. I actually went to Hellsberg. Thanks for that recommendation. Kate's gonna love that hers is from the same jeweler you got Mrs. C's ring from. They were so helpful throughout the whole process. They even knew your family by name, and the ring looks great. Anyways, I just couldn't wait to let you guys know. Call me back and wish me luck.
Hellsberg, designed with care and craft since 1915. Shop in...
found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Jake Ferguson Show, 535. People are saying it might be the best Cowboys player show we've ever had. He joins you every Thursday at 5:35 here in the nation. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's your king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
I'll say this, Lucius knows how to party. How about that?
We had to fight for the right.
How about that? Thank you to Reliant as well for that. Appreciate that. A guy, by the way, just got a tweet sent to me.
Oh, yeah.
Tweet from Greg P. He's a Tolo.
What's up, Greg?
He said every year he's Michael Myers. He wears like, here, see Dawson.
That's a good costume.
He's got the costume. See the costume he's got?
Yeah.
So yeah, that kind of stuff did me in the 70s. That's what I was done. At that point in time, I said no more horror movies. Like all those things you're talking about, Saw, all that. Nah.
Haven't seen any of them.
Nah.
It's the way I feel about rom-coms. Totally out.
Really?
I think the man who went up a hill and came down a mountain did it for me.
That was just recently you did that one, didn't it?
No, I think that might be late 90s, dude.
No, but you just watched it recently, didn't you?
Oh, no, I think I might have watched that in the theater with my girlfriend when I was like 19 years old.
Yeah.
I was like, holy crap, what have I done? Never again.
It's when the guy says like something real cheesy. I just can't live without you. I go, ugh. Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Yes.
Man up, fam.
What? Can I ask a question? I swear I'll get to the Denver here.
I swear you will.
What's the worst movie you've ever seen in a theater where you walked out and you were just like, what did I just watch?
Hotel Transylvania. It's an animated show. Took Abby there about 4 years ago.
Okay.
And a lot of these cartoon style ones are good. That wasn't the case that day.
How about you, Chief?
Trying to think what was like just an awful.
While you're thinking, Lucius, I know you got yours.
I've walked out of a few movies, don't remember the name of them whatsoever, but I do remember my father-in-law is not a fan of Castaway.
Oh, Castaway.
They went to go see that movie when it first came out.
Tom Hanks?
Yeah. And he stormed out of there by grabbing my mother-in-law by the wrist and we're out of here. I'm never coming back to another damn movie ever again. He kept his word. He hasn't been back to the movie
You
since.
sound like my kind of guy.
I was like, 5 or something?
That was a long time.
I'll do that if someone's crunching popcorn too hard or playing with their straw. Whew, I can't get it out of my ears. Can't focus.
Yeah. I mean,
you still struggling over there?
I am struggling. I remember being in theaters and I was young, but like I thought Nacho Libre sucked.
Oh, did you?
And it turns out that movie's actually all time incredible.
I'll tell you the one that I
did you suck your teeth at one of the jokes? Like, oh man,
I was like, come on, Jack.
Waste of time, bro.
I'll tell you the one that I walked out of and I was like, what did I just do? Lucius, you refer to this movie every once in a while. The Royal Tenenbaums.
Hell yeah.
Oh gosh.
Did you ever see that one?
No.
You never saw it?
Was that Robin Williams?
You got to prep
That's weed.
for that movie to really enjoy it.
Okay.
The Royal Tenenbaums. I watched that
Wow,
movie.
hell of a cast.
I walked out of that movie and I'm like, what did I just watch? And I don't go to a lot of movies. You guys, that's well documented. My film watching is usually involved with 11 on 11.
Football.
11 on 11 guys.
Big beefy boys is what you like to watch.
Yeah. But
Just yeah.
Look at that two technique there.
Just objectifying big dudes.
He calls them triple B's.
he said beefy boys, and then he throws down some technique.
Big beefy boys.
Big beefy boys. All right, speaking of big beefy boys, pause.
He must work out.
Okay, says man who, hey, in the baseball weight room, who's the guy that walks around without his shirt on all the time? Who's that guy?
Just curious, who's the playmaker in your locker room?
Here's the playmaker.
Who's very comfortable in his own skin?
It's our guy. It's our first baseman that That guy who we're talking about doesn't like us very much. All right.
I don't know if he's very comfortable in his own skin. I think that was the main issue there.
That was an issue. All right. This Denver Broncos. This is going to be a true 3-4 front, and then we call that an odd front. The odd would be the 3-4s, the evens are the 4-3s. But this is very, very much similar to like what you would see with what Carolina and how they're going to try and play you with with the defensive linemen that they have, with the true nose tackle, DJ Jones, and then Zach Allen and John Franklin Myers. And I say this because everybody focuses on Nick Benito, and then also too with Cooper, the other edge rusher here, Jonathan Cooper. And those guys are outstanding, no question. Two of the better when it comes to the getting off the football. You look at the metrics and the times and stuff. These guys attack you off the jump, and it is impressive. That first step, explosive quickness. But where I kind of feel like that Dallas, this is where Dallas, I think, and we've talked about this one a bunch, can neutralize these inside three. And I think if they get Cooper Beebe back, and then with Smith, and then with Booker, I like the matchup inside for the Cowboys. I like the way that they might be able, and I think it's going to be really important in this game because I believe that Dallas is going to need to throw the football, but I think they're going to need to throw the football by way of Dak Prescott being able to step up in this pocket. And I think that's where, to me, this game will hinge. The thing with Allen and Jones and Franklin Myers is they'll run like games and stuff inside. They'll try and twist and stunt, and these guys get up the field. They're not these, as Lucia said, the big beefy guys that just stand around. These guys actually attack the pocket and get up the field and get into gaps, and they disrupt you that way because they've got these edge rushers that I'm talking about that do a great job getting up the field as well. But this is where this defensive line can give you some problems. But I do like the way that Dallas matches up, and it could be very similar to what we saw against the Green Bay Packers, where it's like we were worried about edge pressure, and they were able to handle the middle. I kind of feel like, though, this is a game where Dallas can do some good things that way with your three versus their three inside, and then figure out, okay, how do you handle Cooper, and then how do you handle Nick Benito? Those are going to be the two outside guys, of course. I do feel like, though, this defense, though, when you watch them play, Alex Singleton, the right inside linebacker, is a good player.
Friend of the show, right? We had him on a couple years back.
We did have him on a couple years back.
One of the Cowboys to sign him.
Yep, we sure did.
I think he led the league in tackles or something like that.
Yeah, he's around the ball a lot and makes tackles. And the reason why he's so effective is because of the inside guys that they have there. But he will also miss some tackles. Now, I'll say this about the way the Cowboys should attack in this game. I kind of feel like that what Shoddy needs to think about doing is, because the sacks for these guys come mainly on second and third down and not so much first, I'd be interested in throwing the ball early downs. Let me play early downs, and then if I need to run on second and third downs, kind of opposite of how you might play this game. This defense gets you in third down. They're going to bring pressure.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to bring, and they're a team that's very balanced when they play man and zone. I mean, almost 50-50 when it comes to that. And a lot of times you get teams like, they're 75%, they're 75% zone, 25% man. No, this team is very, very balanced. But their main pressure downs are second down and third down.
Okay.
So if I'm Brian Schottenheimer, I'm thinking throw early. Don't take this thing into second and 9 or second and 10, second 11, something like that. And I was watching the Colts. These guys played the Colts, and the Colts have got a good offensive line, and they were able to run the ball successfully against this Denver Broncos. This team doesn't give up many of those 10-yard runs. You know, when you go back and break those down, there's not a lot of 10-yard runs, but the Colts had the best success running the football against these guys with Taylor and blocking the front the way they did. And so I'm kind of feeling like, okay, throw the ball early, get yourself in some good situations, and then second down thinking about running the ball, and then even third down thinking about running the ball. But I'm not shying away, by the way, from Patrick Surtain in this game. I'm not.
Okay. How are you attacking him?
I'm attacking him, I think, that because you've got two legitimate guys that can go at him. And I feel like, though, this is a guy, even though that they'll play man coverage, he does give you a little separation coming off the ball. And so I don't think that Vance Joseph is going to travel this game. If he does travel, then he's got to figure out, okay, what am I going to do with the other guy? And who am I going to travel with? Now, maybe he might say, oh, well, early downs I'll travel with Lamb. Third downs I'll travel with George, with Pickens, because we seem to get more of those downfield plays and stuff. But I'm not shying away from throwing the ball at him. And Riley Moss, the other side, he's a quality player too, but he does not move as well as Surtain. So he would be a guy that I would attack. But I do feel like you could go after Surtain a little bit, and because I don't think he's going to travel, and you can kind of set this thing up how you want to go at these. But the Surtain thing is he's a good player, but I think you've got receivers that can go at him and give him a little problem.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, when you have a quarterback playing this well and you have those two receivers,
right,
there really isn't a corner in the league that you just
I don't
feel
think
like,
so.
oh, I am going to play so scared of you.
I think Dallas is equipped to play this game offensively well against this defense. I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, now if you told me that we're like New York Jets game where there was 4 offensive linemen down, that kind of thing.
Oh yeah,
I would say, yeah. But I think Shoddy can stay. I think Shoddy can do what he wants to do in this football game with the receivers, and I could also see him taking advantage of with Jake Ferguson as well at the tight end spot.
Have you noticed Jahdae Barron much?
I have not noticed Jahdae Barron much. It's been Raquan McMillan who's been the guy that's been playing there. So
oh wow,
a little surprised by that, but yeah, just go after this group a little bit, and if you can control the inside 3. Let Dak be able to step up. I think they can make some throws, and then maybe some off down runs would be good, not just first down runs. Think about some second and third down runs here in this game.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. It's brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. It's time now for football's finest. Eric, where are you taking us?
More looks at the Broncos matchup, plus some stats of the day, and the most relatable thing a quarterback has ever said. That's next here in the nation. But first, I want to tell you about my friends at Current Financial. Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions.
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Jake Ferguson Show coming up at 5:35 here on a Thursday. It's time now for football's finest, and here's Eric.
How about this? Injury report. Teddy Bridgewater did not practice. Teeth is all it says. He's got a teeth issue.
That sounds painful.
Did he go for the veneers, or is that just a toothache situation keeping you out of practice? It reminds me of when Sam Darnold got mono. You know, it just pops up on you out of nowhere. What's going on?
Door swings back open for Justin Fields to go out there, have the practices of his life.
So you said he had a teeth injury?
Yeah, it just said teeth. Did not practice, parentheses, teeth.
He wears braces.
Bridgewater does?
Yeah. I saw him give who'd he give a hug the other day to?
Where my hug at?
Yeah, he was playing. Who did Tampa? Detroit. Him and Golf were teammates.
Yeah, they were.
And so he
That's
went to give he went to give Golf a hug, and I saw his teeth. So he's got braces on. You think he had a deal where they get them tightened?
Yeah, maybe it was a tightening situation.
And then all of a sudden his gums were hurting him and
Something
stuff?
got busted up in there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he was eating the roasted peanuts with Lucius, and one of them screwed up the braces. You can never be too careful.
Never can be. I told you the story about Shante Carver, right? I told
sorry?
you the story about Shante Carver.
Oh, wait, you picked him up?
No, the Shante Carver and the Cowboys drafted him, and my scout told me he was never going to gain weight.
Oh, yes.
Because he was a chronic dipper.
Yes.
Yeah.
He had like some sort of gum disease that kept him from wanting to eat food.
Yeah, his gums were so sensitive he couldn't eat food, so he wasn't going to put weight on.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That's a scout's eye right there.
That's scout's eye.
Yeah, so the Dolphins restructured the contract of starting linebacker Jordan Brooks by converting base salary into a signing bonus, creating $3 million in 2025 salary cap space, makes it a more tradable contract. I'm still interested if Max Crosby's not going to work out, trying to find a way to just go get like a 3-for-1 deal. Heck, make it 4-for-1, throw in Achane. He might be the guy I feel worse for in the league right now because he is their offense. It's just we're going to hand you the ball, and you're going to get hit at the line of scrimmage, and you're probably going to go down. Or we're going to just throw the ball to you on a swing pass, and if you can go out there and make about 6 dudes miss, you can go make a play. He's got like 90 more touches than anyone on that Dolphins offense.
Wow.
Just running him into the ground. Save Achane and make him the lightning to Javonte Williams' thunder.
Yeah, man, I hear you. Now, when I hear linebacker name, my first curiosity is how versatile is this guy? What position has he been lining up at? So Jordan Brooks been a weak side linebacker for the Dolphins. With Overshown coming back, how would you imagine that those pieces would fit together?
Yeah, that's a good question. That is a good question. I still don't want to overdo it with Overshown, and maybe you have like specific things that you want. Maybe Overshown comes back and initially he's just kind of your blitzer guy. Hey, we're not trying to ask you to do too much here. We need help getting pressure. So you're going to be like our fifth rusher a lot of times. But
you're saying
Brooks,
about Overshown?
Yeah, talking about Overshown.
I know. The thing that, okay, real quick, do you worry about Overshown as a rusher moving on that knee? Like going in, like going upfield, pivoting. I mean, at least initially.
I don't know what I'm more concerned about, honestly, and I don't necessarily say rusher, like line up on the the edge and everybody knows you're rushing.
No, I was talking about the blitzer. Yeah, but all
it's like just going straight ahead.
Yeah, no, I totally understand what you're saying. I just wonder if initially that I want him to kind of, and he's going to feel comfortable. They're not going to put him out there, hurt and all that stuff. So I'm just curious that if you rushed him and dealing in piles and pivoting and all those things, is that going to be just kind of get a little feel, let him play a little bit, before you maybe make him a blitzer or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll take your word for whatever you think is best suited for him. I just assume kind of going north and south and make it easy on you. Hey, just go blitz and pull a Shamar James on Jaden Daniels kind of thing.
Could very well do that. I wonder with having to chase guys and stuff like that as a blitzer would be, but he's going to be ready to go. I mean, he is going to be ready to go. I have no doubt about that.
So looking at the Denver defense, their metrics elite. Broadus just gave us the breakdown there in Krusty's corner. But they have played one of the weakest schedules of opposing offenses in the entire NFL. Like, this will be a big wake-up call for them. They did play the Colts.
Yeah.
And the Colts super balanced and they're legit. But otherwise, they faced Cam Ward. They faced Jackson Dart, who actually had some good success against them. Justin Fields, Jake Browning when he was still quarterbacking the Bengals. And then the Eagles, when the Eagles were still, and maybe they are still in a weird space offensively, but especially a few weeks ago when they played them, the Eagles' offense was not anything to really scare you. The Chargers and Colts are the only two consistently good offenses the Broncos have played. And Los Angeles had 29 first downs against them. For reference, the Chiefs had 30 versus the Raiders the other day. So they were moving the ball. They scored 23 points. Indianapolis scored 29 points, and they had a very bad day in the red zone that day. It could have been a heck of a lot more.
Sure.
So it'll be interesting to see how the Cowboys
Dallas
can go about exploiting them here a little bit.
Dallas is equipped to play this game. They're equipped on the offensive side of the ball to go after these guys and handle the rush and hopefully make some plays. And, that's what they're going to need in this game. But I'm not, like I say, going after Patrick Surtain, and I might regret saying that. But with the receivers you have right now, I think that's a good way to play football.
Surtain has allowed 0.7 yards per coverage snap this season.
Sure. And I want to go after him.
Yeah, well, listen, again, when you have this quarterback and these receivers, you shouldn't be playing scared.
They have. You mentioned it. They have yet to play somebody like this.
How about this? The Cowboys defense has allowed 29.4 points per game this season. That's 30th in the NFL. Yeah. The 2000 Rams are the only team in NFL history to allow 28 or more points per game and make the playoffs.
Yeah. Man, I saw that earlier. I don't know how many offenses in history have been this good. So I think this is the opportunity where you could break that, but you internally you got to look at that like, wow, we got to trim a field goal off of our defense here the rest of the way, and that's for your season total averages. So you might have to get down to 24 and a half points per game allowed to get under that for the season.
By the way, so now you have the Eagles and the Giants playing again. Quick turnaround. Yeah. They played Thursday night 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks, yeah.
And now here they are. Now the Giants go into filthy, and I was just thinking today, like, how hostile is that Eagles fan base going to be towards the Giants in general, Jackson Dart? Like, this is going to be the vitriol. Like, they're still carrying around that pain from getting embarrassed on Thursday Night Football just a couple of weeks ago. This will be an all-time hostile environment for Jackson Dart.
Jackson Dart's played in more hostile environments than that.
You think so? I know he played in the SEC, but now this is like a hated.
Just saying that.
Well, you just beat us 2 weeks ago, and now you're coming into our house.
He's played. Yeah, he's played at Alabama and LSU, and he's played in some hostile environments.
There's no question.
Yeah,
I think
he'll be fine. I'm calling another Giant victory here.
Holy cow. You are not.
I am absolutely, yes.
They beat him pretty convincingly.
Giant victory. Get ready.
Their strength still matches up incredibly well with how the Eagles want to win. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
What was that spread yesterday in GTS, Broadus? You had it on the chat GPT.
Is it 7?
7.5, something like that. Vegas still's giving the Eagles quite
same spread as last time.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
I would be comfortable betting New York again. I don't know how Philly's going to handle all that extra emotion.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that they would come out with
Cam Scatterby downhill running.
Welcome, we're Scatterbros together.
Yeah. Downhill running.
Did you see him? He was he's like in the background cheering on the Knicks last night on the cover of the New York
see that
Post
one
or whatever. Yeah, he's back there just like screaming rabid like a Knicks fan would, but it's Cam Scatterby right there under the rim.
All I could think about was their last game too the whole time. Like, man, if y'all would have won, it'd be a lot better, bro.
Man, if they would have beat
it just looks weird after that.
I know.
Especially the way you lost.
Yeah, historical.
Yeah.
Absolute meltdown. Yeah, we can't even understate just how do the Giants respond to that loss?
They don't know any better. Young quarterback, he's going to wash it. You saw what our running back was doing. He was cheering on the Knicks.
That's true. He's on to the next.
Yeah, I think for a young team on the come up, that like after you watch that film and realize we had a team with one of the best defenses and one of the best offensive lines on the ropes with 8 minutes to go, we somehow figured out a way to cough this thing out. But man, down in, down out, we're not a bad football team. It's got to be exciting. And for Scatterby, I don't know who his favorite team was before he got to New York, but when they embrace you like that, this is becoming your home very, very quickly. You embrace everything back. It's worth the wait in goal to get that visibility going.
Yes, could not agree more. Him and Dart are the men right now.
Frat boys.
Yeah, they got the frat boys. We got to get some type of sounds from the sideline for that game though. Like, I can't wait to hear what type of verbal grenades get lobbed out darts in Scadaboo's direction from those rabid Eagles fans. And I'm talking about even the 5 and 6-year-old dudes, you know, girls too. You know, they'll surprise you out there.
And we need the unedited version because, I mean, usually when you get those sounds from the sideline, they're packaged from the team, and it's like the best possible but entertaining spin on what went down on that sideline.
Right.
It had to be full chaos.
Yeah.
That's the sound of the sideline I want.
So Joe Flacco at the podium today with the Bengals. I thought this was the most relatable thing he's ever said, maybe that any football player has ever said. Take it away, Joe Flacco at the microphone, talking about being by himself in Cincinnati. Family still, wife and kids are away. He's just by himself as the quarterback of the Bengals.
Go sit at a restaurant by myself and realize that, man, that's pretty enjoyable to do. I tell people all the time. I mean, I used to see guys sitting at a bar by themselves, or just sitting by themselves eating and grabbing a little meal, and I'm like, man, I feel so bad for that guy. Like, you almost want to go join him. And now I realize, like, that dude was in heaven.
He realized right there that his wife would probably hear the clip when he got the reaction from the media and follow that up with, well, of course I'd like to be at home, ideally listening to my kids talk about what they did that day while we have dinner. But I think every dad can relate to that at some point. You're battling 10 hours a day at the 9 to 5 or 8 to 6 or whatever it is, and then you get home and it's nonstop, and when they go to bed, you just put your head down exhausted.
Yes.
That dude by himself eating dinner is having maybe the best 90 minutes that he'll enjoy all year.
Absolutely, man. And anything too much can be frustrating. So if you're Mr. Eat by myself every night at the bar guy, that probably gets old too. The same way that being around the rambunctious kiddos every single day, day in, day out.
Yeah.
But just a random reprieve from that.
Mm-hmm.
Did you walk in the crib sometime and see your girl asleep and you say, yes, to yourself?
I hope she's not listening right now.
Thank you.
Tiger fist pump, the quietest celebration of all time.
Yes.
Tiptoeing around
You
the
tell
house.
the dogs to be quiet. Shh, be quiet.
What are you doing?
Calm down.
For me, it's when I come around the driveway towards the garage and the vehicle's not there. I'm like, man, she might have taken the kids somewhere.
And you're like, dang it. You're such like, dang, honey, you're gone. When are you going to be home? How long is it going to be? Oh, no, it's going to be all day.
Missed you so much.
That hurts. Yeah. Well, shout out to Joe Flacco, man.
Living
Mr.
his best
Relatable.
life there. Is this going to continue? There's no way this continues. That was a charmed existence.
Yeah, I do.
Last Thursday night.
I do think the Steelers' defense is bad enough to where maybe it was a charmed existence. I need to look at that Bengals schedule and see exactly what it looks like here. But listen, when you're Joe Flacco and you got the answers to the test, and now you're throwing it to the best receivers you've ever had, go out there and have some fun.
It was funny when he was talking about with throwing the ball to Chase, and he was so worried about messing up, like he was nervous.
Yeah.
Like
him and Higgins.
Yeah, I hope he didn't hate me.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Always a fun stroll through football's finest here in the G-Bag Nation. Eric is going back to back because I think we're going to talk some basketball next.
Yeah, I mean, we have the craziest scandal of the sports day going on in the association. And what's the concern level for Cooper Flagg next year in the nation?
What's your concern level on your energy levels? All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Got some more Cowboy stuff coming up in about 15 minutes. Time now to talk some basketball. And where did the Mavs go from here after a disappointing debut for Cooper Flagg and a horrible performance by the defense? Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas, Eric.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer, and the G-Bag Nation goes all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when we get some NFL news in the midst of our rim sesh. Adam Schefter, thank you, Mark Bristow, for pointing me in this direction. Just a minute ago, tweeted out that Bengals linebacker Logan Wilson has requested a trade. So there's a guy to monitor at the linebacker position, Logan Wilson, and we'll see what we can make of it. But that's fresh off the presses. Now, elsewhere, the biggest controversy in all of sports right now deals with the NBA. The Mafia was allegedly paying Portland Trailblazers coach Chauncey Billups to be a face to attract high rollers to rigged poker games with X-rayed tables and contact lenses and glasses that could read through cards. I mean, just a total crazy situation.
No way he knew all of that. No way Chauncey Billups knew that was the Mafia, and he knew that they were doing this behind his back, in a sense. He probably thought he was just working with some guys, who play poker with a celebrity.
Yeah, it's a great draw. Everybody wants to sit next to a famous person, an NBA champion, a finals MVP, I believe, in Chauncey Billups.
Because if you knew that was a Mafia guy, you wouldn't work with him. You'd be like, it's not going to work out good for me.
Don't want to get tied up in this.
Yeah.
I could see it like, hey, you like playing poker? Well, they're going to give you $5,000 to show up and play in this game. Your buy-in will be taken care of. Yep. Like, it's happened when poker was huge for me in my early days of radio. They would do that. Like, hey, if you talk about it on your show and we advertise with you, then your buy-in is free. I could definitely. All I know is that on my Facebook, Trailblazers fans are rejoicing because Chauncey Billups, they feel like should have been fired already, but they're waiting to sell the team so the new owner can name his own guy.
Well, he was also potentially throwing games as well, tanking.
Wow.
To some extent, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's alleged to have told somebody is alleged to have told a defendant that the team would bench starters and tank the March 24 game.
If he did do that, then he did know he was messing with Mafia guys. And then that's crazy, bro.
Well, what's even funnier is last night after the Trailblazers
Gotta be by 4.
Trailblazers lose.
Minnesota.
This was Billups at the podium last night.
That pressure thing is nothing to me, man. I do the best I can and let the chips fall where they may. You know that about me by now, quick.
Oh, we know now. We do know now, sir.
Let the chips fall, Chauncey. Yeah, I mean, Ben Fox made a pretty good little observation here that it kind of feels like, I mean, within a week, we've had a major jewel heist, a mafia-involved poker ring, and sports gambling corruption. Like living in the 1920s or something.
The only thing I'm surprised about with this story, well, I mean, I shouldn't say that. One of the things I'm surprised about with this story is that they only got $7 million out of doing this for 4 years. Like, who all is on your payroll? I imagine the Mafia's got a lot of people. You got Chauncey Billups working for you. You got Damon Jones working for you. Maybe Gilbert Arenas.
Somebody went rogue and did a side job.
Yeah.
Probably not even approved.
Could see that. It's just not enough money to be worth it.
I know. That's what's weird. That's what's so weird about all this. All these guys have made so much money. Why would you do this for?
I mean, am I even covering costs over a 4-year period with $7 million? I don't know. I want more if I was the Don. We need a better scam, guys.
You mentioned Damon Jones, and he was profiting from intel about LeBron James' injuries because he coached LeBron in Cleveland and knows him real well. So like he basically was able to get the heads up if LeBron was not going to be playing in a game, and then have people, gamble,
make the wagers
with that perspective. Now LeBron James is apparently unaware that Damon Jones was profiting from intel about his injuries.
Oh, that would be a hell of a story. That's an automatic cover-up. That's a Shohei Ohtani playbook situation.
Yeah, it makes you wonder about the Shohei stuff too. Like Terry Rozier is being investigated by the NBA, and they're like, nah, he's good. And now here comes the FBI. Now, can we even trust the FBI these days? I don't know. We are living in a crazy world. Speaking of the FBI, though, this is the FBI official talking about the alleged NBA gambling ring, and listen to him, just a total non-ball knower.
The indictment details specific examples where the defendants profited from illegal gambling and illegal betting on various NBA games, about the performance of players on, among other things, the Charlotte Hornets, the Portland Trailblazers, the Los Angeles Lakers, and the Toronto Rangers.
Yes. Best soundbite of the day.
Come on now, bro. The Toronto Rangers.
What did you just say?
That's how we know he's making it all up.
Yeah. Now, all of this allows for us to spend less time on what happened to the Mavs last night, which was an unmitigated disaster led by Victor Wembanyama, who is unlike anything we have ever seen in the sport. He was so ridiculously impressive last night at that size, dribbling, getting after it, both ends of the floor. I mean, he had some sequences that it was just, it's like, this is so unfair, dude. This guy is an absolute cheat code.
He's a monster.
He is. He is. It was like, he is a 2K creative player, like Lucius mentioned earlier. Like, this is, I don't know how you go about really trying to stop this guy. But even besides that, the Mavs just looked bad last night. And the Cooper Flagg plan of him running point and all that kind of stuff, just a total joke.
Yeah, we don't need to see that one again for a while. I think minimize it for him, put him on the wing, let him catch it weak side and either attack or shoot. What'd you think about how that game started with the failed alley-oop attempt? That's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, he's not a high-flying finisher. This is going to be a guy that I think is going to dominate more from like 12 to 18 feet out, just hitting mid-range jumper, able to hit threes. And then, yes, kind of finish, maybe in transition, but I think that was one of my main concerns in college. Like, when he turns the corner and gets into the lane, he can't power up and go through or over guys. He's not quick enough to beat everybody to the rim. He kind of gets in there and then makes a decision. And a lot of times it's a jump hook or a dump down pass, but it's not offensively. I think that part of his game isn't going to be what drives him on a Hall of Fame career if he ends up having one.
Yeah, I mean, that would have just, the whole place would have erupted right there at the start of the game if he's able to finish the flush on the alley-oop. I do think he's a pretty impressive dunker, and we've seen him be the recipient of some great alley-oops, but the handle and just how loose he is with that and just some lazy passes. Yeah. There's some things that are going to have to get cleaned up.
They take away your angle so much quicker.
Yes. Yeah, that was, and then seeing Wemby doing what he's doing, like, what a welcome to the NBA moment for a guy like Cooper Flagg. Even Anthony Davis was shell-shocked. Him and Derek Lively didn't stand a chance.
Anthony Davis was looking up at the dude the whole time.
Yeah.
Anthony Davis hasn't looked up at a dude in a long time.
Yeah, and he was just getting bullied.
You hope you can wash your hands of this game and you can chalk it up to maybe a night one jitters for Cooper Flagg and some new pieces and Jason Kidd trying to get a handle. And I have a high degree of respect for, how Jason Kidd goes about his business. But, while you're looking down on that Spurs bench and you see Sean Sweeney, a guy who, when he stepped in, they had the same players that Rick Carlisle did. And they took one of the worst defenses in the NBA and actually made it one of the best the year they went to the conference finals. And then you're back in the finals. And then, okay, we lose Luka, but we got Cooper Flagg, and we're going to win with defense. And then you give up 125. And it was at times an easy 125. Like, yes, Wembanyama made some difficult shots off the dribble, and he had the highest plus-minus in the game. He was plus 31. But so many other Spurs either had easy shots at the rim or were unconscious with their jump shots that it could be one of those games where you look back on and say that was a total outlier. Just happened to happen game one, but it's not a good omen.
No, it's not a good omen at all, and we'll see how they pick up the pieces here and try to adjust. But last night was a huge disappointment. They struggled in the paint so much. You're supposed to have these bigs. Yeah. Your defense is supposed to be the backbone of your squad. And like you mentioned at the start of the show, like the Dumont and Adelson family's got to be looking at Nico like,
yes,
really? This is what we're doing? And that could be the ultimate silver lining to a potential disaster situation here brewing with the Mavericks.
And we may need that to happen because check it out. Like, Nico's probably not going to want to blow up this roster. But if they fail bad enough with Nico's plan, maybe it gets him fired, and now you actually have a chance to get young assets for Kyrie Irving and Anthony Davis before they're too far over the hill to be tradable.
Yes, yeah, that's something that you have to consider. And how about the fact that he had 0 turnovers last night, Wemby? Like, he did all of that. Yeah. I mean, it's 40, 15, and 3, no turnovers, 30 minutes, and there was probably, I don't know, at least 5 SportsCenter top 10 type plays that he put on. Like, I do wonder, SportsCenter top 10 today, that could have probably just been like at least 50% just Wemby moments from last night.
He's got the top play. I would just say they needed to be a lot more physical. You know, I think, what's Jason Kidd say? Make him feel you. That's how you do it. But, I mean, his limbs are so long. You can't get a knock away. You can't knock him on his butt and get away with a foul once to create a turnover for Wembanyama. I just don't think they were nearly tenacious enough on defense. And Daniel Gafford getting back, I guess, would help a little bit. But this is more about Anthony Davis and Derek Lively needing to be a lot more physical when you see him next time.
Yeah, and you just don't really have an offensive focal point. Like, Anthony Davis can't really be that guy consistently night in, night out. He was super inefficient last night.
Yes.
And he just ends up on the floor, like, after almost every offensive possession, you feel like he's peeling himself up off the hardwood or he's settling for a missed jumper.
Yeah.
Like
that third quarter, you got vibes from last year, didn't you?
Yes.
Where it's like this offense is totally without a rudder. They're trying to make it up as they go along, taking turns trying to create, but nobody with a real understanding of how to break down a defense. So we'll hope for the best tomorrow. The good news is it's Washington. And if Washington puts up 120 plus, we know we might have a disaster on our hands. But yeah, not the opener that we anticipated. We have an updated quarterback index. What does Dak have to say about how much he's improved since the last time he played against the Broncos? Andrew Mason covers the Broncos for 104.3 in Denver, and he'll join you coming up at 5 o'clock here. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. The Jake Ferguson Show coming up at 5:35 here. And you're going to be able to see him from home now. We're gonna get to him just a little bit later, but at 5:35 he has enough time to get home and jump on the Zoom cam, so you'll be able to watch him and talk with us here coming up at 5:35 every Thursday on 105thefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. Yeah, where is Dak in the QB index? We'll get to that in just a second. He was asked today how much his game has evolved since the Cowboys' 2017 game in Denver. Every which way, he said, honestly, I think that was my second season. I didn't even have personalized training yet. I came in as a rookie and played so well that I was just telling the coaches, no knock to any of my coaches, but I almost didn't get coached in the details of the position because I started off so hot. Hey, don't mess with him. Don't ruin it, right? Year 2 was tough, and that's probably why it was a down year for me. I'm a guy that wants to push, wants to get better, wants to be coached hard. I didn't have a lot of growth from year 1 to year 2, which is also on myself, having a whole off season, so I can't even begin. Every part of my game has evolved and changed and gotten better since then. That was before the John Kitna offseason, which really evolved his game prior to the 2019 season. And every year since then, it seems like he's just continued to get better and better. So my question for the Tex is, do you think Dak Prescott will keep it up all season long? You were giving me some pretty strong stats on where Dak is analytically there at the break, Chief.
Yeah, I mean, Dak right now is first in total QBR. He is fourth in EPA per play. He's fifth in completion percentage over expectation. His bad throw percentage is at 10%. That's good for number 2 in the league. I think I could give you guys till the rest of time, and you wouldn't be able to tell me who's better than Dak right now in the bad throw percentage, because it is a guy who is he's actually been good this year relative to expectations. Probably a top 15 quarterback, and you'd be surprised at it. But
Baker Mayfield.
No.
Jordan Love.
No.
Top 15 quarterback.
He's been a top 15 quarterback. You don't consider him that way at all. The team is not good, but he's actually surprised some people this year, and he goes by the name Spencer Rattler.
Oh, look at that. Spencer Rattler.
Oh, Rats. Yes. Has the lowest bad throw percentage in the sport, and then Dak is at number 2 right now. Now, keep in mind, Dak has been a guy that generally has been in the 17% range in terms of bad throw percentage throughout his career. And like 17% right now in the league would be good for, around 20th. Between 15 and 20 is what that would rank among quarterbacks. And that's who Dak usually is. But this year, 10% bad throw rate. His pressure to sack ratio, when he gets pressured, does he get sacked? No, only Daniel Jones is better at him than that right now. The only thing that weighs him down a little bit and keeps him from probably being the number 1 overall when you just do all the analytics would be the air yards per reception. And I guess, they're doing a lot of the line of scrimmage stuff with like, hey, here's Ferguson, see if we can do something with that.
Yeah.
But you are still getting plenty of chunk plays through the air, so it's not something that I'm super concerned about. The explosive passing game is still there. You saw it on full display just the other day versus Washington. I think when you're looking at explosives and where you'd like to see more is probably in the run game. Maybe Jaden Blue can start to help that. But overall, Dak has been totally freaking dialed.
At 877-881-1053, will Dak keep this up the remaining 10 games of the season? And I think before you say, well, it's a loaded team, I don't think anybody was fighting for Javonte Williams this offseason. The offensive line might be bottom 3rd, and they were incredibly efficient and explosive even when CD Lamb was out. So to me, until further notice, this is Dak carrying the team, and I do expect this level of performance not only to continue this season, but for the next couple of seasons. As Dak hits 33 next year, then 34, who knows what happens at 35? I mean, that can be a big beginning of the decline. But with sports medicine being what it is now, and how much Dak is paying attention to his body and recovery, who knows? Maybe he's got 6 or 7 more years at this level.
Gosh, that would be awesome, man. That would be really dang cool if he can sustain this. When you look at the schedule right now, I think this Broncos game will be really like the last for anybody who's still doubting that this can be sustained. Going into Denver and putting on a show.
Yeah.
I think that would really dispel any concerns that you have moving forward. You don't really have like an outdoor game that freaks you out in the weather. I guess Christmas Day in Washington could be a little bit of that, but their defense sucks. The Giants at the end of the season, last game, could be cold and weather could be a factor there. But otherwise, I think this hurdle, playing in Denver versus that defense, if you go out there and still put on a show, I don't think there's much to question moving forward.
And I expect success. I really do. All right, let's move on here to Nick Shook's quarterback index here for Week 8. Where does he have Dak Prescott behind how many players? Baker Mayfield is number 1 in the QB index. Patrick Mahomes number 2. Dak Prescott coming in number 3. He says more of the same from Dak in Week 7. Accuracy, improv, and an undying desire to propel the Cowboys forward. Most importantly, he's established one of the best quarterback wide receiver connections in the NFL with George Pickens. Dallas games are appointment viewing because of their highlight producing potential. Dak Prescott, top 4 quarterback in the league. It feels that way. I really only think if there was an all quarterback draft, it's Mahomes and Allen and maybe Lamar Jackson. Like if the season's starting right now, I don't think the majority of GMs would believe Baker Mayfield is sustainable as Dak Prescott is. Maybe I'm off on that. But the surprise really came in tier 2 where it's a ton of new names. Drake May, number 5. Yeah. Is this premature? I mean, are we going to lock this guy in as a top 5 quarterback already in year 2? I know it's been impressive. And they're 5-2, should be 6-1. And then Sam Darnold coming in at number 6. Brian, what do you think?
I'll tell you what, though, the thing with the interesting thing you mentioned, Sam Darnold. I was just I got some stuff from Next Gen, and they were talking about like downfield throws, and it was really that Dak was second to Sam Darnold. Yeah, let me get this one for you. Dak has 984 yards on downfield throws, which of 10 plus air yards this season. That's the 3rd most in the NFL. Prescott is one of only 2 qualified quarterbacks to have thrown for 90-plus downfield yards in every game this season, Sam Darnold being the second one. So Sam Darnold having similar success as Dak Prescott of like pushing the ball down the field and making those throws. This is what's interesting, too. On those downfield throws, he's added a plus 200% total win probability with his downfield throws, which is 9.5 more than any other quarterback in the league. So he's when Dak is working that ball down the field, that's the shot for them to win these football games.
Yeah, and the numbers of George Pickens last year for Pittsburgh against the Denver Broncos with Patrick Surtain. I know he only had 2 catches, I think, for 29 yards, but he drew a pass interference of like 50 yards.
He had 2 plays called back. He could have had over 100 yards of reception. He had 2 plays called back. One called back because of a holding penalty, and the other one was a touchdown that got called back. So he had a couple of. He would have had more numbers against Surtain if it wouldn't been for the Pittsburgh penalties and stuff.
Well, it is like Chief said. It's a huge week to pronounce yourselves as a legitimate offense against what might be the best defense in the NFL. The NFL at large still not buying these Cowboys at all. We go to PFF's power rankings here going into Week 8. Yeah, Week 8. Cowboys' chances of making the playoffs. What do you think it is?
35%.
28.
It's 20%. No one in the NFL playing better football than Dak right now. In his last 4 games, completed 71% of his pass attempts and all that, 13 touchdowns, no picks. Prescott's 91 overall PFF grade is second among quarterbacks. Crucial Week 7 against the Commanders leaves the Cowboys at 3-3-1, second in the East. They've got enough in the tank offensively to make a run, but the defense still needs work. Their chance of winning the Super Bowl is at just 1%. That's sobering, and I think as the Cowboys front office, you got to take all that into account. I'm kind of surprised that we have not seen a trade yet, considering how bad this defense is. You could lose to anybody, and I'd be looking to cut that thing off right now. Like, you have a chance against Denver if you can stop the run to actually win a game with defense, if you would have, a credible ability to stop teams. But I just don't think that's, not nearly the case right now. And it's only high-powered offense and takeaways that have you as high as it is. The top team in the NFL, it is the Kansas City Chiefs. With an 84% chance of making the playoffs, 13% chance of winning the Super Bowl. Then the Lions, Rams, Packers at number 4, and Buffalo Bills sitting there to round out your top 5, and the Eagles at number 6. All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And coming up next, we're going to go out to Denver. Andrew Mason covers the Broncos, has for a long time, and he'll tell us what he thinks about this matchup coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on The Fan.
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's not your haircut. I'm not saying this is your haircut.
Said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it sometimes called?
Racing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
You betcha, buddy. Welcome back. It's hour number 4 of the nation on your home of the Cowboys, and we're joined now by a guest to help us talk about these Broncos. He covers Denver for 104.3. It's Andrew Mason here in the G-Bag Nation, and a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing great. How you doing?
We're doing good, thanks. We're wondering if the Broncos' defense is good enough to slow down this Cowboys offense. At 44 against Washington last week, put 40 on Micah Parsons and the Packers a couple of weeks back. What do you think about Cowboys' offense versus Broncos' defense? Who's going to get the better of it?
Well, I mean, it depends kind of what Broncos' defense you see. I mean, no doubt the pass rush is always there. It's the one thing that's consistent about this Broncos D, no matter who they face. But if you look at the outcomes for this Broncos D, they've done very well against offenses that have had shaky quarterback play. Obviously, they dominated against Cam Ward and the Titans, dominated against the Bengals when they had Jake Browning, dominated against Justin Fields, and the Jets did pretty well against the Eagles and Jalen Hurts, and the Eagles' offense hasn't been all that this year. But Daniel Jones and the Colts shredded them. Jackson Dart and the Giants for 3.5 quarters really had their way with the Broncos most of the game. So the one thing is they've generated pressure against no matter what quarterback they've faced, but teams that have been with solid quarterback play, they've been able to get some yards. So I think the Cowboys are probably going to be able to have some success against this Broncos defense, be able to get some chunk plays against these guys.
Andrew, how do you think they approach it defensively in the back end with trying to slow down Pickens and Lamb? Do they move guys around? Do they double somebody? How does that work?
Well, you'll probably see Surtain, Pat Surtain, of course, the reigning defensive player of the year, aligned on one of those two. And then, of course, Riley Moss, the number 2 cornerback, against the other. Now, Riley Moss has seen plenty of targets this year. Some teams, they've wanted to obviously target Moss and go away from Pat Surtain. Now, that being said, Moss has been pretty tough to go against at times this year. Now, he did allow some plays early on in the season. He's gotten better as the campaign has gone on. He does a good job making some plays on the ball. Now, he also has been susceptible to some defensive pass interference calls. There was one late last week. It was controversial, probably should have been a no call, but he did have some calls against him early on in the season. So I expect you'll see the Cowboys probably try to test Riley Moss a little bit, and then you've got Jaquan McMillan as the slot corner as well. We haven't seen a lot of Jahdae Barron, the first-round pick. He's the number 4 corner. They rotate him in from time to time. But I think what you'll probably see is if you've got say Pat Surtain on CeeDee Lamb, and you've got Pickens going against Riley Moss, then probably you'll see Dak Prescott look to go at Riley Moss a little bit more than trying to test Pat Surtain, and that's probably where the matchup they'll try to focus on.
Andrew, how big of a loss is it for Dre Greenlaw to be out this week for you?
It's a pretty big loss. Now, Justin Sternad, who's been filling in for Dre Greenlaw, he's become a pretty nice playmaking linebacker in terms of how they'll use him. They'll use him on blitz packages. Like, he's good at generating pressure, supplementing what the Broncos are getting off the edge from Jonathan Cooper and Nick Benito, and what they're getting up the middle from Zach Allen. So with all the attention those guys are getting, Justin Sternad is able to capitalize when they bring him on an A-gap blitz, and he's able to make some plays in the pass rush. But losing Dre Greenlaw, you do lose something in terms of the guy who can go sideline to sideline and bring some thump. The complement to Greenlaw at inside linebacker and complement to Sternad filling in for Greenlaw is Alex Singleton. Yeah. Now, there have been plays made at Singleton's expense. If you go back to the Eagles game, they used Saquon Barkley. They got him
on the wheel
route,
yeah,
one-on-one on Singleton, and Singleton's trailing. Singleton is the green dot for the Broncos, and Vance Joseph, the defensive coordinator, will tell you he's kind of the extension of himself on the field. He's the eyes and ears, kind of the brain of the defense. So he certainly brings something there, and he's the guy responsible for getting everybody set pre-snap. So he brings a lot cerebrally, but at the same time, coming off the ACL injury that he had last year, sometimes he's struggling to keep up in coverage. So what you've seen is teams kind of picking at Singleton. Another thing that you also see is Singleton, if you look back to week 2 against the Colts, you watch Singleton, he's filling the gap, but Jonathan Taylor runs right past him.
Right.
So that's something I think kind of to keep an eye on, is see if the Cowboys try to kind of go at Alex Singleton and try to exploit that a bit.
Andrews, he's had some missed tackles, right? I mean, that's kind of been a little bit of the diagnosis problem, but just in the missed tackles have been an issue. Yeah, that's been an issue. It's like he gets to the spot, he's where he needs to be, but somebody's missing him. It's like, he's very well studied. He knows where he needs to be, but kind of like as he's coming off the injury a little bit, it's like he knows where he's got to be, but kind of struggles sometimes to finish the play a little bit. And again, when you saw it last week when he was trailing in coverage, and you saw it with the Eagles getting Saquon ISO'd on him, that's something that I expect the Cowboys to try to do, to try to take advantage of that matchup there.
Andrew Mason covers the Broncos for 104.3 in Denver. What impact do you think it'll have with Denver coming off an emotional late win last week?
Well, it's emotional, but at the same time, it's a game where for 3 quarters the Broncos played pretty bad football. And it came 2 weeks after an emotional win over the Eagles that sort of took on that same type of flow where they struggled for 3 quarters, put it together with a mad rally in the fourth to get it done. So the thing that has been dominating the Broncos' work week going back to Monday when they did their film review is that, all right, they're getting wins, but 3 quarters of the games, and you could even include the Jets game in London where they came out, they got 10 points in the first quarter and only got 3 points the rest of the game. So they're looking at these games where they've had 1 quarter of good football and 3 quarters of bad football that have happened 3 games in a row. So the demeanor of the team, the pulse of the team that I got in the locker room the last couple of days, it didn't seem like a team that's on a 4-game winning streak. It seemed like a team that is very much in the mode of, this isn't good enough, that if we keep playing like this, that this isn't sustainable, what we're doing here. So it certainly seemed like a team that's kind of that's got a little bit of an edge to it, knowing that they've got to do better, or this 4-game winning streak, this 5-2 mark, maybe is a little bit of smoke and mirrors. So they're coming off an emotional game, but they don't seem to me like a team that is coming off of an emotional high like you'd expect. It seemed kind of like a team that is a little not necessarily down, but certainly feels like it still has a lot to prove.
Andrew, what's the scouting report on Bo Nix this season?
Well, sort of like I mentioned with the team at large, in terms of 3 quarters struggling and then putting it together in the fourth. I mean, I think with Bo, you're trying to figure out, okay, it's there when they have these rallies at the end. Why isn't it there early on in the games? I mean, sometimes the footwork has been inconsistent, which is leading to some accuracy issues. The deep ball hasn't been there in the way that you'd want it to be in terms of accuracy, so that's a point of frustration. He hasn't really gotten into a rhythm at times in the way that you'd like him to, in the way that he did, particularly in the middle part of last season. And really down the stretch last year, he wasn't in rhythm in the way he was in some of those games midway through last year. If you look at the Atlanta game in particular last November when he was really dialed in, from that point forward, teams have done a better job taking away some of the short and intermediate throws that really allowed him to get on rhythm and got him into a groove. Ever since then, it's been a little bit of a struggle for him to get in that same kind of rhythm. So there's been some adjustment to him. Another thing with Bo Nix that has been evident is he is much better when the offense is going up-tempo. Not just no huddle, but when they're snapping the ball with 12, 11, 10 seconds on the play clock rather than running it down. Now, Sean Payton, he likes to have plenty of subs in between plays to get the right personnel grouping, but when you're going up-tempo, that means you keep the same personnel grouping in. So there's a little bit of kind of a philosophical tug-of-war going on that Sean Payton likes to sub guys in to get the right packages in for each play and keep the defense off balance with those personnel groupings. But what may suit Bo Nix better is going up-tempo, keeping the same personnel package in for an entire series. And also the thing when you go up-tempo is when you go faster, that increases your defensive exposures in a game because you've got the shorter possessions. So there's a little bit kind of a philosophical battle going on here in terms of what this Broncos team wants to be and what suits Bo Nix best here going forward.
Andrew, taking a peek at your tape during these last several weeks, kind of thinking about with Quinn Miners and then Mike McGlinchey, the protection numbers for the line overall have been pretty good, but it kind of seems like that they struggle a little bit on the right side with some movement of defenders when they the twist stunts, the gap exchanges, and stuff like that. Is that something that you see yourself, or am I seeing something wrong there?
Well, it's interesting because, like, you step back and you kind of look at the protection data across the board, and this has been one of the better pass protection groups in the league the last couple of years. But then you note that, and that's something that kind of comes up. And then the other thing that sort of comes up as well is how much pressure they're getting that is coming up the middle as well. And another thing that's happening up the middle with center Luke Wattenberg, it's not like they've had snaps go over Bo Nix's head and go wide to where he's not fielding them, but he's having to reach out for some snaps as well. They're not arriving exactly where you want them to be. So there are some things underneath the surface. The other thing that's also kind of coming into play, you mentioned the right side.
Yeah.
They're a lot more successful running the ball to the left flank, particularly outside of Garrett Bowles on the left side than to the right side. And so that's another interesting thing going on here as well. Garrett Bowles is having a terrific season on the left side, but the right side has not quite been as dominant as you'd like it to be. So that's kind of been something of a concern as well. Now on the left side, they've had injuries at left guard. They're now on their third left guard in Alex Palczewski. Ben Powers is on IR. Matt Parrott, who filled in for him for a game, he's on IR as well. Alex Palczewski working on the left side for the first time since going back to college as well, but he made a decent acquittal of himself last week. But that's something to kind of keep an eye on, that you've got a center in Luke Wattenberg who's had some issues from time to time, and you've got a left guard in Alex Palczewski playing just his second game as a pro on the left side.
Andrew, if I'm Sean Payton, don't you look at what Carolina did to this Cowboys team and just decide to run it right at them? And when I look at J.K. Dobbins, I see 5 yards an attempt. That looks pretty dangerous to me.
You should, and it's sort of been a thing around here that the way to get this offense on rhythm is to run the ball, and when they've been most effective, and in fact, you look at their most effective game overall, granted, the Bengals didn't bring much offensively in that game back in Week 4, but it was the Bengals game on Monday Night Football, and one of the things that stood out to me in that game is if you take out the 2-minute drill at the end of the first half, the Broncos had near perfect run-pass balance in that game when they were attacking the Bengals, and they were doing so on the ground. And that was a game where they had a healthy per-carry average, and yet they didn't have a 25, 30-yard type run in that game. They've had a pretty good per-carry average, like you mentioned, But for example, in the Chargers game, they had a nice per carry average, but you had a couple of explosive runs there that were kind of skewing the pace a little bit. To me, they need to run the ball, take the pressure off of Bo Nix, take the pressure off the passing game. The way they opened last week, they opened pass, and that included a 3-and-out to start the game. That's not the way the Broncos need to be doing things if they want to actually be the offense that they can be. They've talked in recent weeks about their identity as an offense, and they were talking about that after the Eagles game. They were talking about that after the Bengals game. And those were the games where they actually showed some balance. So to me, the identity of this team needs to be balanced, and it means establishing the run. So I agree with you kind of when you talk about how the Panthers attack the Cowboys. Broncos need to go back to what they do best, and that's getting a balanced attack and doing it with J.K. Dobbins, in particular doing it to the left side and doing it to Garrett Bowles' flank. But sometimes it seems like Sean Payton gets a little bit impatient in terms of how he calls the game. He needs to kind of just settle in and trust the length of the game, trust the game flow, and trust the fact that J.K. Dobbins can be a pretty consistent and persistent presence as a ball carrier.
Thank you, Andrew. Terrific job. Have a great week 8, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Appreciate you guys. Take care. Thanks a lot.
You got it. Andrew Mason, 104.3 in Denver. We'll come back, hit the expressway, get you caught up on everything that's been breaking in a massive day of sports, including good news out of Cowboys practice next year on The Fan.
Guys, it's time to stop living at half speed. Gavin Dawson here for Men's T Clinic, the one-stop shop for men's health. Whether it's low...
Uber Eats has low.
6 minutes away from the G-Bag of the day. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. Let's take a look at what's been happening at Cowboys practice, including Stephen Jones chatting. We got an updated quote on him about the trade market. The first story is an update on Cooper Beebe and Siobhan Revel, as Beebe trying to get back this week after missing a month with the ankle. How's he looking, Brian?
Yeah, the plan for the last few days for him to practice, he got involved yesterday. They were going to ramp up some things today. That box was checked. So we'll see with Friday, even add some more to the plate, and hopefully he will be available for you Sunday afternoon in Denver.
It just make you that much better. And against this Broncos team, this Broncos front, he could be the difference between winning and losing when you look at how physical you're going to have to be against this Denver team. Brian previewed that Broncos front for you, along with the rest of the defense back there at 340 if you want to listen to Krusty's Corner every day. Tommy Yarish reporting Revel moving with as much confidence in his knee as I've seen since he arrived in Dallas. It is good to see him on the practice field. What do you think here? You watched him so closely in college, Brian.
Yeah, I think he was, if he wasn't hurt, Dallas would have never been able to draft him. He would have been one of the top corners. He'd probably been taken in the first round. He's just got that kind of ability. You know, Dr. Cooper did the surgery. He had a setback during training camp. They managed to get him to this point. Hopefully he'll go out there and play with some confidence. He's an excellent player. He's got length. He's his ability to run, his ability to stay engaged with the receiver, plays the ball well in the air, doesn't gamble on plays, knows how to play with offhand. He's one of my favorite corners I've ever watched.
I mean, now that he's healthy, you kind of look at him like a first-round corner stepping in, and maybe he plays pretty good.
That's my hope. Yeah, and I listen, when I watched him play, he had a good knee.
Yeah.
You know, and now I just know what I saw when he had good knees.
Yeah.
And we'll see how everything. Hopefully, I know that it's been a long time coming. 13 months is a long time for him not to be able to play football and have him back on the practice field. I guess it's a credit to him, credit to Britt Brown. Britt and those guys over there, as much maligned as they've been, they've put these guys back on the field. You know, it looked like just a long list of guys, but now they've rehabbed and they've got them practicing again. Hopefully these guys will help them for the second half.
I mean, maybe maligned by the player survey, the medical department overall, but man, doing a hell of a job getting these guys back, and salute to the training staff of the Cowboys, for getting another one here. It's so tough to get your feet wet and get used to the speed of the game as a rookie in general. Then you do 13 months, like 4 or 5 months longer than some guys come back from an ACL, and the rust factor as well. But I think he's talented enough to have your hopes up that he can be part of the corner rotation. I don't know if he'll be better than Elam, Bland, or Diggs, but definitely could use the reinforcements there. Jory Epstein on Cowboys Twitter has the report, caught up with Steven about Cowboys trade deadline approach. Didn't disagree with Jerry's belief that help on defense makes the most sense. He explained how parity in the league will impact the deadline. Quote, with the way the league is, there's only 2 teams with 1 loss, and one of them has a loss and a tie. And so everybody's going to think they're in it. So if you're in it, you don't just want to move on from a guy like you're saying, hey, I'm going to trade a few guys off, take picks, and get ready for next year. You don't find many teams like that. And we don't really feel like we need down-the-line guys. We need a guy who'd be a front-line guy who would make a difference. There's a lot of things we're going to watch, and if the right deal comes up, we will look at it. Of course, Jory with Yahoo. What do you think he's getting at there, Brian?
I think they're hunting for they're fishing for big fish. I do. I know that Zach and we've all kind of talked about this. I think that every team right now is evaluating where they're at. He's right about the parity and stuff, that maybe some teams he's come on before and said not everybody's quit. I've asked him those questions before. But I think that Jerry wants to – you go find a way to win this game this weekend in Denver, you're going to get Jerry Jones on the phone Monday morning and kind of figure out, okay, what else do we need to add?
Yeah.
You're going to get a call to Mark Davis and talk about what's going on. And it shouldn't just be about what's going on with the Raiders. It should be going on with the Dolphins. Anybody else, any team that you feel like there's going to be some teams this weekend that are going to quit. We're getting near halfway point of the season. There's teams that are going to be like, okay, what does the NFL draft look like? What teams Oh, Dallas has got multiple ones. Okay, it's their own, but it's also Green Bay. Well, hell, there's a chance that Dallas's pick might, they think right now they're doing good, but it might end up being a bad pick, might be lose some games. You talk to teams like that. You're doing your job by taking calls, and you're doing your job by calling people and making sure. Like, I know the Raiders and everybody's trying to throw in a bunch of water on this thing out there, but there are players to be had.
Absolutely.
You just have to stay on it and every day make a call and make those people flat just turn you down when the trade line passed. Then that's when you know it's over. You just got to keep making calls and trying to get them interested in your pick.
I want more of a can-do attitude a little bit from Steven. I know he takes everything in stride and has to prepare for all eventualities, but I kind of want to hear our offense is amazing. We're going to be out there and get aggressive. If other teams don't want to deal with us, that's fine, but it won't be for lack of trying on our end.
Yeah.
I mean, there's plenty of guys who are at the end of a rookie contract. Maybe they don't fit a scheme that you're changing to, or they're old and you figure you got 2 or 3 years to work on a rebuild because you're so far off. You could need a new quarterback and need the extra draft capital. There's lots of reasons that teams decide they don't want to, have a certain player who might be good on their team.
Giants got their quarterback of the future with a second pick in the first round. And that was at 25. There's going to be opportunities to, if you want to, pick up that extra pick and do some good with it.
The Dallas Wings are going to hire South Florida coach Jose Fernandez. That was one of the breaking stories as we got on the air today. Has not signed a contract, but all signs are pointing in that direction. And Bengals linebacker Logan Wilson has requested a trade. 6-year player, and he's been a good player for them, but has sort of fallen off of the starting 11 there for them on defense, so he wants out. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. We're Lucius.
There's a G back today.
Ooh, my bad. Just realized what I did.
Hey, so yeah, it's all gravy, dog. Maybe we can make this happen. My girl hates that Dallas Wings name.
She hates the Wings?
She hates that name, the Wings. She says, why does it have to be the Wings? I was like, what's wrong with the wing?
Yeah.
She's like, the feminine products.
Oh, okay.
I was like, I didn't even think about
smart
that.
Gal.
Girl. I didn't think about it.
The wings on the Pegasus, right?
Yeah,
the oil company?
Yeah. All right, G, back in the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 530. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. How you doing, man?
Awesome.
This is day number 1, going for 2 of this champion audio. Shout out to the longtime Cowboys fan, Miss Gonzalez. She got bumped by this Jets fan that just realized he was a Jets fan.
Y'all see them and get your thoughts on the game?
I hate this team. I was born into this, and I'm not going to ever... I'm always a Jets fan, but, I hate this team.
Yep. I hear you, fam. All right, let's see what else was next. Where was he? I'm talking about Zach Wolchuk.
Oh.
In this moment. This man is a repeat offender when it comes to this. Dawson gave us an update, and Wolchuk updated the update. It was amazing. Listen to this.
DeMarvion Overshone with a clarification about 20 minutes ago. That knee brace that he's wearing, it's an accessory, not a necessity, says DeMarvion Overshone on Twitter, if you were wondering.
I think they're just testing some equipment is what they're doing.
It's a pretty sweet-looking brace.
Yes.
But I always get nervous when I see my players with braces on.
Yeah, I get that. Especially Rebels look crazy.
How much do those slow you
He
down?
even responded.
Doesn't help.
Yeah.
I mean, look at offensive linemen wear them for knee protection.
Overshone just tweeted 30 minutes ago the knee brace is an accessory, not a necessity.
Sweet.
Wow. Okay.
I love that.
So that's
show worthy.
That's a different type of thought
such
now.
a
New
badass,
perspective.
dude.
New perspective.
New perspective. Yes. Salute to Wolchuk. Did a hell of a job today with KNC Masterpiece. But yes, I often feel like Wolchuk might hear 20% of the words that come out of my mouth.
Lucius, when he said it, I looked over at Dawson. Dawson just was like shaking his head. Didn't even smile. He knew I was looking at him, and he was just shaking his head. Like
I couldn't believe it happened because he responded to it.
He did.
Like enthusiastic. He did. He was like,
It was a new iteration of him not listening.
He's jump in here.
Adding layers to his skill set.
Oh, man. So good. Well, at least the GM wasn't on the show this time.
Let's go. I'm going to keep it on the fan.
Okay. Oh, no.
Fan After Dark, the Fan After Dark.
Oh, I'm excited already.
I like how frustrated Fred be getting with Blake. Yes. He tries not to get frustrated. Well, Blake would just find any one little itty bitty thing and just make it big. Whoa, you said fool. Anyway, the Fan After Dark. The money is at the end of this clip, so please be patient. They were talking Cowboys, and Freddie misspoke. He was missing a spoke.
Look, I'm gonna tell you right now. Here's one of my bold predictions. I bet you I wouldn't be surprised if Nate Brown outsnaps Terrence Steele on Sunday at right tackle.
Nate Brown.
Nate Thomas. Nate, what did I say? Nate Brown? Nate Thomas.
I would be surprised if Nate Brown outsnapped her because he's not on the team.
Nate Thomas. I don't know where I came up with Nate Brown. Nate Thomas.
So your Terrence Steele propaganda, you're dropping it?
I'm not dropping. I mean, I still think he's a good run blocking right tackle. Okay. Look, I'm not saying.
We're just going to bring him in on run plays.
I'm not saying anything.
Hey, Steele, come in. We're running the ball. Steele,
I don't think I'm saying anything out of character.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Because we just had a superstar show up here.
That's right. Let's pick it up on the other side because it is time now for the Jake Ferguson Show, brought to you by Miller Lite. And a good afternoon, Jake. How you feeling?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing outstanding, man. It's great to have you on the show, and we do want to apologize for last week, man. The radio board in the control room just totally went down for like the first time in 2 decades.
No worries. That's all right.
Right on. Well, I do, of course, have your stat of the week, the first tight end in NFL history with at least 50 catches and 6 receiving touchdowns in the first 7 games of a season. I'm starting to think every time you get the ball, you might be going into the house. What do you think?
Yeah, it's less than every 10 catches is a tud. So, I mean, that all goes out to the O-line and Dak.
Yeah.
And also the receivers. Like, they open everything up. The big guy's protecting, so that's all them, really.
Well, and Dak had to find you in this one after you wore his high school jersey to the game, didn't he?
Yeah, that was the spur of the moment. Just bought it a couple weeks ago, and I finally got in, and I was like, I got to wear it.
Was that one of those eBay deals? Where'd you find it?
No, I actually, believe it or not, I just looked up Dak Prescott high school jersey, and it was one of the first things that popped up, and it's actually really good quality, so it's not that bad.
Now, did you time it to where you were showing up at the same time so he could get a good look at you as you were walking up, or was that just a coincidence?
That was pure coincidence, and because usually I walk in and I see him in the locker room because his locker's right by mine, and I'm like, we see each other's fits and we laugh or whatever, and then this time it was perfect because he got out and I was right behind him, and I go, Dak, and he turned around and just started dying. So it was perfect.
Now, I'd heard, I don't know what you've heard about Dak Prescott in high school, but I heard his nickname was Superman because he did it all, like in no matter what sport he played. What's been your experience?
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, he's a good athlete, but I went back and was looking to make sure I had the right jersey. And he's in the little Riddell, and then he's got an even older helmet. And I was making fun of him like, man, you're old. That's what I was wearing in youth.
Wearing a shut helmet out there.
Hutch helmet.
Yeah. Hutch helmet.
The one bar. Yeah.
I got to say, Jake, I was surprised to see that you didn't get in the mix on the pregame dance fest. I saw Pickens and Milton were cleaning up. I figured you were ready to rock and roll in there.
Yeah, you guys don't want to see that. You don't want to see that.
We've seen you mix it up a little bit with the dancing. It's pretty impressive.
Every once in a while, it's usually I don't even know what's going on. I'm just letting the music flow through my body. It's kind of, yeah.
Now, what was the coordinator dance routine you had with your guys in the end zone though? Maybe was that like a TikTok dance or just like a gesture, or how would you describe that?
So that's GP did that. George did that. I believe it was either his first or second touchdown. And we all saw it. We all caught on to it. And then when I had the touchdown against the Jets, the whole line was mad at me. And I was like, all right, you know what? We're going to hit this dance move. Everybody line up. We're going to get in a circle and hit it. And so I had to get the O-line involved. I'm trying to get them involved in a couple other ones, but we'll see how it goes.
Can you walk me through the two-handed sideline crank situation that was getting worked? What do you call that?
The two-handed what?
There's like there was the video on the sidelines, and there was some kind of interaction with like a two. There was like a. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
there's cameras everywhere, Jake. I'm sorry about that.
That's we saw. Shout out to Texas A&M tight ends. We saw some young tight ends in college do that a couple weeks prior. And we thought it was pretty funny, and just guys being dudes, I guess. Yeah.
Respect. I love that.
Are you aware of those cameras and microphones on the sideline at all? Do you look out for them? Try to stay away, or?
So the usually we catch them. That time we didn't. However, they do the sounds of the sidelines like the Cowboys guys do, and so you have to be really careful of what you say, like. Just because, you'll be sitting there and all of a sudden you'll see, the mic come over your head and you can barely see it. And the only time you see it is when you're looking up at the scoreboard. So they're really trying to get you on some of those. But, yeah, usually you can tell when the camera's looking at you.
Hey, Jake, when we talk about playing in Denver, is any talk about this week about altitude at all? Or is that something – we used to make such a big deal about that back in the day. And now it's kind of like you don't hear it as much. Is that something the teams is it science and all that? And you guys got it ready to go?
Yeah, I think I've experienced it, and I feel like it's a real deal thing. Yeah. My dad lives up in Wyoming.
Oh wow, yeah.
So
that's way up there.
I got cousins there.
Yeah.
I think it's real. I think it just feels like someone's stepping on your chest a little bit. But honestly, I think if you're conditioned. If you're conditioned normally, all it does is bring that extra, okay, I got to fight a little bit harder to push through this. You know what I mean? But if you aren't conditioned and you're in bad shape, then you're going to be in for a long one. So it's my take on it.
You in the best shape of your life right now?
Right now?
Yeah.
Best shape of my life was probably, I was 190 with a six-pack in high school. And there were some times in college I had a one-pack, and I'm still probably fighting to get back.
Are there times you see yourself in a picture and you're going, God, what am I doing? Kind of a thing.
Oh,
sometimes it's the bad stretch shot, and there's part of the jersey's riding up or something. You kind of get
for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, I think we talked about the. There's a picture of me in the Rose Bowl game with the.
Oh.
So I have this thing. It's all O linemen have it, and I call it the stamp of approval for O linemen. And it's when their belly's sticking through their jersey, and you can see the outline of their belly button.
Yeah.
So that's my if I've got that, I can just go on a diet.
Yeah. I was going to ask you this, Jake. I know my experiences of being there in locker rooms and stuff. Tell people how hard it is to put your shoulder pads on.
Oh, yeah. With a game jersey?
Yeah, with the game jersey and all that, because it used to be that we never, in the 80s, never taped our jerseys down like they do today. But, those things, it's like Bucky's over there trying to McCord, or they're pulling on you. And it's just, you feel like you can't breathe, and then your neck's getting all messed up in there. What's that like? Yeah.
I don't think a lot of people know that the pads have tape all over them to keep the jersey stuck.
Right.
I didn't even know that until I got to the NFL.
Oh, wow.
Because we didn't do that at Wisconsin. But, the tape, but also just the fact that it's so tight on your shoulders, and then when you get it, because you're going to put your jersey over your pads first thing before you even put it on. And then, you basically got to do a swan dive maneuver to get in there, and then getting it off, I need 3 guys to help me get it off. Yeah. That's a whole different story.
Okay.
Yeah, it's wicked.
It's Jake Ferguson here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Denver defense looks pretty tough. How confident are you that the offense can keep up the pace here?
Yeah, I think we're good. We just got to stick to our game plan. We got to execute what we're trying to do. And I think it's, what we've been preaching is do your 111th. Don't try to be some hero or try to do something extra. Just play your game. But yeah, for sure, going to be a fun one. And then the Denver atmosphere is also always fun to play in, and is a cool stadium in my opinion. But yeah, I think it's going to be a good game for sure.
So 111's just one more than 110%.
111th.
Oh, 1/11th.
So
Okay.
do your job. Yeah.
Okay.
Do your job, you know what I mean? And, like, don't try to do too much. Like, don't try to do the other person's job. Get your 1/11th done. So, and then when everybody's doing that, you know, we're smoking.
Can you walk me through what the road trip situation is like? Like, itinerary wise, you land in Denver. What are you guys just in team meetings the whole time? You're hanging out at the hotel. Walk me through that a little bit.
Yeah, so it gets a little different. Night games actually, it's like if we're playing at 7:00, we actually get some. So like we land in Denver at 5 or whatever. We get to the hotel at 6. If it's a night game, we actually get the whole night off. So like what I like to do is if I have family there or home games, if I have family, I'll either like home games. I like to do a big dinner, not a big dinner, but like just a sit down dinner at my house with whoever's in for the game. Away games, luckily, I have a lot of, like, my cousin was in Carolina. I got a lot of cousins and family in Denver. I'll be able to go out to grab dinner with them, just a quick bite to eat and then leave or whatever. But then, like, the afternoon early games, we have meetings at night. And it's, like, just a little refresher, opening calls, stuff like that. And then you still get a little time. Like, I got a bunch of family in Denver. I'm going to try to go see them just for, like, 30 minutes, an hour. And then I'm in bed by 9:30, 10.
I would figure in Denver, as long as you can keep everybody out of the dispensaries, you're ahead of the game.
Yeah, probably. No, we don't do that, though. We don't do that.
There you go. Yeah, good answer. Yeah. Jake, thanks so much for joining us. Best of luck up there. I heard they got extra oxygen on the sideline. If you need it, don't be afraid of it.
Fired up. I'm ready.
I love it,
Appreciate you
man.
guys.
Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you. The Jake Ferguson Show brought to you by Miller Lite, proud sponsor of the Dallas Cowboys. Back into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
It's hilarious because I don't even know where to go. That's hysterical.
Yeah.
We got our Champ and 2 challengers. You want to vote?
Champ and shoot? No.
Okay.
Have we had 2 challengers already?
We got cut off with the Fan After Dark. We were waiting for the big moment.
Okay, yeah.
And then we got Jake.
We were in the middle of the second one. Okay. Yeah, that was I'm sorry about that. I said the money was at the end of the clip.
Yeah.
And we never got to the payoff. Sorry about that. Yeah, let's go back to the Fan After Dark. Again, the money is at the end of this clip. Fred and Blake talking Cowboys. Freddie misspoke right here. Pay attention.
Look, I'm gonna tell you right now. Here's one of my bold predictions. I bet you I wouldn't be surprised if Nate Brown outsnaps Terrence Steele on Sunday at right tackle.
Nate Brown.
Nate Thomas. Nate. What did I say? Nate Brown. Nate Thomas.
I would be surprised if Nate Brown outsnapped her because he's not on the team.
Nate Thomas. I don't know where I came with Nate Brown. Nate Thomas.
So your Terrence Steele propaganda. You're dropping it.
I'm not dropping. I mean, I still think he's a good run blocking right tackle. Okay. Look, I'm not saying.
We're just going to bring him in on run plays.
I'm not saying anything.
Hey, Steele, come in. We're running the ball. Steele,
I don't think I'm saying anything out of character here. He has struggled in the pass game.
Yes.
Okay. And so that's what I'm saying. Nate Thomas, not Nate Brown. I don't know where.
Freddie special. Well, Fred's recalibrating over there.
Wow. Looking like he wants to diss-a-freaking-peer. Yeah. Holy cow. I did not see that one coming, Lucius.
Yeah.
He was worth the wait.
Yep. All right, yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. This is the worst sermon I've ever heard in my entire life.
Oh, no.
100% worst sermon I've ever heard in my entire life. I would have walked straight up out of this church.
I said, when's the last time you had a spiritual orgasm and made God orgasm through your presence of praise?
What?
Yeah.